Chapter 3979. You. Jiang panicked as he looked at the space covered by lightning. He didn't dare to barge in recklessly. What are you doing, spiritual master Xiao? I was in a hurry to deal with the situation, but I didn't expect to accidentally injure you. Oh sure. Xiao Hua looked at Jiang coldly and said, why are you still hiding it? You already knew about it? Oh sure was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief and asked, how did you know? What's so difficult about that? Xiao Hua said coldly, Jiang Xia said it clearly. She regretted not sending a powerful dragon general to follow Ao Shi, which means that Jiang An's strength is very ordinary. But when I saved you just now, I already sensed that your strength is comparable to Ao Xian's. If Jiang An had this strength, he wouldn't have followed you to the North Sea Dragon Palace, right? Ao Shi didn't expect this seemingly kind human to be so meticulous. Also, Jiang Hong was hidden in the dragon shell by the North Sea Dragon Palace. As a dragon of the Heavenly Paradise River, Jiang An couldn't have known. He just entered the ship as a dispensable chess piece, but you actually mentioned the dragon shell twice. I can't help but be suspicious. Xiao Hua ignored Ao Shi and said, do you know a saying of the human race? 300 taels of silver here. Ao Shi shook his head, this is nothing. My dragon race captured criminals and placed them in the dragon shell. What you said is too far-fetched. So, the dragon shell is still with you? Xiao Hua asked meaningfully. Unfortunately, Ao Shi didn't answer and didn't show any strange behavior. The most important thing is that I obtained a sea map by chance. I bought it from the North Sea Dragon Palace's Yazi auction house. Xian Kong said that it was only recently drawn by the North Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. If you are a dragon from the Heavenly Abode River, how do you know about this sea map? So, you can only be a sea general of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Of course, I don't know the name of the Heavenly Paradise River's sea race. Since you know and still pretend to be a dragon, obviously. You're the dragon general who killed Jiang An. If you're not Ao Shi, who else can you be? Since you already suspected it, why haven't you made a move yet? Ao Shi sneered. Xiao Hua sighed and said, although Xiao Hua suspected you, I didn't intend to expose you. Because you and I can be considered friends in adversity. If you and I can safely walk out of this forbidden spring sea, this Xiao will be indebted to you, and this Xiao will not attack you. Of course, this Xiao will definitely obtain the Long Bei on you. Other than that, I won't have any other requests. I originally had the dragon shell on me. Unfortunately, it was lost in the Scarlet Storm. Even if you capture me, you won't be able to get the dragon shell. Xiao Hua smiled. If fellow immortal had directly admitted that he was Ao Shi from the beginning, I might have been able to believe you. But you refuse to admit your identity. It's obvious that you're afraid of arousing my suspicion. You're afraid that I'll find Long Bei on you. In the eyes of the human race, this is a blatant attempt to cover up your identity. Ao Shi sneered. The human race has always been cunning. Now that things have reached this point, this old man will not let you and Jiang Hong live even if I have to risk my life. And to tell you the truth, even if you obtain the dragon shell, you won't be able to awaken Jiang Hong within it. How can a human like you know the restriction secret technique of my North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua flipped his hand and took out the sword gourd. He laughed and said, if you don't risk your life, you can still keep your life. But now, whether you live or die, it's no longer up to you to decide. Besides, Jiang Hong's restriction, not to mention this Xiao has the Heavenly Abode River behind him, even if the Heavenly Abode River can't do anything, this Xiao can still easily capture it. If you want to use this to threaten this Xiao, then you're making a big mistake. Roar. Amidst the lightning, Ao Shi roared. His entire dragon body expanded. His bald dragon horn flashed with a strange brilliance as he charged towards Xiaohua. He had a good plan. He was prepared to fight between the two whirlpools and find an opportunity to knock Xiaohua into one of the whirlpools. If it was an ordinary human cultivator, of course, they wouldn't be able to compare to Ao Shi's dragon body, but how could Xiaohua be an ordinary human cultivator? Moreover, Xiaohua had already tested Ao Shi's strength before. It was only similar to Ao Xian's, and after Ao Shi was ravaged by Qi Bao, he had yet to recover from his injuries. His strength was greatly reduced, so how could he be Xiaohua's opponent? Xiaohua roared coldly. The three corpses in thunder suddenly shrank and grabbed Ao Shi like a giant hand. Ao Shi! Xiaohua shouted coldly. The three corpses in thunder suddenly shrank and grabbed Ao Shi like a giant hand. Roar! Ao Shi frantically struggled. The green light between Xiaohua's eyebrows flashed again and again, and the groans of the gods and ghosts within the lightning became more and more intense. The lightning not only imprisoned Ao Shi, but also shattered the light between the two vortexes. Waves of soul technique fluctuations appeared along with the thunder and lightning characters, and from time to time, they spread around the Forbidden Spring Sea. This spread was extremely fast, and in a moment, it had already covered more than 100 li wherever the fluctuations swept. The originally inexplicable fluctuations in the Forbidden Spring Sea were disturbed, and the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Xiaohua coldly looked at Ao Shi, and the spiritual power in his body surged. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword gourd, and said, "Quick, so." A silver-white thing with a nose and eyes appeared in the mouth of the sword gourd. As that thing's eyes moved, a faint white thread flew out and landed on Ao Shi's dragon head. Woo-woo! Above Ao Shi's dragon head, a five-colored light flashed. Within the light, a faint little dragon emitted a golden light and did its best to resist the white thread. However, when the white thread fell, the light was like a bubble being pierced by a needle, and when the light disappeared, the white thread really nailed itself between the little golden dragon's eyebrows. The little golden dragon instantly stopped struggling, and disappeared into the dragon head. Looking at Ao Shi again, he also stopped struggling, and the originally ferocious dragon eyes showed a rare sluggish look. Xiaohua coldly looked, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered, "Dragon Clan." As expected of a proud son of heaven, this Ao Shi is just an ordinary dragon general, and he has the power of heaven and earth to protect his soul. If this Xiao's soul-slaying yuan light hadn't been refined by the two-wing spectrometer and then tempered by the lightning water, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to succeed. While speaking, two faint green and red soul-slaying yuan light flew out from the sword gourd. As soon as the yuan light appeared, the entire light shadow and lightning light began to crack. When the soul-slaying yuan light fell on Ao Shi's huge dragon head, it spun gently. Puff! Blood splashed out, and a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace was killed by Xiaohua so easily. Quick! Without waiting for the huge dragon body to return to its original form, Xiaohua hurriedly formed a seal to restrict the dragon body, and at the same time, he urged his mind power. Bing! The Buddhist 9 syllables mantra came out of his mouth. However, just as Xiaohua's brows relaxed and was about to reach out to grab Ao Shi's corpse, a huge roar suddenly came from all around Xiaohua. Tens of thousands of whirlpools whimpered at the same time. Each whirlpool flickered with dark green light strands. These light strands converged with the light strands of Xiaohua's lightning flash and thunder roll technique, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they converged towards Xiaohua. Oh, not good. Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that his soul technique had caused a change in the Forbidden Spring Sea. He released his mind and covered the dragon corpse, and instantly put it into the space. As soon as the gigantic dragon's corpse disappeared, kacha kacha. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Xiao Hua's 3 corpses in thunder suddenly exploded in the surroundings. A kind of irregular ripple appeared in the light and shadow. This ripple seemed to pull open the curtain of the void. Those tens of thousands of vortexes were like tens of thousands of small hands, tearing the void apart. Woo! Behind the tearing void, tens of thousands of green seal characters were circulating, and tens of thousands of lightning were wreaking havoc. The huge sound was accompanied by the power of heaven and earth, and the chanting of gods and ghosts. All of a sudden, all the seawater, all the light shadow, and everything of Xiao Hua, including his thoughts, eyes, body, and so on, were pulled into it. There was no way for Xiao Hua to resist. A tearing force that was 3 times more powerful than the blood of gods and demons was born from these green seal characters, crushing Xiao Hua's body. Every green seal character was like a huge fist, hitting Xiao Hua with all their strength. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He urged his holy bloodline to speed up the fusion, and also used the sky infusion technique to block the strongest attack of the forbidden spring sea. Granny! Xiao Hua once again fell into the tofu grinding state. His thoughts couldn't move in the green seal characters. This Xiao finally understands why the forbidden spring sea is so feared by the sea race and the dragon race. This is probably the ruins of soul cultivators. They are afraid of soul attacks. Isn't this their tomb? Moreover, the tearing force of these green seal characters is so terrifying, even the dragon race. I'm afraid they can't deal with it. That's right, why aren't there any soul attacks here? However, Xiao Hua once again struggled to move his eyes. He suddenly realized that he hadn't completely retracted the soul strands he used to cast the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique. When the whirlpool produced the soul force of heaven and earth, these soul strands covered his body. Originally, there was some lightning in these soul strands. When they came into contact with the green seal text in the whirlpool, the text naturally wouldn't reject them. The green seal characters around Xiao Hua's body were like a huge mill, and also like a huge river. While crushing Xiao Hua, they also urged him to flow forward. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to have reached the end of the river, or perhaps the gods and ghosts pushing the mill were tired. All the green seal characters suddenly stopped, and then all the green seal characters seemed to transform, shrinking and splitting. Not long after, the entire space was filled with green seal characters, each one of them flickering like stars. Chapter 3980. Oh. That's the most basic green seal script. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as if he had grasped something. However, before he could think any further, an extremely obscure sound resounded in the air. After that, the green seal text instantly shattered, and the entire sky turned pitch black. Then, a green light flashed, and an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth surged out explosively. Wherever the aura swept past, the green seal text would appear again. However, the green seal text was extremely lively, and they started to collide with each other to form new green seal text. Seeing such a terrifying scene, how could Xiao Hua, who had cultivated as a Confucian cultivator, not know that this green seal character was about to give birth to a new green seal character? This green seal character possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and he was likely the target of this green seal character's attack. Although Xiao Hua really wanted to see what this green seal text was, how could he let it take shape? Soul cultivator friend, quickly help me. Xiao Hua roared without hesitation and hurriedly pulled soul cultivator Xiao Hua out of the mysterious dark cloud. See. Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he entered the space. His body trembled like a sieve. Fellow Taoist, who did you provoke? Is it the 12 gods? Before Xiao Hua could finish his sentence, an intense light burst out from his body. Hundreds of millions of soul strands flew out from the light, each carrying a small green seal script. They flew towards the green seal script that was struggling to form in the air. Swish swish swish. Soul Cultivator Xiaofan no longer looked like a human. It was as if the green light in the entire space was his figure. Moreover, every time the soul strands flew out, the green seal script that had just been formed quieted down and slowly disappeared. It was as if it had turned into nothingness along with the green seal script released by Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He already understood that Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was using different syllables of the green seal script to cancel each other out and prevent new ones from forming. However, seeing Xiaohua's green light gradually weakening, Xiaohua's vigilance rose again. After all, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua was only a soul-sealing sorcerer. If he hadn't reached the peak of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, he wouldn't have been able to grasp all the basic green seal script. However, the green seal script of Yuanshu Sky and Solitary Sky, as well as the legendary Beyond the Heavens, were extremely powerful. Even if Soul Cultivator Xiaohua used all his strength to destroy the green seal script, he knew, the remaining green seal script would definitely attack him. Roar! Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Golden light burst out from his body, and the heavenly phoenix demon form appeared. Boom! Xiaohua's Soul Cultivator Xiaohua heard a thunderclap in the air. Xiaohua's figure again, but this time, his appearance was incomparably thin. When he looked at the space again, a huge green seal character had already condensed and was falling towards Xiaohua like a meteor. Just as Xiaohua was about to urge his divine sense to resist, he heard the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's uncontrollable ecstasy and whispered, "Fellow Taoist, don't resist." Xiaohua couldn't believe it. This is the rhythm of smashing you and me into mincemeat. If I hadn't come out before, you definitely wouldn't have been able to resist this green seal script. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua looked at the green seal text that was getting closer and closer. Green light flickered in his eyes. But now, the majority of the green seal text has been destroyed by this poor Taoist. This green seal text's power is less than 30%. You should be able to resist it with your body. Also, don't forget that I haven't cultivated these green seal script, and there are even some that haven't been recorded in the sorcerer's canon. I have a premonition that if I face these green seal script head-on, I might be able to see the so-called Beyond the Heavens. Are you sure? Xiaohua had already sensed the extreme danger and asked. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua shook his head. It's just a premonition, I'm not sure. But, don't you think it's worth the risk? All right. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and nodded. I understand. You probably want to see the great terror between life and death, right? Perhaps. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua declined to comment, but he didn't have the luxury of time to say anything. As soon as the huge green seal character fell down, an unparalleled suction and repulsion force was born at the same time. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's thin body turned into a green light that was torn apart by this tremendous force and rushed into the green seal character. Boom! The green seal script smashed into Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, but it didn't stop at all. Then, it fell on Xiaohua's body. The tremendous impact smashed Xiaohua's demonic body into a thin sheet of paper. Many parts of his demonic body were torn to shreds. It seemed like this sheet of paper was just a hair away from being smashed into 132 tiny dots. The moment Soul Cultivator Xiaohua came into contact with the green seal script, layers of strange images rushed into his mind. These images were somewhat similar to the 9 heavens of spirit origin, but there were also essential differences. Xiaohua couldn't explain why, but he couldn't. Along with a huge rumble, the green seal text brought Xiaohua to the bottom of the space, passing through thousands of layers of abyss, passing through layers of lightning, passing through layers of light and shadows. Pa! Xiaohua's entire body shook, his mind turned black, all the primordial spirit in his body fainted at the same time. He looked at the huge green seal text again, it was like a melting snowball, it was about to disappear, but just as the green seal text dissolved, a green light flashed inside the green seal text. A strand of crystal light dragged all the green seal text into the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Huh! Just as the light image entered, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. Before his body moved, he spoke first. "You're all unconscious, right? Damn it, at the crucial moment, you still have to rely on I." Wasn't this the voice of the green-robed Xiaohua? "Oh, why is my body so tattered?" The green-robed Xiaohua moved, then cried out in surprise. "Fellow Taoist, your body isn't just yours, it's also mine, Fairy Hong Xia's, and Xin's. Why don't you cherish it? See, what is this place? Why are there so many bones, so many? Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Xiaohua's body seemed to have never suffered such serious damage before. It was almost like a meat patty. Moreover, under this meat patty, there were many white bones. These white bones were stacked in layers, and the place where these white bones were piled up was an enormous basin. Around this basin, there were countless mountains. On each mountain peak, there was a strange building. Among these countless mountains, there were 13 giant pillars that pierced the sky. Each of these giant pillars was incomparably huge. However, everything was submerged in the sea. The towering pillars were also hidden in this mysterious seabed. In addition to these 13 pillars being particularly eye-catching, near the edge of the pillar in the middle, there was a building on top of a mountain peak. Countless tiny green lights were constantly emitted into the sea like shining stars. Green-robed Xiaohua was looking at the countless heaven and earth bangles, demon weapons, magic treasures, and other items within the white bones. Needless to say, these were the remains left behind by the demon clan, sea clan, and human clan who had fallen into the forbidden spring sea over countless years. The treasures within must be something that even the immortal palace would drool over. I have to take away all the treasures. The green-robed Xiaohua had a plan in a moment. Whether good or bad, useful or useless, nothing can be left behind. However, before that, I have to repair my body. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Phoenix and that little demon fairy are unconscious, so I can't repair them. Who knows how long it will take to repair them? Take a look at I's Spring Thunder secret art. With that, the green-robed Xiaohua chanted an incantation. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, which turned into a bolt of lightning that covered Xiaohua's body. As the lightning flashed, the endless water-based world origin qi in the sea frantically poured into the lightning. In a moment, Xiaohua's body was completely covered in lightning. As the lightning flashed, strands of vitality seeped into Xiaohua's body, nourishing his injured body and repairing everything that was damaged. Heavenly thunder was the power of heaven and earth. It was the end of vitality and also the beginning of vitality. Everything in the world was born from thunder and would also die from thunder. The Spring Thunder secret art was precisely the art of thunder that repaired the body. As for the green-robed Xiaohua himself, he simply abandoned his body and controlled the similarly damaged formless nascent soul to fly out from Xiaohua's lower dantian. The formless nascent soul was a spiritual body, so it was much easier to repair it than a physical body. In just a day and a night, the green-robed Xiaohua had already repaired it. Then, he took the Kunlun mirror and rushed into the white bones. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light fell and absorbed everything. Even though it was so easy to collect them, it still took 10 days and 10 nights for green-robed Xiaohua to store everything into the Kunlun mirror. It must be known that the Forbidden Sea had existed for countless years and countless monster race and human race had lost their lives in it. The things they left behind were innumerable. Perhaps, these 10 days and 10 nights were the happiest days of the green-robed Xiaohua's life. Every day, he would hum, "Sister, you can sit at the bow of the ship, shake the Kunlun mirror, and watch the universe bracelets fly into the beam of light." It was even more enjoyable than reprimanding tens of thousands of disciples. It looked like these nascent divinities didn't learn anything else from Xiaohua, but their greedy and stingy character had been perfected. After collecting everything, the basin had disappeared, and a huge abyss appeared in front of the green-robed Xiaohua. Inside the abyss, except for Xiaohua who was lying there with his body flashing with lightning, it was so clean that it was as if a dog had licked it. After resting for a brief moment, the green-robed Xiaohua once again came to the edge of the abyss. He raised his head and looked at the mountain ridges around him. These mountain ridges were located deep in the ocean, and they were quiet. Not even a single fish or a strand of seaweed could be found here. In fact, in many places of these mountain ridges, there were plants and millet plants that were very similar to the millions of Meng mountains. Chapter 3981. Just as Xiaohua was about to move, Xiaohua's voice rang out, "Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist I. This should be the Soul Cultivator ruins covered in seawater. You're in a spirit body right now. If you're attacked by a hidden soul formation, you'll suffer immeasurable damage. Why don't we go together after my body is repaired?" Xiaohua shrunk his neck and stuck out his tongue like a child who was caught doing something naughty. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Whatever you say, fellow Taoist." Now that Xiaohua had woken up, the heavenly phoenix Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua had also woken up. They began to cast their own secret techniques to complement the green-robed Xiaohua's lightning technique, and began to repair their bodies. Xiaohua was worried about the soul cultivator Xiaohua, so he hurriedly sent his consciousness into the mysterious dark cloud. After entering the soul seal sky, he discovered that although the soul cultivator Xiaohua had almost disappeared, and only a faint green core was left, this green core was obviously much more solid than before. Furthermore, inside the soul seal sky, the green seal script of the Magus Codex was constantly entangling the green core with countless soul strands. It seemed that as long as there was enough time, the soul cultivator Xiaohua would recover sooner or later. Xiaohua was relieved, but Little White Dragon was still complaining about Xiaohua, as if soul cultivator Xiaohua was his childhood sweetheart. It seemed to be very distressed. Xiaohua naturally told Little White Dragon what happened. Little White Dragon knew that Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's words and actions were correct, and that the flickering green core of Soul Cultivator Xiaohua made Little White Dragon somewhat fearful. Therefore, Little White Dragon only warned him a few times and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua came out of the mysterious cloud and focused on repairing his body. He was seriously injured this time, and it was somewhat similar to the monster race in Feather Spirit Bay. Xiaohua wouldn't be easily injured, but if he was injured, it would be very troublesome to repair. It took him 100 days to repair most of his body. Since there were no more obstacles, Xiaohua was ready to leave. Just as he was about to rush to the top of the abyss using the water escape technique, trouble appeared again. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the moment his body moved, an extremely strong repulsive force appeared around him, blocking his escape. His body seemed to be pressed down by a large hand, unable to move at all. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, looked at the seawater above his head, and circulated his soul power. Sure enough, the soul cultivator's flying technique was still effective at the bottom of the sea. When Xiaohua landed on the mountain peak and looked up, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xiaohua naturally knew what the green-robed Xiaohua saw, but when he saw it himself, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Million Meng mountains above the 3 continents. There are also soul cultivators' inheritances, but these inheritances have already been annihilated, and million Meng mountains to be buried under the North Sea. Judging from the difficulty of entering this place, I'm afraid there are not many human cultivators in this world who can enter this place. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked, as he recalled the shaman kings of Meng mountains. At that time, the shaman king had given Xiaohua a crystal skull thumb ring. Elder Wu of Huda's stronghold had told him that the shaman king wanted to see Xiaohua, and that the shaman king was proficient in the art of divine connection. But at that time, Xiaohua didn't know that there were 3 continents in the world, and he also didn't know that after he returned from Million Meng Mountains to Imperial Thunder Sect, he didn't have the chance to go to Million Meng Mountains again. Could it be that the Shaman King of Million Meng Mountains already knew that he would come to the lost land of another soul cultivator? Xiaohua's eyes swept across the mountains. The mountains buried deep under the sea were dark and gloomy, and there was an indescribable sense of heaviness and mystery coming from them. When Xiaohua's eyes fell on the big and small mountains, and the 13 huge stone pillars, he fell into deep thought. Million Meng Mountains had 12 gods. There are 13 huge pillars here, and one of them is standing in the center, while the other 12 are surrounding it. If I'm not mistaken, there should be the ruins of the 12 gods on top of these 12 huge pillars. So, what is on top of this 13th pillar? Xiaohua thought to himself. Furthermore, there is no luster on top of these big and small mountains, but why is there a luster on top of the mountain next to the 13th pillar? If I want to find out, I should check out the other mountains that don't have any luster. Having made up his mind, Xiaohua exercised his flying technique and flew toward the nearest mountain. When he landed on the top of the mountain, he saw that the top of the mountain was flat, and there was a simple and unadorned palace, about 1,000 feet in size, standing there. This palace was very similar to the Huta Palace in Huta's stronghold. However, this palace had been in ruins for a long time, and was in a complete mess. There were only some huge rocks piled up there. What was special was that when Xiaohua walked into this palace, there was also a statue of a god on top of the palace, and behind the statue was a huge stone chair. Behind the stone chair was a collapsed stone wall, and there were some traces of green seal script engraved on it. When Xiaohua saw these ruins, he naturally thought of the Huta Palace, and the Thunderclap Palace in the Misty Mountain. He rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Could it be that each of these mountains represents the inheritance of a soul cultivator? There is a green seal script engraved in the palace of each mountain. When the soul cultivator ruins were flourishing, just how many soul warriors gathered here? Xiaohua immediately went back to the mountain and looked for the other palaces in the nearby mountains. The style of each palace was different, but the layout inside was similar. Xiaohua already knew that his guess was correct, and he couldn't help but look at the mountain next to the central pillar. After all, none of the mountain peaks emitted green light. This meant that the palaces on these mountains were all broken, and the green seal script engraved in them had already disappeared. If Xiaohua wanted to find the green seal script, he would have to go to this mountain peak. Xiaohua urged his soul force to protect himself, and slowly flew toward the mountain peak. Fortunately, when Xiaohua landed on the ground, he saw that the palace was also damaged, and nothing strange happened. Although the palace was damaged, and the statue inside had also collapsed, the stone chair was still in perfect condition. The stone chair faintly emitted waves of soul force that protected the surrounding 300 feet, keeping all the seawater outside of the ripples. Inside the ripples, there was a green seal script engraved on the stone wall that emitted a faint green light. When he got closer, Xiaohua could clearly see that the green light emitted by the green seal text was very strange. Every strand of light was in the shape of a spiral, and the inside of the spiral was filled with black and white. A kind of faint spatial power leaked out from time to time. Xiaohua knew that the green seal script was a type of soul technique, but when he saw the strange state of the stone chair, he couldn't help but hesitate. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaohua released his soul strands and let them fall on the ripples. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the ripples didn't stop his soul strands at all, and allowed them to fall into the chair. When Xiaohua's soul strands touched the green seal script with trembling fear, boom! The green seal script emitted a resplendent green light, and it seemed as if it wanted to fly out from the stone wall, and an intense impact followed the soul strands into Xiaohua's mysterious dark clouds. Good! Xiaohua's heart leaped with joy, knowing that the green seal script wasn't a trap, but a normal soul technique. With a word of praise, tens of thousands of soul strands rushed out again. Woo-woo. When enough soul strands fell into the green seal script, the entire green seal script escaped from the stone wall and let out a strange groan, and began to decompose in midair. Xiaohua's soul strands didn't hesitate to touch the decomposed green seal script one by one. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire green seal script was decomposed into over 300 basic green seal scripts. Other than the strange green seal script from before, this was the green seal script that Xiaohua had seen formed the most. When all the green seal script was lit up by Xiaohua, the green seal script suddenly began to frantically dance and combine together. Finally, the complete green seal script began to rotate with a boom sound, and strands of black and white emerged from the green seal script. Under the black and white brilliance, the tadpole-like green seal script began to tumble, swell, and swim towards the depths of space. When the green seal script began to stabilize, a transmission channel appeared in front of Xiaohua. This is a Soul Cultivator's transmission channel. Xiaohua was wild with joy. What a shocking soul technique this is. Just a single green seal script was able to construct the entire transmission channel. This is simply inconceivable. The transmission channel in front of Xiaohua was naturally not a real transmission channel. The end of the channel was sealed, and after Xiaohua's joy, the entire transmission channel began to rotate in the opposite direction, and in a moment, it condensed back into the huge green seal script and landed on the stone wall. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, nor did he dare to leave the palace immediately. He sat down cross-legged, and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds, turning into a jade archive. Xiaohua began to comprehend the green seal text of the transmission passage. A faint green light flickered between Xiaohua's eyebrows, like a firefly in the dark night. After a few flickers, it gradually became clear, and a tiny, almost inaudible whirlpool gradually appeared. This whirlpool continued to spin like this. After an unknown amount of time, the whirlpool finally dimmed and the green light disappeared. Xiaohua thoughtfully opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "This green seal character is the word transmission." This Confucian cultivation technique also has a nice name, South Opposite North Way. The common people often say that going north in opposite directions is the action of a fool, but the Confucian cultivator's way of going south in opposite directions is indeed the technique of the strong. Unfortunately, this Xiao's soul cultivation realm is still a bit lacking, and I can't recognize a few key green seal characters, so now I can't use the South Opposite North Way technique. However, it seems that these green seal characters are somewhat familiar. If there is no accident, they should be the ones I encountered when I entered the Soul Cultivator's ruins. When the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's body condenses again, should be able to comprehend those hidden green seal characters. If this Xiao succeeds in cultivating this South Opposite North Way technique, then with the help of the Soul Consciousness imprint, this Xiao's soul cultivation primordial spirit is interconnected with the Tao primordial spirit, so there is no need for a soul consciousness imprint. Divine sense imprint and Buddhist sense imprint should also work. With these imprints, this Xiao can create a transmission channel out of thin air, and cross the void to reach the location of the imprint. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more proud he became. This way, this Xiao won't have to painstakingly construct a transmission channel. Hey, speaking of which, isn't this soul consciousness imprint similar to the mark in the Universal Greater Shift token? Could it be that my Tao Sex transmission channel is based on the Soul Cultivator's transmission channel? Chapter 3982. Forget it, who cares who's first? As the saying goes, the one who reaches the apex is the master, and the student surpasses the master. Whoever can execute this spell to the extreme is the one who has the skill. Xiaohua thought, and then looked outside the palace, at the towering stone pillars that pierced into the sea. Xiaohua flew out from the palace, but he didn't fly directly to the central stone pillar. Instead, he flew to the outer stone pillar. When Xiaohua flew to the stone pillar, he could clearly see that it wasn't a stone pillar. It was clearly a huge bone pillar made of white bones. The white bones were like jade, and were not eroded by the sea water at all. When his eyes fell on it, a faint dizziness involuntarily appeared. Xiaohua didn't dare to look again. His body flew up slowly, and after flying for a while, he finally arrived at the top of the stone pillar. He saw that this was a platform with a radius of several thousand feet, and a tall palace was standing on top of it, intact. Moreover, this palace emitted a faint white color in the sea water. Whether it was the palace door or the pillars, they were all made of white bones. On these white bones, countless strange beast heads and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely terrifying. It was actually the same as the Huda Palace Xiaohua saw in the Huda Stockade in the Meng Mountains. However, this bone palace was several times larger than the previous Huda Palace. The palace door made of white bones was open, and the palace door that looked like the mouth of a beast was emitting a terrifying aura, as if it would swallow Xiaohua as soon as he approached it. Xiaohua's soul sense swept out, but the palace door blocked his soul sense, and he couldn't see the situation inside the palace. Xiaohua stood in front of the palace door, and after a little hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked in. Similarly, there was nothing unusual at the palace door. After entering the palace, Xiaohua took a deep breath. There was no sea water in this palace, and it was the same as the ancestral temple of the Huda Stockade, a huge bone palace. There were no pillars in the center of the bone palace. The roof of the palace was made of white bones and skeletons, and the ground was also made of white bones and skeletons. However, the space inside the palace was much larger than what he saw outside. Xiaohua stood in the hall, almost like an ant. At the head of the hall, there was a huge throne made of bones. It was empty, and there was no statue of a god as Xiaohua had expected. Behind the throne, there was a bone ball that looked like a full moon quietly floating in the air, not moving at all. This throne of bones. Xiaohua shifted his gaze away from the bone ball and looked towards the throne of bones. He frowned slightly as he came to a realization. Could it be that the statue of a god was placed there before? The size of this space, this palace. Suddenly, Xiaohua understood and almost blurted out, could it be that the god and devil puppets from the god and devil blood pool, were the god statues enshrined in these bone palaces? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He immediately flew up into the air and approached the bone sphere. He was filled with anticipation. Maybe this mysterious bone sphere would bring him some unexpected surprises. The bone sphere was very big, about the size of 100 Xiaohua. Holding the densely packed skeletons on the bone sphere and the seemingly bottomless darkness in the eyes of the skeletons, Xiaohua released his soul strands. Woo-woo. A formless cold wind suddenly blew, and a faint green light emitted from the bone ball. Moreover, as Xiaohua released even more soul strands, even more green light gradually appeared, until finally, an eight-headed, eight-legged, eight-tailed figure of the heavenly Wu great god appeared outside the bone ball. This is the palace to offer sacrifices to great god of Tian Wu. Xiaohua thought inwardly. He covered the space with his consciousness and prepared to put the bone sphere into his space. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, although his consciousness covered the bone sphere, this bone sphere seemed to be 10,000 times heavier than metal and wood. Xiaohua couldn't move it at all. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and withdrew his consciousness. The soul strands began to move, and sure enough, the bone sphere moved a little. Xiaohua understood. This bone sphere was most likely a soul tool. Only soul strands could put it away. Moreover, this soul tool could only go to the mysterious dark cloud. But Xiaohua hesitated again. After all, the mysterious dark cloud was very important. If he didn't have full confidence, how could Xiao Hua put this inexplicable soul tool into the mysterious dark cloud? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and released the soul of Little White Dragon. However, just as Little White Dragon's soul appeared in the air, its body seemed to be burned by fire. The dragon's body twitched and it shouted loudly, "Xiao Hua, quickly put me back." Xiao Hua put Little White Dragon away and his consciousness followed in. He hurriedly asked, "Little White, what's going on?" "See, you scared me to death." Little White shouted very nervously, "The aura outside is very strange. It seems like it can kill me at any time. I don't dare to stay in this aura for long. However, this aura is very strong. I feel that if I can stay in this aura for a while, my soul will definitely be more solid. I might even have other gains." So that's how it is. Xiao Hua was a little depressed. "I still wanted to put this bone sphere into the soul formation sky. Since you don't even dare to touch it, how can I dare to take it?" "Take it, quickly take it. Why don't you take it?" Little White almost roared, "Is this a bone sphere? This thing must be an extremely powerful soul tool. If you take it, it will definitely be useful for your cultivation. Furthermore, if this soul tool enters the soul formation sky, I can use it to cultivate. Quickly, quickly, don't hesitate. Aren't you afraid of this bone sphere's aura?" Xiao Hua was a little flabbergasted. Little White urged, "Outside the soul formation sky, I'm naturally afraid. But inside the soul formation sky, I have many soul strands that can resist this aura. Don't say any more, Xiao Hua, quickly take it." "Okay." Xiao Hua nodded and released his soul strands. They wrapped around the bone sphere and pulled it towards his forehead. The bone sphere was naturally as heavy as 10,000 caddies, but Xiao Hua also had many soul strands. Under the urging of his soul power, it actually moved little by little. The closer it got to Xiao Hua's forehead, the smaller the bone sphere became. In the end, Xiao Hua waited until the bone ball had shrunk to the size of a thumb before he released his soul bridge. One end of the bridge landed on top of the bone ball while the other end landed on top of the mysterious cloud. Seeing that the cloud was about to open up a passage, Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and used the last of his soul force to drag his soul bridge and the bone ball into the passage. Phew! Xiao Hua let out a long breath and almost collapsed on the ground of the bone palace. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua endured the unspeakable headache and entered the soul formation sky. At this time, he saw that the bone sphere had already turned into a divine statue of the heavenly Wu great god. It stood proudly at the top of the soul formation sky. Countless green rays of light were emitted from the divine statue like sunlight. Although Xiao Bai was afraid of the divine statue, it still dragged the soul cultivator Xiao Hua who only had a green core left. It did its best to resist the green light of the heavenly Wu great god. Unexpectedly, the soul cultivator Xiao Hua's body condensed faster in the green light. In particular, the green light of the heavenly Wu great god seemed to contain something else. When it landed on the soul cultivator Xiao Hua's body, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Although he didn't know what this feeling was, it was clear that the bone sphere of the heavenly Wu great god was harmless to him. Xiao Hua escaped from the mysterious dark cloud and rested for several days. Then, he went to the nearest bone pillar. It took Xiao Hua more than 2 months to collect all the bone spheres in the 12 bone palaces into the mysterious dark cloud. Inside the soul formation sky, the 12 bone spheres transformed into 12 gods. They were like 12 stars that surrounded Xiao Hua and Xiao Bai. Layers of green light covered the two of them. Xiao Hua trembled violently, and Xiao Bai's dragon body also swelled. Xiao Bai even urged the soul strands to turn into clouds in front of him to protect him. From the soul cultivator Xiao Hua's body, Xiao Hua's understanding entered Xiao Hua's body. It seemed to be some kind of soul technique, but also some kind of curse. In short, it was somewhat strange. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a long time, but he couldn't understand it. He simply ignored it. Looking at Xiao Bai's painful and happy appearance, he withdrew from the mysterious dark cloud. Then, Xiaohua urged the flying technique to rush to the last bone pillar. This last bone pillar was several times taller than the other 12 bone pillars. But strangely, there was no white bone palace on top of this bone pillar. Instead, there was a rhombus-shaped crystal floating in the air. The crystal was the size of a fist, and there was another thing embedded in it. When Xiaohua saw the thing inside the crystal, he couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible? After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the crystal skull thumb ring that was given to him by the Witch King of Meng Mountains. Xiaohua held the thumb ring in his hand and looked inside the crystal again. There was another crystal skull thumb ring in front of him. The two crystal skull thumb rings were exactly the same. Buzz, buzz. Xiaohua took out the thumb ring. The thumb ring immediately emitted a dark green brilliance. The thumb ring inside the crystal also emitted a brilliance, but the crystal still didn't move. Xiaohua placed the thumb ring on the crystal, but the crystal still didn't move. Xiaohua then released his soul strands, but the crystal still didn't move. Moreover, he couldn't drag it. Even when Xiaohua urged the hammer of divine will and waved the wishful staff, he still couldn't cause any damage to the crystal. In the end, Xiaohua was like a defeated rooster. He stared at the thumb ring inside the crystal dejectedly, his eyes full of frustration. Damn it, this Xiao is going to waste time with you. I don't believe that there is something in this world that this Xiao can't get. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged in front of the crystal, closed his eyes, and meditated. Every time he thought of a method, he would immediately use it on the crystal. For more than a month, Xiaohua failed again and again. He didn't know how many methods he had used. Ouch! In the end, the green-robed Xiaohua couldn't stand it anymore and complained secretly, Damn it, fellow Taoist, why don't you try your blood? This blood-refining method can be used by all races. Isn't it just the power of blood in the bloodline? Chapter 3983. Humph, you only know how to waste I's blood essence. Xiaohua snorted angrily, but he felt a little embarrassed in his heart. In the early years, Xiaohua didn't know how precious his blood essence was, so he used a lot of it. But after he obtained the blood drop paradise, Xiaohua rarely used his blood essence. Last time, in the blood pool of gods and devils, Xiaohua used 9 drops of his blood essence all at once, causing him to be unable to recover. Therefore, Xiaohua never thought of using his blood essence. But since it had come to this point, blood essence might be a method. Xiaohua had no choice but to give it a try. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, when the essence blood landed on the crystal, the essence blood flowed for a moment, then seeped into the crystal. The crystal was silent for a few breaths of time, then countless strange green seal characters flashed within the crystal. Within these green seal characters, the crystal began to melt, and the crystal skull's thumb ring emerged from the crystal. Looking at Xiaohua's essence blood, there was a trace of Xiaohua's essence blood that had landed on the crystal skull. However, the crystal skull seemed to be untainted, and it did not allow the essence blood to seep into it. The trace of blood slid on the crystal skull and fell back into the crystal. Xiaohua raised his hand, and the crystal skull thumb ring fell into his hand. With one in each hand, Xiaohua looked left and right. These 2 thumb rings were exactly the same, and he couldn't see any difference. Looks like. Xiaohua thought to himself, if I want to know the origin of this thumb ring, or its use, I can only find out when I meet the Shaman King of Meng Mountains in the future. And all of a sudden, Xiaohua quivered again, a crazy thought uncontrollably flashed through his mind. The Shaman King has the ability to connect to the gods, since he gifted this crystal skull to me, he must know that I can meet with him. Now that I'm in the hidden immortal continent, if I meet him, doesn't that mean I have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? Since he knows that I can meet him, does that mean I have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? When he thought of returning to the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua's heart was burning with passion. The longing for Fairy Wuxia, the longing for Imperial Thunder Sect, and the longing for Jiu Xia and the others, involuntarily surged up like a tide. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's mood calmed down. He mocked himself inwardly, damn it, even if I can return, who knows when I can return? Who knows how to return? Forget it, don't think so much, cultivate diligently, I'll think about it when I have the chance. After Xiaohua put the 2 crystal skull rings into the space, his gaze fell on the crystal. At this time, the crystal had already returned to its original state, but it was now empty. Xiaohua's drop of essence blood floated on the surface of the crystal. It seems like the crystal didn't absorb the essence blood, but instead used the essence blood to see if Xiaohua was qualified to take out the crystal skull rings. Then to check, he to go to the other to search to define to use, some of the places. Is to. There to the to find some place to find. To find. T to find to find. To be to find to find. To. And. To find could find. Some. To find. To the left to test to find found. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that although the Soul Cultivator's ruins were vast, the most important thing was the 13 bone pillars. There was nothing useful in other places. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't plan to look any further. Activating his flight technique, Xiaohua flew towards the mountain peak closest to the central bone pillar. Back when he was comprehending the going south, going north, going south, going south, going north, going south, going south, going north, going south, going south, going south, going south, going south, Xiaohua had already figured out that there was a green seal character engraved on the stone wall of the palace. Furthermore, there was an extremely large amount of green light radiating from the palace. When he thought about the numerous whirlpools and tiny teleportation tunnels in the Forbidden Spring Ocean, Xiaohua knew that if he wanted to leave this place, he would have to rely on the green light radiating from the palace. As for which green light he would use to leave this place, Xiaohua wasn't sure. Speaking of luck, Xiaohua believed that with the dragon vein and dragon qi in his body, if he said that his luck was second in the hidden immortal continent, no one would dare to say that they were first. Flying to the top of the mountain, Xiaohua looked around. The soul strand between his eyebrows moved like a big hand to grab one of the green lights. Suddenly, another cluster of green light emerged from the palace and covered Xiaohua's body in a flash. As soon as the soul strand came in contact with the green light, it immediately fluctuated violently. Green seal characters that looked like ants surged out of the green light and tumbled to form a simple transmission channel. Amidst the gray-white spatial folds, Xiaohua's body disappeared from the Soul Cultivator's ruins. It was impossible to say how many years had passed since any human or demon had appeared in the ruins of the Soul Cultivator. Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the depths of the abyss where Xiaohua had been first smashed by the green seal text. Immediately afterward, a shattered ship, as well as countless pieces of flesh and bones, emerged from the depths of the sea and fell straight into the abyss. The entire mountain peak trembled slightly, but after a moment, it went completely silent. When Xiaohua fell into the transmission channel, he immediately felt that something was wrong, because the transmission channel was not complete and was filled with the tearing force of space. Xiaohua activated the Dharma embodiment technique and took out the Grand Qiankuan teleportation token at the same time. Daoist magic treasures were indeed wonderful. As soon as the Grand Qiankuan teleportation token was taken out, the space in the transmission channel immediately stabilized. At least, the tearing force of space a few feet around Xiaohua had weakened. In just half a cup of tea's time, light appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Then, a strong pressure appeared around his body. Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body flashed extremely brightly. Finally, with a sharp whistle, Xiao Hua's figure flew out of the transmission channel like a meteor. Roar! Xiao Hua's figure appeared from the teleportation channel. He immediately let out a long laugh and used the wind escape technique to leave the channel. After Xiao Hua flew out 1,000 feet, he looked to his left and saw that he was at the periphery of the Forbidden Spring Sea. There were green lightning bolts and whirlpools of different sizes on the sea surface and in space. With a smile on his face, Xiao Hua released his soul consciousness to explore. Then, he took out the sea map of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After a while, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. Good. This Xiao's luck is really unparalleled in the world. Although this is not the place where this Xiao entered the Soul Cultivator ruins, it is still at the edge of the sea map. This Xiao only needs to follow the map and fly out of the Forbidden Spring Sea. However, even though Xiao Hua had a sea map, and even though this place was already the periphery of the Forbidden Spring Sea, with Xiao Hua's sense of direction, it was still somewhat difficult for him to leave the Forbidden Spring Sea. After waiting for a day and a night, Xiao Hua, who was in a rather sorry state, barely managed to squeeze out of the 2 whirlpools. Looking at the boundless blue water in front of him, and the faint thunderbolts and whirlpools behind him, Xiao Hua activated the water escape technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hua was afraid that even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't tell others about his experience in the Forbidden Spring Sea. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Half an hour later, Xiao Hua saw a small island on the surface of the sea. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and took out Ao Shi's corpse. After scanning it with his divine sense, he doubtfully waved his hand and peeled off a dragon's scale from Ao Shi's tail. Xiao Hua looked around and said with a bitter smile, "Everyone says that the human race is cunning, but look at the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace." This dragon shell was actually inserted into Ao Shi's body. If this Xiao didn't use the soul summoning technique to explore Ao Shi's soul, how could I find this dragon shell so easily? Maybe I was really deceived by him and thought that the dragon shell was lost in the Scarlet Storm. There was naturally Jiang Hong in Long Bay. However, Jiang Hong was not in human form at this time. Instead, she was a small dragon about 10 feet long. The small dragon was snow white and looked very crystal clear. On the pure white dragon body, there was a purple-red chain binding Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong's eyes were closed, and her dragon body was stiff. She didn't move at all, no different from being dead. Xiao Hua didn't dare to act rashly. He searched the dragon shell again, but didn't find anything special. After thinking for a while, he first put Ao Shi into the space, and then pulled Lu Yi out of the space. Lu Yi didn't have time to greet Xiao Hua before he saw Jiang Hong. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he hesitantly bowed and asked, "Disciple greets master, is this little Yun?" Xiao Hua saw Lu Yi's strange expression and couldn't help but think of the snake spirit and the old scholar in the Feather Spirit Bay. He said with a smile, "Yes, this is little Yun. She is the little princess of the heavenly abode river, Jiang Hong." Alas! Lu Yi sighed, and his gaze fell on Jiang Hong's dragon body again. He said, "Although Disciple has always been fantasizing about meeting little Yun, I still didn't expect that we would meet in such a way. This is little Yun's original body, right?" "Indeed. Since little Yun is a dragon of the heavenly abode river, this is naturally her original body." Xiao Hua nodded. "However, master can't be sure if this is little Yun for the time being." "Yes." Lu Yi's answer surprised Xiao Hua. "Disciple can feel that this should be little Yun." "You can feel it?" Xiao Hua asked in surprise. "Yes, I can't explain it." Lu Yi looked up and down at the strange race's body that was much bigger than him. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Hua whispered, "What did you see?" I didn't expect Yun's original body to be so beautiful. Lu Yi stared at the dragon body and praised. Ah. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and shook his head vigorously. He didn't expect Lu Yi to say such words. Isn't it? Master. Lu Yi raised his head strangely. When disciple saw the dragon body, he was only surprised and shocked. But thinking that this is disciple felt that she was very beautiful. I didn't expect the demon race to be so beautiful. Chapter 3984. Xiao Hua was completely defeated. He firmly believed that even if Lu Yi was lying on top of this dragon body, Lu Yi would not be scared to death by Jianghong. It's like this, disciple. Xiao Hua recounted everything Aosher had told him, as well as everything he'd done. In the end, he said, although I've already rescued Jianghong, she's been imprisoned by the North Sea Dragon Palace. Perhaps the chains binding her are easy to break, but I don't dare to rashly attempt to break through the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic arts. You still have to wait for me to send her back to Yuling Bay and see what to do with the Heavenly Abode River. Actually, the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace was attacked, and I was lucky to escape. As for the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River, I really don't know what their fate is. Then. Master. Lu Yi said with a smile, do you think I am the key to awakening Xiao Yun? Can this disciple kiss little Yun awake? Pa. Xiao Hua reached out and hit Lu Yi's head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think Xiao Yun ate an apple? I don't think it's Xiao Yun who has a problem, it's you. You've heard too many stories, and you've gone mad. He, Lu Yi touched his head and said, Master, I was just joking with you. Since the most difficult thing has been done, you don't have to be too anxious to wake Xiao Yun up. Let's wait until there is an opportunity in the future. Now, I understand that little Yun is a member of the dragon tribe and the little princess of the Heavenly Abode River. I'm afraid that her responsibilities far exceed my expectations. To be able to meet her. I'm already satisfied. Let's talk about the future in the future. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, how can you just meet her? Let's put Xiao Yun in the Kunlun Wonderland. You take good care of her. If possible, you can ask Fu Ji-wan. He has some experience in this area. Oh? What experience does senior brother Fu have? Lu Yi didn't understand. Naturally, Xiao Hua wouldn't directly tell Lu Yi about the knockout powder. He just chuckled and took Lu Yi and Jianghong into the space. At this moment, Jianghong was no different from a naked human woman. As for what to do, that was Lu Yi's problem. As for whether or not these things had anything to do with eating apples, Xiao Hua didn't have to worry about it. Then, Xiao Hua looked at the long bay in his hand. There were indeed some things from the North Sea Dragon Palace inside, but how could he dare to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace? This time, he had offended the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was already good enough that Ao Jing didn't ask the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon King to kill him. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua looked at the sun, thought about the direction, then turned into a gust of wind and flew in the direction he thought was right. However, after flying for an hour, Xiao Hua suddenly felt a faint green thunderbolt appear in the distant horizon. Moreover, layers of spatial aura uncontrollably overflowed. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly raised his head to look at the sky. Previously, the scorching sun was overhead, but now, it was covered in dense clouds. How could he still recognize the direction? Motherfucker! Xiao Hua cursed angrily. Needless to say, he must have flown until he lost his way, and returned to the vicinity of the forbidden spring ocean. How can this be? Why don't I ask Fu Jiwen to come out? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, rumble. A loud sound of water came from dozens of miles away, and a water column shot straight into the sky. Then, a muffled dragon roar sounded from the water column, and a blood-red dragon nearly 100 feet long rose up from the water column. After accumulating power, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, then pounced into the water. Huh! Isn't this the bloodline Dharma body of the true dragon bloodline? Is this Ao Zhantian? Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly released his divine sense, and urged his body to fly toward the water column. Before his divine sense could sweep across the water column, a sharp howl sounded, and a figure flew out from the water. This figure was wearing a suit of armor, but the armor had already been shattered, and the flesh on the body was covered in blood. Blood was still flowing from the lacerations. Looking at the bloodline Dharma body that had just charged into the water, Xiao Hua saw two pitch-black tentacles reaching out from the blood dragon's body. Wisps of demonic clouds flowed from the tentacles, causing the blood dragon to become extremely dim. Looking at the human figure that had just appeared, Xiao Hua also saw a huge gash on his face, and half of his face was covered in blood. However, Xiao Hua could see clearly that this was Ao Zhantian. Roar! The situation was truly dire, and before Xiao Hua had a chance to say anything, another enraged roar erupted from the bottom of the ocean. A tentacle that was several dozen feet in size hurtled directly toward Ao Zhantian's chest like a heavenly staff. There were small claws protruding from the tip of the tentacle that were flashing with crimson light. If this tentacle hit Ao Zhantian, it would probably dig out his heart in an instant. Ao Zhantian's figure retreated rapidly, and a 3 feet long nascent soul silently appeared above his head. The nascent soul held a dragon halberd in its hand, and with a wave of the halberd, it sliced off several feet of the tentacle. However, where the tentacle fell, a wave of pitch-black ink covered the sky and fell toward Ao Zhantian's body and nascent soul. Ao Zhantian's blood-red nascent soul seemed to be afraid of the ink, and it hurriedly hid in his body. Behind Ao Zhantian's retreating figure, another pitch-black tentacle silently appeared. This tentacle was hidden in the splashing waves, and it was very well hidden. "Brother Ao, be careful." Seeing that Ao Zhantian was fleeing in a hurry, and didn't even notice the tentacle behind him, Xiao Hua was shocked. He instantly teleported to Ao Zhantian's side. Xiao Hua. Happiness came too suddenly, and Ao Zhantian almost didn't dare to believe it. Pa! While Ao Zhantian was shocked, the tentacle had already activated the wave of water, and it slammed into Ao Zhantian's back. Xiao Hua didn't have time to reply to Ao Zhantian. He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning like a flying sword streaked across the sky, quickly striking the tentacle. Zalala! A section of the tentacle that was over 100 feet long was chopped off by the lightning. Pooh! The ink in the tentacle splashed out, and without any suspense, it landed on Ao Zhantian's back. At this moment, Ao Zhantian finally came to his senses. He roared angrily, and light flashed around his body, and he suddenly flew forward. Although it couldn't compare to Xiao Hua's teleportation, it was still abnormally fast when he used all his strength. Although Ao Zhantian was fast, the ink wasn't slow either. In fact, Xiao Hua even felt that this ink was a method that the sea beast used to attack its enemies. Zalala! A chaotic sound rang out, and a few drops of ink had already landed on Ao Zhantian's back. When Xiao Hua heard the sound, he looked at Ao Zhantian's back again. The ink quickly seeped into the exposed skin outside of the battle armor, and a patch of blackness mixed with blood and pus spread out. Ao Zhantian's face contorted from the pain. He waved his hand, and a large patch of flesh fell to the ground, and clean blood seeped out again. When he looked at Ao Zhantian's face again, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Woo-woo! A sound like a tsunami came from the bottom of the sea, and 1,000 feet long water pillar shot towards Xiao Hua. There was also another tentacle in the water pillar. Moreover, as the water pillar shot out, the surface of the sea bubbled, and a sea beast that was over 1,000 feet long rushed out. Fight! How could Xiao Hua be afraid of this sea beast? With a wave of his hand, the seal of overturning the sea flew out, and under the stimulation of his transcendence energy, it turned into a seal that was over 1,000 feet long. Layers of illusory images smashed down like huge mountains. The first layer of illusory images sent the water pillar flying, and even the tentacle rapidly retreated. Then, the second and third layers of illusory images landed on the sea beast's body. The sea beast was similar to a squid, and there were dozens of tentacles on its body. Every time the tentacles moved, the sound of waves would be heard. Moreover, there were also sharp barbs on the tentacles, and they looked very sharp. The sea beast had 4 eyes, one on each side of its head. There was also a strange sarcoma on the top of its head, and this sarcoma was faintly shining. Seeing that the seal of overturning the sea was so powerful, the sea beast's tentacles moved in succession. Woo-woo. Not only did the seawater condense into blocks and rush into the air, but even the water attribute Yuan Qi of heaven and earth rushed into the blocks of water, wanting to resist Xiao Hua's seal of overturning the sea. What was special was that the sea beast had too many tentacles, and at the same time, 7 or 8 of them shot out from under Xiao Hua's body like giant pythons. Daoist Master Xiao, be careful. Ao Zhantian stood in the air, and he had already taken a pill. The new wound on his back was starting to heal. He knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation was very high, but he couldn't help but remind him, this thing is called the water rhinoceros. Most of these tentacles are soft, and there is poison hidden inside. There are also a few tentacles that are extremely tough, and these tentacles can't even be damaged by ordinary magic treasures. Most importantly, before Ao Zhantian could finish, the 7 or 8 tentacles had already landed in front of Xiao Hua. The barbs on the tentacles shone with a pitch-black light, and they whistled through the air. Whoosh! Xiao Hua's body didn't move at all. With a wave of his sleeve, the soaring dragon shears turned into a golden light and flew out. It was like a butcher's knife, and all the tentacles were cut in half. Of course, it was just as Ao Zhantian said. When one of the tentacles came into contact with the soaring dragon shears, it actually let out a clang sound. However, this tentacle still wasn't a match for the soaring dragon shears. Woo! At this moment, the seal of overturning the sea once again displayed its might. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 li of the seal of overturning the sea beast rushed over, and with boundless power, it fiercely smashed towards the water rhinoceros. Roar! A loud sound that made Xiao Hua feel a little dizzy came from the water rhinoceros's body. Then, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the sarcoma on the water rhinoceros's head flashed with a water-blue brilliance, and rings of light suddenly formed, and rushed towards the seal of overturning the sea. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the seal of overturning the sea was slightly flipped over from the impact. The coiling dragon's body was slightly distorted, and the water rhinoceros was smashed to the bottom of the sea. Even the water around the water rhinoceros was smashed by the seal of overturning the sea. Seeing that Xiao Hua's magic treasure was actually so powerful, Ao Zhantian was flabbergasted, and he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Chapter 3985. Although the sea beast named Aquarhino had yet to transform, its intelligence was not inferior to those demonic beasts that had transformed. Seeing that it had met a tough opponent and was smashed to the bottom of the sea, the sarcoma on its head once again produced a water-blue halo. This time, it was different from the previous time. The halo spread out in circles, and with a strange fluctuation, the Aquarhino was actually going to use the water escape technique in the sea. Daoist Master Xiao! Ao Zhantian shouted, quick! Don't let it escape. This sea beast is the prey that I've chosen this time. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He rubbed his hands and several rays of light fell into the sea, instantly sealing the area within a few miles. The water rhinoceros frantically waved its tentacles, and the tumor on its head moved again and again. Several light circles appeared one after another, but its several 100-feet-long body couldn't even move half a foot. Ao Zhantian opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He flew over and bowed. Daoist Master Xiao, it's only been 10 years. Your cultivation has become even more unfathomable. I don't know what to say. Hehe, it's just some rare fortuitous encounters. It's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand modestly. Ao Zhantian replied sourly, just some fortuitous encounters. Daoist Master Xiao worshipped true monarch Qing Yuan and defeated 100,000 immortal soldiers. How can this be explained by some fortuitous encounters? Let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at the water rhinoceros in the sea and said, it's better to be early than early. I've been feeling guilty for missing my appointment with Daoist Ao. Who would have thought that we would meet here today? Daoist Master Xiao not only saved me again, but also helped me complete the selection. I have to say, Daoist Master Xiao is my lucky star. Ao Zhantian sighed with emotion before Xiao Hua could finish. Xiao Hua smiled and asked again, your selection mission is to kill the water rhinoceros? No wonder you're clearly no match for the water rhinoceros, but still want to tangle with it. There's no need to kill it. Ao Zhantian knew that Xiao Hua was a kind person and said with a smile, I just need to take the Shiting treasure on its head. Oh, that's it. Xiao Hua looked at the tumor on its head and shook his head, this Shiting treasure is the water rhinoceros's life. Taking it is no different from killing it. That is true. Ao Zhantian replied, however, after the rhinoceros treasure is plucked, it will be born again after 1,000 years. The water rhinoceros just needs to hide for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Xiao Hua looked at the aquamarine scar on the water rhinoceros's forehead. This Shitingbao was born from the water rhinoceros's body. Chopping off the top would not kill it. However, looking at the water rhinoceros's crazy appearance, he could not help but frown. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a rejuvenation pill from the space. He threw it into the water rhinoceros's mouth and said in a low voice, Immortal friend, don't blame me. After all, your Shitingbao is useful. After I take it, I will give it to you. Perhaps it will be useful for your cultivation. Daoist. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. In his eyes, Xiao Hua's actions were even more pedantic than the Buddhist disciples. Although the water rhinoceros was born with divine abilities, it is already at the 4th grade of essence force like me. However, it does not have the intelligence of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. How can it understand a Daoist talking to it? Xiao Hua smiled and handed the Shitingbao to Ao Zhantian, whether it understands or not is its problem. Whether I say it or not is my problem. All right. Ao Zhantian carefully put the Shitingbao away. Ao. At this moment, under the water, there was a faint flash of lightning. The water rhinoceros actually stretched out its tentacles and let out a low roar. The tentacles' movements looked very gentle. Ao Zhantian was shocked again. He did not understand what kind of pill Xiao Hua gave the water rhinoceros. Go. Xiao Hua naturally did not understand the water rhinoceros's voice. With a wave of his sleeve, he removed the seal. The water rhinoceros bobbed up and down on the surface of the water a few times before obediently sinking to the bottom of the sea. Damn it! Ao Zhantian did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is the first time I have seen such a well-behaved water rhinoceros. If Daoist had come a few hours earlier, the other immortals would not have died at its hands. Oh? You and the others, are all participating in the selection? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Then, what about the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Are they nearby? Ao Zhantian nodded. That's right. We are all participating in the selection. The one who can get the Shi Tingbao wins and the others lose. As for the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace, they have already returned after leading us here. Ao Zhantian then explained the selection. Ao Zhantian waited for a long time, but Xiao Hua did not come. Helpless, he could only follow the dragon boat to the North Sea Dragon Palace. After the humans and dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace had gathered, they would be sent to different selection locations by the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After the selection candidates were selected, these candidates would bring the selection certificate to the designated location on the Dragon Island. As for how many humans and monsters would pass, the North Sea Dragon Palace would not ask too much. After all, they only cared about the candidates of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Speaking of Ao Zhantian, there were 3 scholarly cultivators and 2 monsters with him. The 6 of them did not know what their mission was at first. Only after arriving here did they realize that they had to obtain the Shi Tingbao. All 6 of them knew how powerful the water rhinoceros was. The water rhinoceros could hide in the sea with the help of the Shi Tingbao, making it extremely difficult for humans and monsters to detect. The 6 of them searched for a long time and finally found traces of the water rhinoceros. After killing one of the demons, the 5 of them tried their best to trap the water rhinoceros. However, just as they were about to kill it, they encountered another change. The spring cleansing Forbidden Sea suddenly expanded several times and covered them and the water rhinoceros in the Forbidden Sea. The water rhinoceros seemed to frequently enter and exit the Forbidden Spring Ocean. It took advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the last monster and scholarly cultivator before severely injuring Ao Zhantian. The other 2 scholarly cultivators could not avoid the whirlpool in time and were dragged away by the green light. Ao Zhantian did not know whether they were torn apart or teleported somewhere else. In the end, after the Forbidden Spring Ocean shrank, Ao Zhantian tried to escape in order to save his life. However, the water rhinoceros gave chase. Ao Zhantian took pills as he fled. When he felt that he had recovered a little, he began to attack again. However, he was still no match for the water rhinoceros. If Xiao Hua had not appeared, he would have been torn apart by the water rhinoceros. After hearing Ao Zhantian's words, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The fighting in this world never stops. It's not just you and the water rhinoceros. It seems, there are also secret fights between you. AI, indeed. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. There is only one Shi Tingbao, 3 scholarly cultivators, and 2 monsters in their own alliance. If I had not gotten close to the 2 monsters and needed my help to kill the water rhinoceros, I would have been killed by them long ago. This selection is much more difficult than before. Now that fellow Taoist has obtained the pass to enter Dragon Island, I have fulfilled my promise. Xiao Hua smiled. I just don't know, can I still go to Dragon Island with fellow Taoist? Xiao Hua had originally planned to go to Dragon Island with Ao Zhantian. Now that they had coincidentally bumped into each other, he naturally had to ask. Especially when he heard that the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace were not nearby. His enmity with the North Sea Dragon Palace would not be discovered by the dragon tribe. Of course you can. Ao Zhantian raised his brows. When I was reporting to Long Su, I had already reported your name to him, Io. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, fellow Taoist, you didn't report my name, did you? Hehe, of course not. Ao Zhantian did not know that Xiao Hua had already offended the North Sea Dragon Palace. He thought that Xiao Hua was worried about the Immortal Palace. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you are my follower. Of course, you are only a cultivator of the Tao sect. However, there is no need for you to worry. Once you reach Dragon Island, even the Immortal Palace will not be able to do anything to you. Xiao Hua smiled and did not explain. He said, then can we go to Dragon Island now? Of course not. Ao Zhantian replied, I've obtained the right to enter Dragon Island, but I haven't decided where I'll be going to train on Dragon Island. Furthermore, we can only wait for the dragon tribe to arrive at the designated location on Dragon Island. How can we go directly to Dragon Island? All right. Xiaofan nodded. Then let's go. All right. Ao Zhantian was in an extremely good mood. This was the first time he had obtained the right to enter Dragon Island. It was not that he did not have the opportunity to enter before. However, there were very few cultivators of the Dao sect with the dragon tribe bloodline. He was always pushed aside by other Confucian cultivators or monsters. Today, he could finally hold his head high. Then, Ao Zhantian raised his hand and took out a flying boat. He said respectfully, Daoist Master Xiao, please, I am your follower. This flying boat should be controlled by me, right? Xiaohua stepped onto the flying boat and asked with a smile. Ao Zhantian waved his hand and said, everyone knows that I am a follower. There is no need to hide it. Just give them some face in front of the Dragon Island's dragon clan. As you wish. Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He seemed to be meditating. Ao Zhantian wanted to ask something, but when he saw this, he did not say anything. Xiaohua's consciousness entered the space. What greeted him was a mountain of white bones that was as large as a mountain. It was green-robed Xiaohua. He had taken out the Kunlun mirror and piled up all the treasures in it in a desolate place. Fellow Daoist green-robed. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua said helplessly, you can just take these treasures from the bottom of the sea. Why did you take so many bones? Chapter 3986. Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand, and some damaged or rusted unknown magic weapons appeared in his hand. Even more bones were thrown to the side. When he looked at the collected treasures with a smile, he said, who knows if these bones are useful or not? Didn't you see that under the immortal beheading stage, the bones you casually picked up have already become a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms? Even you didn't dare to put the last triangular blood bone on it. Perhaps this poor Daoist can also piece together a monster from these bones. How is that possible? Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a wry smile, these bones were obviously lost in the Soul Cultivator ruins. How high can their cultivation be? Green-robed Xiaohua's neck stiffened, and he retorted, even if these bones are useless, fellow Daoist Soul Cultivator has already obtained the Soul Cultivator inheritance. In the future, these bones will be useful in his hands. Oh, fellow Daoist, don't forget, don't you want to repair the Nether Passage mirror? Don't you still need these bones? Okay. Xiaohua nodded, in that case, I still have to thank you. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Green-robed Xiaohua's tail curled up, there are really many things in the Soul Cultivator ruins. In order to avoid the situation where you lost the Kunlun mirror fragment last time, I decided to search slowly. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with displeasure, fellow Daoist seems to have mentioned the Kunlun mirror fragment more than once, right? I mentioned it in the past, I mentioned it now, and I will mention it again in the future. It is necessary to guard against mistakes and not let you make the mistake of being empirically careless. Green-robed Xiaohua's words were one after another. What about the Thunderbolt technique? You don't seem to have finished comprehending it yet, right? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked again, fellow Daoist, don't pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons, making a fool of yourself. Does fellow Daoist think that the Thunderbolt technique can be comprehended in 100 or 1,000 years? Green-robed Xiaohua asked with a smile. If you don't take a few steps, you won't be able to reach 1,000 miles. Even if it takes 10,000 years to comprehend, it still has to be done little by little. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew what the green-robed Xiaohua was thinking and immediately replied. Green-robed Xiaohua made another move and took out a diamond-shaped box from the pile of bones. He looked around and said, I know that you are jealous of Ai's wisdom and farsightedness. Both times, I have done things extremely well and picked up a big bargain for you and me. Forget it, forget it. Looking at the narcissistic green-robed Xiaohua, the Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Do as you wish. Sort these things according to your wishes. If your disciples can use them, then use them. Leave the rest for the Fortune Gate's disciples on the soaring Dragon Mountain Range." I know. Seeing that Xiaohua no longer cared about the Jade Archive, the green-robed Xiaohua smiled. I have decided, Ai's sect will also be called the Fortune Gate. Picking up the wisdom of others, can't you make your own Leitang sect? Jade Archive Xiaohua curled his lips and replied. Green-robed Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator, and I thought of many names, but none of them fit Ai's meaning, ha." Jade Archive Xiaohua laughed. He knew that the two primordial spirits were arguing back and forth in the space. Each of them came up with hundreds of names, but none of them could convince the other. In the end, they could only use the Fortune Gate as the name. Is the sect formed now? Although Jade Archive Xiaohua knew about the changes in the Fortune Gate as soon as he entered the space, he still asked in a low voice. Green-robed Xiaohua seemed to like Jade Archive Xiaohua's respect, and replied, "Good to let fellow Taoist know, the Fortune Gate is already in its embryonic form. However, these children are still young, so let them cultivate first. When their aptitudes are determined, some disciples will be assigned to manage the sect's internal affairs. Right now, I can't see anything." Indeed. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the space and said, "Normally, this space is different from the outside, so the time inside should also be different from the outside. However, because Ai's physical body is outside, the time inside the space is the same as the hidden immortal continent outside. If you and I are strong enough, we can control the time inside this space and speed up the disciples' cultivation. That's time, fellow Taoist." Green-robed Xiaohua curled his lips and said, "Unless you have a great divine ability, you can't control it. Right now, you and I can't even comprehend the power of space, so how can we dare to covet time? If you have this free time, why don't you use it to comprehend the Crimson Infant technique and quickly match your meridians with your nascent soul realm? Otherwise, if you and I cultivate to the crossing tribulation stage in the future, it will be even more troublesome. I know this. I already have some ideas. It won't be long before I can truly advance to the spirit-severing stage after taking the dark-breaking pill." Jade Archive Xiaohua replied. Then, he looked at Xiaoguo, who was excitedly refining pills, and asked, "How did Xiaoguo's alchemy technique advance so quickly?" "Damn it, don't mention this little guy." Green-robed Xiaohua gnashed his teeth in hatred. "You taught him some alchemy techniques. Every day, after taking care of the spiritual herbs, he would refine pills. You also know that he's not much slower than me in taking care of the spiritual herbs, so he has a lot of time to refine pills. This alchemy is like his beloved game. He plays it every day, all the time, all the time, all the time. Later, when you stopped coming, he felt bored and came to bother I every day. I was annoyed to death by him, so I simply taught him all my alchemy techniques. So that's how it is." Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, "This Xiaoguo is also very talented. It seems that my Fortune Gate won't lack pills in the future." "Yes, you're right." Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. "Currently, my Fortune Gate's pills are all produced by Xiaoguo. What about that dye, Jade Archive Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Green-robed Xiaohua's face showed a rare serious expression as he replied, "This duckling is different from other spiritual insects. She should have an inheritance. After going through the separation of yin and yang in the space, her entire body has changed. She seems to be completely different from when she first entered the space." The aura on her body is increasingly similar to that of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, and there are even signs of it surpassing her. It seems that her presence here is also a troublesome matter. What? Is fellow Taoist going to ruthlessly destroy a flower? Green-robed Xiaohua asked with a smile. What about that 7-colored conch? That thing didn't change much. After all, it didn't go through the separation of yin and yang. Green-robed Xiaohua stopped smiling and replied, however, the aura inside it seems to be extremely powerful. If fellow Taoist wants to deal with it, it's better to deal with it as soon as possible like the duckling. I want to deal with it as soon as possible. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled bitterly. But how do I deal with it? Throw it in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm? That's true. Green-robed Xiaohua's heart was filled with sorrow. When this 7-colored conch entered the space, the deity statue flew out from the Empress's restriction. Presumably, this thing is related to the Empress. Moreover, this deity statue is also very mysterious. It's different from the 12 great deities. If you don't find out the truth, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied, right? Of course I won't be satisfied. Jade Archive Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Shang Huaming's sect is very strange. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of strange things. Especially in the cultivation method, there are faint traces of the demon race. This deity statue should also be hiding a big secret. I'm afraid all of this will have to start from this 7-colored conch. Let's increase our cultivation first. Green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Right now, what we lack is time. After returning from Dragon Island, it's best to go into seclusion. Moreover, it's a long period of seclusion. I also want to go into seclusion. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed. That inexplicable warning sign is still nowhere to be seen. If we can encounter it on Dragon Island, that's naturally good. In the future, I will definitely go into seclusion with peace of mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. Talking about it makes me cry. Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand again. A pearl fell into his hand. As he carefully rubbed it, the pearl gave off a cloud-like brilliance. Which of the other cultivators aren't in seclusion? When have I seen fellow cultivator in seclusion? Fellow cultivators have worked hard. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled. After I finish the matters on Dragon Island and remodel Little White's body, I will go into seclusion. I hope so. Green-robed Xiaohua carefully hid the pearl and faintly said. Fellow cultivator always says you will go into seclusion, but when has your wish ever come true? Green-robed Xiaohua finished speaking. With a wave of his hand, another pile of bones was thrown to the side. He no longer paid any attention to Jade Archive Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua faintly smiled. His figure entered the dark side of space. He looked at the death aura of the underworld fruit tree, then looked at the underworld lotus and the others before entering the soul formation sky. The soul formation sky didn't change much from before. Little White had shrunk extremely small under the light of the 12 divine shadows, and Soul Cultivator Xiaohua had condensed a little under the green light. It seemed like Soul Cultivator Xiaohua wouldn't be able to fully recover without a long period of accumulation. Xiaohua's consciousness left the space. When he opened his eyes, he saw faint clouds hovering on both sides of the flying boat. The flying boat seemed to be cutting through the clouds. Fellow cultivator Ao. Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhantian, who was focused on driving the flying boat. He took out a pill and handed it over. This is a pill refined by me. Your injuries aren't light, so it's better for you to take it as soon as possible. Many thanks, spiritual master. Ao Zhantian didn't care about this pill. He originally wanted to put it away, but after hesitating for a moment, he still took the pill. Just as the pill entered his mouth, Ao Zhantian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. He didn't even care about the flying boat. Xiaofan stood up and released his divine sense. He slowed down the speed of the flying boat and leisurely shuttled through the clouds as if he was sightseeing. After a full hour, Zhantian finally opened his eyes. He looked at Xiaofan with great admiration and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, I really didn't expect you to be able to refine such a good pill. The quality of the pill just now is the first I've seen in my life. And, here are a few more." Xiaofan took out the pill. Couldn't he understand the meaning behind Zhantian's words? With a wave of his hand, he took out a few more jade bottles and handed them to Zhantian. He said, "This trip to the Dragon Island is very dangerous. If you have a few more pills, you'll be able to guarantee your safety." "Many thanks, Spiritual Master." Zhantian happily accepted the bottles and put them away. Chapter 3987. Fellow Daoist, please take control of the flying boat. At the side, Xiaofan Rang said with a smile, taking advantage of this period of time. "Fellow Daoist, can you tell me the specifics of your experience on Dragon Island?" "Sure." Zhantian took over the flying boat and explained, "After passing the selection, you'll be qualified to enter Dragon Island. However, there are many training grounds on Dragon Island, and the dangers are all different. Therefore, there's a test before entering Dragon Island. This test is very simple. It's to see how strong the descendants of the dragon bloodline are and how pure their bloodline is. According to the results of the test, they'll be assigned to different training grounds. Of course, the more dangerous the training grounds are, the more benefits you'll get. However, I don't have any special plans. As long as I can enter Dragon Island, I'll get whatever benefits I want. As long as I leave Dragon Island, the Immortal Palace will be wary of Dragon Island's influence and won't force me too much. Since Daoist Priest also left Dragon Island with me, the Immortal Palace will also consider this relationship." At this point, Zhantian was suddenly shocked. He looked at Xiaofan and smiled bitterly. Actually, Daoist Priest's current strength has already exceeded the limits of the Immortal Palace's tolerance. Furthermore, Daoist Priest defeated perfected Cultivator Qingyuan earlier. I'm afraid that in the future, even Dragon Island can't go against the Immortal Palace. Unless Daoist Priest has an extremely pure dragon bloodline. That's impossible. Xiaofan pinches his chin and says with a smile, "Previously, I wanted to lend you a hand, but now, I want to take a trip to Dragon Island. As for the Immortal Palace, I naturally have other ways." "That's good." Zhantian smiled. Daoist Priest's cultivation is too high. What I promised you earlier. At this point, Zhantian was shocked again. He looked at Xiaofan in surprise and said in a low voice, "Daoist Priest Xiao, you. Could it be that you want to go to Dragon Island, to avoid the Immortal Palace?" Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Zhantian with a faint smile and asked, "What? If I do that, won't I implicate you?" "Not necessarily." Zhantian bit down on his lower lip as he replied bitterly, "There are humans and demons who die on Dragon Island every time we train. As my bodyguard, it's normal for you to die on Dragon Island. If Daoist Master has the means to avoid the Dragon Island's dragon clan, that would naturally be good. However, I'm afraid that you'll overreach yourself and be killed by the dragon clan." "Well, since fellow Daoist Ao mentioned this, then I won't hide it from fellow Daoist. I do have some matters to attend to on Dragon Island. But don't worry, fellow Daoist Ao, this matter absolutely won't cause any trouble for you." How could Zhantian be at ease when he saw Xiaohua's confident expression? But now, he couldn't turn back. After all, he was the one who invited Xiaohua. Moreover, Xiaohua had helped him obtain the qualifications for the selection. Xiao Hua's strength far surpassed his. He simply didn't have the ability to stop Xiao Hua. Seeing that Ao Zhantian was a little unwilling, Xiao Hua wanted to tell him about his disguise technique and the dragon tribe's invisibility technique. However, these were all Xiao Hua's own secrets, and he couldn't possibly tell Ao Zhantian. Sigh, isn't this similar to when this Xiao was forced to go to Inkcloud Black Forest? Xiao Hua sighed. This Xiao clearly knew that it would be disadvantageous for him, but he still had to go. Things have changed with the passage of time. It's just that the foundation establishment stage has been replaced by the nascent soul stage Ao Zhantian, and the golden core stage Xia Zhiqian has been replaced by the current Xiao Hua. As the saying goes, I'm a fish on a chopping board. With these grudges, Ao Zhantian seemed to have something on his mind. He lowered his head and steered the flying boat without saying anything. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask more about Dragon Island, but seeing this, he could only give up. After flying for another dozen or so days, aside from a few sea beasts that were far more powerful than Ao Zhantian, there were also many violent storms. The storms in the depths of the North Sea were even more ferocious than the Crimson Explosion. However, the storms didn't have the corrosive power of the Crimson Explosion. With Xiao Hua's assistance, Ao Zhantian's flying boat didn't encounter any particular danger. Even so, Ao Zhantian's flying boat was slightly damaged when an irregular reef appeared in the boundless sea. After flying above the reef, Ao Zhantian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Hua with a complicated expression and said, "This is truly beyond my expectations." Aside from the powerful sea beasts in the depths of the North Sea, the storms are also so ferocious. If it weren't for the Taoist master, I wouldn't have been able to survive the onslaught of the sea beasts. Even this storm would have been able to reduce me to ashes. Fellow Taoist Ao. Xiao Hua waved his hand with a smile. Although these sea beasts and storms are powerful, they aren't enough to take your life. The dangers of the North Sea shouldn't lie here, but rather in its boundlessness. This boundlessness far surpasses that of the hidden immortal continent, and the powerful beings in this sea also far surpass that of the hidden immortal continent. When we entered this foreign world, danger came one after another, and there was no end to it. Ai, that's right. Ao Zhantian sighed. In my early years, I was successful in my cultivation and felt that I could go anywhere. However, after leaving the Yong prefecture, I discovered that the hidden immortal continent actually had the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures were filled with powerful beings, and I really wasn't much. When I traveled the 9 prefectures, I heard about the strange stories of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm and the pure land of ultimate bliss. I also discovered that the 3 continents were even bigger. I was really just a drop in the ocean. When I participated in the first selection of the Dragon Island, I discovered that the 4 seas were incomparably vast compared to the 3 continents. Just like when I entered the nascent soul realm from the Golden Core realm, there were even more unknowns before my eyes. After saying this, Ao Zhantian raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. After a long time, he said, "However, after the selection, I came here again. After a short 10 days of experience, I realized that the road ahead would be even more difficult. If I want to see the beautiful scenery in the distance, I can only use this trip to the Dragon Island to raise my strength to a new height." Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Ao, I'm afraid that this kind of spirit is the fearless spirit of our Taoist cultivators. Only a cultivator with this kind of spirit can stand out among the numerous Confucian cultivators. I'm sure that in the future, fellow Taoist Ao will be able to stand out among the hidden immortal cultivators." I'm ashamed. Ao Zhantian's face was burning as he said, "Only an enlightened master has the ability to stand out among the hidden immortal cultivators. If I rely on the power of the Dragon Island to escape from the control of the Confucian cultivators, it's already not bad. As long as you have the belief, it will come true sooner or later." Xiao Hua said with a faint smile. "All right, I'll take your blessings." I hope that one day, I'll be able to surpass you. Ao Zhantian's mood was slightly relaxed as he said with a smile, Enlightened Master, please sit tight. Oh? Do we still need to fly? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He thought that this reef was the place where he had agreed to meet with the dragon tribe. Ha ha ha. Ao Zhantian laughed and said, this is only a transit point. We're still far from where the Dragon Island emissary wants us to go. Alright. Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and said, I'll listen to fellow Daoist Ao's arrangements as a guard. Ao Zhantian rubbed his hands together and struck the flying boat with several spell seals. The entire boat flashed with a blue light. This light was different from before, it was thicker and smoother. Then, as Ao Zhantian made a series of hand seals, the flying boat soared into the sea and headed in another direction. The flying boat flew for another 10 days or so. During this time, the entire seabed was extremely peaceful. The storms and sea beasts that they had encountered before had all disappeared. The entire seabed was filled with leisurely swimming fish. The beautiful and exotic scenery made the two Daoist cultivators gasp in amazement, and the displeasure in Ao Zhantian's heart gradually faded. On this day, just when the flying boat passed by an undercurrent in the sea and was about to adjust its direction, a valiant primordial thought swept over from afar with the help of the seawater. A cold voice asked using the dragon language, "Are you the human practitioners who passed the selection and came to the Dragon Island to gain experience?" Ao Zhantian was shocked and didn't dare to control the flying boat. He stood on the boat and bowed respectfully. "I am Ao Zhantian, from the North Sea Dragon Palace selection area. I have already obtained the Shi Tingbao, please inspect it." As he spoke, Ao Zhantian took out the Shi Tingbao and held it in his hand. Xiao Hua stood to the side and bowed slightly. He didn't say anything as he listened to Ao Zhantian's somewhat clumsy and error-filled draconic language. The Dragon Island envoy didn't understand Ao Zhantian's draconic language, but he looked at the Shi Tingbao in his hand and replied, "You're finally here. You're the last one. You actually made me wait for half a month." As he spoke, the flying boat flew into the distance without needing to be controlled. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a dragon tool that looked like a water droplet appeared in front of Xiao Hua and Ao Zhantian. This dragon tool was tens of thousands of feet long and was azure in color, similar to the color of the sea. An armored dragon stood on top of the dragon tool. Before Xiao Hua and Ao Zhantian could get close to the dragon tool, a powerful draconic aura came from the dragon tool and the dragon tool, forcing the two of them to use their auras to resist. Ao Zhantian knew that the Dragon Island envoy was getting impatient from waiting. He smiled apologetically and said, "I'll let you know, Lord Envoy. I encountered Qi Bao when I was killing the water rhino and was trapped in the Forbidden Spring Sea. That's why I came here. Please forgive me, Lord Envoy." "Oh? You encountered Qi Bao from a few days ago? Hee, how unlucky." The Dragon Island envoy's cold dragon face became slightly livelier after hearing this. He raised his hand and put away the Shi Tingbao that Ao Zhantian handed over. He then looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Is this the guard you mentioned in the dragon stratagem?" "This." Ao Zhantian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "That's right. According to the rules of the Dragon Island, I can bring guards to participate in the training. He is the guard I reported to at the Dragon Island. Your guard's strength is not bad." The Dragon Island envoy didn't even ask for Xiao Hua's name. He waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and enter the Dragon Island. In a few days, most of the sea will sweep through this region. If we're late, I'm afraid it will be dangerous." Chapter 3988. "Yes, my lord." Ao Zhantian replied respectfully. He put away the flying boat and nodded at Xiao Hua before following the dragon envoy into the travel dragon. Xiaofan was very careful. He didn't release any of his divine sense or elemental will. He only used the water escape technique to follow behind Ao Zhantian. After entering the travel dragon, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The interior of the travel dragon was dozens of times larger than it looked from the outside. Apart from some ponds, flowers, rocks, and hills, there were even some pavilions hidden among the hills. It didn't look like a flying boat at all. In fact, not to mention Xiaohua, even Ao Zhantian was slightly stunned. The dragon envoy landed in mid-air and asked indifferently, Ao Zhantian, do you want to live in the pavilion or among the hills? Ao Zhantian came to his senses and smiled. I am a human. I will live in the pavilion. And this is the jade token for the pavilion. It was refined with a human Dao spell. Take a look for yourself. The dragon envoy waved his hand, and a verdant jade badge landed in front of Ao Zhantian. There are no other rules in the traveling dragon aside from the prohibition of all fights. If anyone dares to start a fight, I will kill them all. Yes. Ao Zhantian's heart trembled as he received the jade token. The dragon envoy disappeared in a flash. Ao Zhantian released his divine sense and looked at the jade token. He smiled. Daoist Xiao, please follow me. Daoist Ao, please. Xiaohua smiled. I am your guard now. You don't have to be so polite. And this Ao understands. Ao Zhantian nodded. His figure flew forward, and Xiaohua followed behind. After flying for a short while, he felt an elemental will sweep over from the pond below him. It just so happened that a large monster that looked like a lizard was lying lazily in the mud beside the pond. Its fist-sized eyes flashed with a ferocious expression. Less than 100 feet away from the pond, a golden python was coiled around an ancient tree. On the python's forehead, there was a single horn that was very eye-catching. This demonic beast's vital intent was extremely powerful, and Ao Zhantian knew that he wasn't a match for it. Thus, he didn't even release his divine sense as he continued to fly past the lake and the ancient trees. By the time Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian arrived at a pavilion near a hill, the two of them had already encountered dozens of powerful demonic beasts. There was even a giant bat hanging upside down from a tree branch. Xiaohua couldn't help but think back to everything he had seen in the Spring Lightning Palace. He wanted to ask a few questions, but when he thought about Ao Zhantian, who also had a dragon bloodline, who knew how his bloodline had been passed down, he didn't dare to say anything more. Ao Zhantian activated his jade badge and unlocked the restrictions on the pavilion. The two of them went in to take a look. The layout of the pavilion was similar to that of an ordinary human's residence. However, there were very few furnishings inside, and it was somewhat similar to a quiet room. Xiaohua took a look and said, Fellow Daoist Ao, since the Dragon Island's emissary has arranged a pavilion for us, I'm afraid it will take some time to get to the Dragon Island. What plans do you have during this period of time? Ao Zhantian already had a plan in mind. He smiled and said, since it's an experiential training, there will be risks. Before the experiential training, increasing our strength is the most important thing. However, I'm sure there are more than just the two of us in the Travel Dragon Island. If we can make friends with a few of them, not only can we help each other during the experiential training, we can also look after each other when we return to the hidden immortal continent. I'm thinking. At this point, Ao Zhantian suddenly remembered that he had promised to serve Xiaohua for 1,000 years. He didn't know if Xiaohua would be unhappy if he made friends with Confucian cultivators in the Travel Dragon Island. Xiaohua didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, Fellow Daoist Ao is right. During the experiential training, I might not be by your side. It would be best if there were a few human cultivators in the Travel Dragon Island. You can do as you wish. I'm going to cultivate by myself. Ao Zhantian was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, if that's the case, then you can go to the quiet room to cultivate. I'll cultivate outside and make friends with other cultivators. All right. Xiaofan nodded and walked into the quiet room. As he walked, he said, "If you have any problems with your cultivation, you can come and find me." "I understand." Ao Zhantian smiled and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Xiaofan entered the quiet room and found a random place. He also sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Boom! Not long after, the entire quiet room trembled slightly. Then, a loud sound of water came from outside the quiet room. Xiaofan understood that the Travel Dragon Island was finally activated. His trip to the Dragon Island had finally come to fruition. Sigh, it's so difficult. Xiaofan thought about how many things had happened since he found out that there was a possibility of Little White's body forming on the Dragon Island. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He wanted to tell Little White, but he was afraid that there would be more problems. After all, the dragon cleansing pond on the Dragon Island wasn't an ordinary pond. Anyone could go there. Who knew where the dragon cleansing pond was? Who knew what kind of dangers lay within? Forget it, it won't be too late to tell Little White after we reach the dragon cleansing pond. Xiaofan calculated and began his rare meditation. This meditation lasted for more than half a year. At first, Xiaofan only cultivated the Taoist techniques. However, the more he cultivated, the more profound he felt it was. The nascent soul in his lower dantian felt like it was flying. Xiaofan knew that it was time for him to enter the spirit-severing stage. He didn't dare to advance in the Travel Dragon Island. Therefore, he temporarily put aside the Taoist techniques and began to cultivate the scarlet nascent soul. What puzzled Xiaofan was that under the scarlet nascent soul, his nascent soul began to feel heavy. The profound feeling of flying gradually disappeared. Strange. Xiaofan scratched his head. If this is the case, then this Xiao will cultivate both the Taoist techniques and the scarlet nascent soul. If the scarlet nascent soul is stronger than the Taoist techniques, then, this Xiao will never be able to step into the spirit-severing stage. Of course, after pondering for a moment, Xiaofan laughed inwardly. How is that possible? When water is full, it will overflow. When the realm reaches a certain level, no matter how strong the scarlet nascent soul is, the realm will not advance. At that time, if I forcefully increase the scarlet nascent soul, it will create an imbalance between the meridians and nascent soul. This will create pressure on the physical body. The physical body may not be able to withstand the strength of the nascent soul, and in the end, the nascent soul will scatter. Therefore, when the realm reaches a certain level, it is still necessary to advance. However, this is a new technique that is stuck in the lower realm. If I want to hide it from the immortal palace in the future, I might as well give it a try. With this thought in mind, Xiaofan didn't dare to forcefully cultivate the scarlet nascent soul after reaching a certain level. He looked outside the meditation room. Ao Zhantian would occasionally cultivate and occasionally go out. Occasionally, there would be Confucian and Taoist cultivators coming to visit him. Xiaofan began to cultivate the lightning technique. After half a year, Xiaohua's lightning technique had reached a new height. On this day, two tall Confucian cultivators came to visit Ao Zhantian in the pavilion. Suddenly, a loud woo-woo sound came from outside the pavilion. Then, a voice that was as loud as a bell rang out within the Travel Dragon. How dare you! This voice was filled with anger. Following this voice, all of the restrictions within the Travel Dragon disappeared in a flash. Xiaohua's meditation room was no exception. Oh! Fellow immortal Ao, you have other immortal friends in this pavilion? A Confucian cultivator wearing a bright yellow Confucian robe and an ancient Confucian headscarf frowned. He was originally shocked by the loud sound and wanted to stand up. However, when he saw Xiaohua's figure appear in the meditation room, he couldn't help but ask in a loud voice. Ao Zhantian smiled. Brother Chiron, this is a guard I brought with me. He's the same as your servant. However, he likes to cultivate. He went into seclusion as soon as he reached the dragon form, so I didn't introduce him. Then, Ao Zhantian said to Xiao Hua, Daoist Master Xiao, this is immortal friend Ao Chiron of the Qin province and his clan, immortal friend Ao Moran Ao. Come and greet them. This one is Xiao Hua. Greetings, fellow immortals. Xiao Hua fluttered over and cupped his hands in greeting. When the two immortal friends heard Xiao Hua's name, they didn't have any strange expressions. It was as if they had never heard of Xiao Hua's deeds. They glanced at Xiao Hua and nodded slightly. Fellow immortal friend Zhao's cultivation is not bad. We also like you. Like fellow immortal Zhantian, you were able to benefit from the dragon god's blessing on the dragon island and improve your cultivation. Hehe, thank you for your auspicious words, fellow immortals. Xiao Hua saw that the two of them didn't return the greeting and were even indifferent to his reputation. He already knew that the two of them were arrogant and didn't even put the immortal palace in their eyes. He smiled and asked Ao Zhantian, fellow Daoist Ao, what happened? Could it be that we've reached the Dragon Island? Who said we've reached the Dragon Island? Ao Chiron smirked and replied indifferently, how can we reach the Dragon Island in such a short period of time? If it was someone else, they might have retorted. However, Xiao Hua only glanced at Ao Chiron and ignored him. Instead, he said to Ao Zhantian again, fellow Daoist Ao, from that voice, it should be the dragon envoy. There's a hint of anger in his voice. What's more, all the restrictions on the Dragon Island have been removed. If it wasn't for something strange happening, then the dragon envoy must have encountered. Before Xiao Hua could finish, the dragon envoy called out in a calm voice, you all can come out, are you telling us to come out? Ao Moran was a little surprised and looked at Ao Chiron. Ao Chiron was also puzzled. However, just as the two of them were hesitating, Xiao Hua stepped out of the pavilion first. Ao Zhantian didn't want to offend the two of them. He raised his hand and said, fellow immortals, please. Xiao Hua walked out of the pavilion, and saw that the space outside the pavilion was filled with multicolored clouds, and a huge dragon with dazzling brilliance was coiled within the clouds, and a fierce murderous aura was like a flying sword swimming in the entire space. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stopped and looked around with narrowed eyes. He saw that in the surrounding pavilions, in the distant stone beach, ponds, and ancient trees, thousands of humans and demons had all revealed themselves. They were all like Xiao Hua and looked around with confusion. No one dared to release their yuan intent. Chapter 3989. Good, good, good. The giant dragon roared, good, 3 times in mid-air, causing the entire dragon travel to tremble. The dozen or so pythons trembled under the dragon's might, almost pissing their pants. The 3 human cultivators standing beside Xiao Hua were also pale. It was as if the dragon's might was more powerful than anything else. Listen up, all of you. I was ordered to bring you to the Dragon Island, so I don't want to cause trouble. The grudges between you all have nothing to do with me. The giant dragon shook its head, and a voice that could deafen an ordinary person sounded. The voice was filled with anger. If you want to live or die, you can do whatever you want on the Dragon Island. Now, no one is allowed to make a move within the dragon travel. I'll pretend I didn't know what happened just now. If anyone dares to act rashly, humph, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, the giant dragon sneezed. The sound was as loud as thunder. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua felt his knees tremble slightly. Ao Zhantian and the other 2 almost fell to the ground as their knees buckled. After the giant dragon finished speaking, the entire dragon travel stirred up a hurricane, and the clouds surged like waves. In an instant, the giant dragon's body was swept away and disappeared. The giant dragon left, leaving behind the bewildered humans and monsters. After a while, the dragon trembled slightly, as if it was beginning to move. Then, waves of light flashed, and demonic chi filled the air again. The restrictions of the dragon travel were triggered again. The beasts and humans looked at each other and seemed to understand something. They all returned to their secluded places. Xiaohua and the other three returned to the pavilion and sat down. Ao Zhantian said in a low voice, "Which Taoist is so bold? He actually dares to make a move within the dragon travel?" Ao Moran replied without hesitation, "Is there a need to ask? It must be a demon. To be able to make a move without being noticed by the dragon envoy, this kind of ability. I'm afraid there's no such thing in the human race." Hearing this, Ao Zhantian looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. He was clearly suspicious of Xiaohua. However, when he thought about how Xiaohua was in the secluded room when the dragon envoy was angry, Ao Zhantian didn't think too much. He thought for a moment and asked curiously, since it's a demon with such strength, he must be outstanding in this trial. Why would he risk offending the Dragon Island by making a move here? Could it be that he feels that the gains from the experience on Dragon Island are not as great as the benefits of fighting? Ao Chiron smiled, shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is not something that we can know. We're just human cultivators. It's already our great fortune to be able to enter the Dragon Island to train. Moreover, the place where we train is definitely not the same as those demon cultivators. Why do we have to think for them?" That's right, that's right. Ao Moran also glanced at the silent Xiaohua and said, "We won't offend the dragon envoy, so why should we care about them? Let's continue to discuss how to obtain more benefits in the training grounds. I heard that Su Province's Ao Gu has already joined forces with more than a dozen great masters who have refined their spirit to the void. Obviously, he has some ulterior motives." Ao Chiron lowered his voice and said with great dissatisfaction, "We still need to be more careful." When Ao Zhantian heard this, his face darkened. He glanced at Xiaohua again and said with some regret, "Unfortunately, when we went to visit Senior Ao Gu, he happened to not be in the pavilion." Old man. Ao Moran snorted and cursed, "Brother Zhantian, don't be fooled by him. Later on, I found out that he wasn't in the pavilion. It was because..." Ahem. Ao Chiron coughed lightly and said, "Since Senior Ao Gu doesn't put our Qing Province's Ao family in his eyes, why should we cling to him? Didn't Ao Moyun say that Ao Gu only has the dragon race in his eyes and has always been proud of his pure bloodline?" That. Xiaohua listened for a bit, then smiled and said, "Brothers Ao, please discuss this carefully. No matter what you decide, I will help fellow Taoist Zhantian. I was just going to cultivate." Ao Zhantian naturally knew the meaning of Xiaohua's words and replied, "In that case, you should go meditate." Ao Chiron and Ao Moran nodded slightly with a trace of doubt in their eyes. When Xiaohua entered the meditation room and activated the restriction, Ao Moran said with a smile, "Brother Zhantian, your guard is really not simple." "Oh?" Ao Zhantian was stunned and asked curiously, "Brother Moran can see it?" "Only a fool can't see it." Ao Chiron said with a smile, "Just now, when Lord Dragon Envoy showed his power, the three of us were so scared that we almost collapsed, but your guard's knees only went soft. He doesn't have dragon bloodline, so he doesn't need to be intimidated by Lord Dragon Envoy's dragon might. But with Lord Dragon Envoy's strength, even a human cultivator of the 5th level of essence power would be shocked." Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly and nodded, "You two brothers are right. Maybe I already have a certain understanding of Taoist Master Zhao's strength, so I turned a blind eye and didn't think too much about it." Ao Zhantian emphasized Taoist Master Xiao, but Ao Chiron and Ao Moran didn't understand. It seemed that they really didn't know the name Xiaohua. With this help, we have a little more confidence. Ao Chiron smiled slightly and then began to discuss with Ao Moran. Ao Zhantian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and didn't pay attention to the movements outside, nor did he need to listen carefully. Naturally, it was some training arrangements. These had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't care. After sitting down cross-legged, Xiaohua seized the time to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, a loud woo-woo sound rang out. The restriction outside the quiet room once again shook and disappeared in an instant. Although the dragon envoy's voice didn't ring out, Xiaohua was startled. He hastily sat up from the ground, looked at the empty pavilion, and hastily walked out of the pavilion. However, as soon as he stepped out of the pavilion, boom! A huge dragon's breath mixed with a wave-like fluctuation surged from afar. Wherever it went, everything within the dragon's travel was imprisoned. Xiaohua was shocked, but he quickly gave up resisting. After all, this fluctuation wasn't just the dragon envoy's divine ability, but also the entire travel of dragon's demonic formation. He was inside the demonic formation, so he probably couldn't resist. Moreover, Xiaohua was originally an outsider, so why would he need to add fuel to the fire? Who is it? The dragon envoy was no longer in his giant dragon demon form. Instead, he had transformed into a small dragon that was about 10 feet long. He roared in the air as he pushed the energy waves forward. He was holding 2 corpses of demonic beasts in his claws. One of them was a golden-horned python that was about 10 feet long. The dragon horn on its forehead was already broken. The other was a lizard-like demonic beast, but this demonic beast's body was covered in dragon scales, and 2 half-inch-long dragon horns also protruded from its forehead. This demonic beast's body was covered in bloody holes. These bloody holes had already dried up. The dragon envoy flew over Xiaohua's head and didn't even look at him. With a boom, the dragon tail smashed into the pavilion that was hundreds of feet away from Xiaohua, causing the entire pavilion to collapse. When he looked at the pavilion again, he didn't even see a shadow. Who knew if there were other human cultivators inside? Oh no, where did Ao Zhantian go? Xiaohua was startled. In just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, in the distant sky, there is a sudden clap of thunder. A demonic beast that looks like a rhinoceros appears in the midst of the clap of thunder. Xiaohua understands that this demonic beast is called Chengju. However, this Chengju was different from others. Although its body wasn't covered in dragon scales, the exposed parts were covered in layers of dragon patterns, especially its tail, which was curled up slightly. Speak! Chengju had just stabilized himself in the air when he saw a flash of light not far away. The dragon envoy's figure appeared, and a cold voice sounded. Did you do it? My lord, please calm down. Chengju's figure was slightly distorted in the lightning, and even his voice was trembling. However, his tone was still firm. This humble one definitely didn't do it. Humph, in the entire traveling dragon, only you are the mortal enemy of Dragon Python and Didiki. You dare say you didn't do it? The dragon envoy snorted coldly, and the lightning surged around Chengju like a roar. This humble one is the mortal enemy of those 2. But now that I'm in Lord's traveling dragon, how can this humble one do it? Chengju felt wronged. Besides, this humble one passed the selection with great difficulty, and still wanted to train on Dragon Island. Even if this humble one wants to kill them, I have to go to Dragon Island first. On Dragon Island, I can get rid of them and also obtain treasures. Why wouldn't this humble one do it? Why would I offend Lord in Traveling Dragon? I've already suspected you. Of course, the dragon envoy wouldn't let Chengju go. He sneered. I warned you earlier. But why weren't you in the cave when Didiki died? I'll let Lord know. Chengju hurriedly shouted. This humble one has already met Dragon Python and D. Dicky before entering Traveling Dragon. They are my mortal enemies. How can this humble one fight against the two of them? This humble one naturally looked for help in Traveling Dragon. If you don't believe me, you can ask Cheng-Chi. Cheng-Chi. The dragon envoy roared and threw the two corpses in its claws into the air. The other claw under its abdomen reached out, and a demon with a snake's body and fleshy wings was pulled out from what seemed to be a dense forest in the distance. This humble one is here. Cheng-Chi's voice was also trembling. The dragon envoy glanced at him and shouted, "Is what Cheng-Ju said true?" "Yes." Cheng-Chi screamed. Although this humble one didn't know Cheng-Ju's whereabouts when Lord stopped Traveling Dragon for the first time, Cheng-Ju was discussing with this humble one when Lord stopped Traveling Dragon just now. Cheng-Chi stole a glance at the dragon envoy and didn't continue. The dragon envoy was furious. "Speak. If you wanted to discuss, why didn't you do it in your own cave?" Cheng-Chi smiled bitterly. "My lord, some things are not easy to talk about in the cave. It won't attract attention outside." Chapter 3990. Cheng Jin. The dragon envoy exerted force with his claw, and a dozen deep cracks appeared on Cheng Jin's body as if he was cut by a sharp sword. "Do you want to live or die? If you don't want to talk, I'll just kill you right here and now." "Yes, yes." At this point, how could Cheng Jin care about keeping it a secret? As he spoke, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. The dragon envoy's expression changed slightly. He looked at Cheng Jin and then at Ma Daichi, and thought for a moment. "If that's the case, then, it really wasn't you who killed the dragon python?" "My lord, it definitely wasn't me." Cheng Jin smiled bitterly. "I really didn't have to offend the dignity of Dragon Island in the Travel of Dragon." "Damn it, then who was it?" The dragon envoy roared again. With a swing of his claw, he threw Cheng Jin and Ma Daichi out of the air. Then, the dragon envoy grabbed a dozen powerful demons from the Travel of Dragon who could kill Cheng Jin and Ma Daichi. However, these demons all swore that they didn't do anything. They also had evidence that they didn't leave the cave or the place where they were resting. In the end, the dragon envoy had no choice but to laugh coldly. With a swing of his tail, he flew away with the dragon python and Ma Daichi's corpse. After a while, the Travel of Dragon shook slightly and set sail again. Xiaohua felt the restrictions around him recede like the tide. Interesting. Xiaohua rubbed his chin and looked at the panicked humans and demons around him. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "There's a fight in the Travel of Dragon, but a demon actually killed two demons in a row under the dragon envoy's nose. Isn't this an obvious provocation to Dragon Island and the dragon envoy?" But the strange thing is, the dragon envoy controls the entire Travel of Dragon. Can't he monitor the entire Travel of Dragon? Could it be that he can only drive the Travel of Dragon, but not control it? If that's the case, then what I do won't be noticed by him. When the surroundings quieted down, Xiaohua walked back to the pavilion. He didn't enter the quiet room, but sat outside and waited for Ao Zhantian. Sure enough, Ao Zhantian hurried back not long after. His face was pale, or even pale. When Ao Zhantian saw Xiaohua, he immediately asked, "Spiritual Master Xiao, these two demons." Xiaohua knew what Ao Zhantian was going to say, and he waved his hand with a smile. "I've been cultivating in my silent chamber this entire time, and I haven't left at all. How could the deaths of these two demonic beasts have anything to do with me? Besides, let's not talk about whether I have the strength to kill the dragon python and D. Dicky. Even if it's that dragon envoy, do you think I have the cultivation to hide from him?" Ao Zhantian's expression stabilized slightly, and he sat down with a smile. "Why not? If there is a human with such a cultivation base in the entire Traveling Dragon, in my eyes, Reverend Xiao is the first choice. Ao Zhantian was obviously joking, and Xiao Hua also spoke in a righteous manner. Cultivator Ao, you can't say things like that. Otherwise, I'll report you to the Dragon Envoy for slander. He, go ahead, enlightened Master. Ao Zhantian replied. Master Dragon Envoy is in a terrible fix right now, so he won't care about you. If you go, you might just be offending Master Dragon Envoy, and he'll teach you a lesson. He. Xiao Hua smiled and took out some spirit fruits from his space and placed them on the jade table. He picked one up and put it in his mouth and asked, looking at your flustered appearance, could it be that these two matters are somewhat troublesome? Ao Zhantian heaved a sigh of relief, and he also put a spirit fruit in his mouth. He chuckled. Of course they're troublesome, and the entire traveling dragon is in an uproar. They're all discussing who has the guts to do this. To be honest. At this point, Ao Zhantian transmitted his voice. Ao Qiran and the others suspect that a powerful expert has infiltrated the traveling dragon to cause trouble for Dragon Island. The first person I thought of was you. Xiao Hua was taken aback. Why me? Because you're the only one who isn't here for the trial. Ao Zhantian said mysteriously. In fact, I don't think you have anything to ask of Dragon Island, so I can't help but suspect you. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I don't have that kind of strength. Ao Zhantian pursed his lips and chuckled. But, why do I feel like you do? This. Xiao Hua pondered for a bit, then became somewhat silent. If the Dragon Clan's messenger couldn't completely monitor the traveling dragon, with his superb concealment technique, whatever he wanted to do, the Dragon Clan's messenger really wouldn't be able to discover it. However, Xiao Hua shook his head and smiled. It doesn't matter if I have the strength or not. The important thing is, what kind of person am I? So. Ao Zhantian nodded. Although I think you have the possibility, Daoist Master is merciful and won't hurt people easily. The demon race in the traveling dragon has nothing to do with me, so there's no need for Daoist Master to provoke them. Then what are you worried about? Xiao Hua asked with a faint smile. Ao Zhantian smiled and didn't explain. Xiao Hua didn't ask any more questions. Then, Ao Zhantian told Xiao Hua about what happened during this period of time. Only then did Xiao Hua know that there were more than 1,900 humans and demon race that went to Dragon Island to train. Among them, there were more than 700 humans. These 700 people were spread across the 9 prefectures of the hidden immortal continent. Of course, according to other cultivators with the surname Ao, there were at least 4 such traveling Dragon Island, or even more. In other words, there were at least 8,000 descendants of the dragon tribe that went to Dragon Island for the trial. Although there were many human cultivators on the traveling Dragon Island, their strength was still a lot weaker than the demon race. However, the human race cultivators were best at forming alliances. During this period of time, the entire human race cultivators were roughly divided into 9 alliances according to the geography of the 9 regions. Outside of these alliances, there were also some small alliances formed by blood relatives or old friends. Because Ao Zhantian was a Dao sect cultivator, he couldn't integrate into the 9 alliances. He formed a small alliance with Ao Qiran, Omoran, and a dozen others. Of course, these dozen or so people couldn't compare to the hundreds of cultivators in the Great Alliance. However, according to Ao Zhantian, Ao Qiran was on good terms with a few cultivators from the Qing Province Great Alliance. Although he couldn't let them join the Great Alliance, if they could train together, they would be taken care of. When he heard the end, Xiao Hua smiled lightly and asked, "Fellow Daoist Ao, your cultivation can be considered to be not bad among our Daoist sect's cultivators. However, compared to Confucian cultivators, it's quite a bit lacking. What benefits can you obtain by following them to gain experience like this?" Ao Zhantian's expression was very bitter. He looked at Xiaofan and said, "This AO wants to train with Daoist Master, but Daoist Master left this AO alone. What do you want this AO to do? Moreover, this AO has already made it clear to Daoist Master that the trial is secondary. The most important thing is to leave my name on Dragon Island. When this AO breaks through in the future, I don't want to be killed by the Immortal Palace. Of course, if I can get some benefits from following Moran and the others, this AO would be happy." That's true. Xiaohua nodded. With fellow Daoist AO's attitude, perhaps you can get some good benefits. Thank you for your kind words. AO Zhantian smiled and asked, "This AO has some small questions in his cultivation that I haven't been able to answer. I wonder if Daoist Master can help me?" Xiaohua replied without hesitation, "Of course. This is something that this Xiao has already promised." Then, AO Zhantian asked some of his questions. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told AO Zhantian everything he knew. AO Zhantian was enlightened and his whole body trembled. Xiaohua's lecture lasted for more than 10 days. On this day, Xiaohua had just shared some of his experiences from the nascent soul condensation stage to the spirit severing stage, and AO Zhantian was listening with great interest. All of a sudden, the entire dragon travel trembled. However, unlike before, all the restrictions disappeared. However, both Xiaohua and AO Zhantian's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and floated out of the pavilion at the same time. Sure enough, just outside the pavilion, the entire Dragon Island was filled with colorful clouds. In the air, there was the corpse of a demonic beast that was at least 1,000 feet long. This corpse looked like a rhinoceros, but its head was a dragon's head and its 4 hooves were similar to dragon claws. At this moment, there were still drops of blood dripping from the corpse, as if it had just been killed. "This is Jinghong." AO Zhantian looked at the corpse and then at the humans and demonic beasts flying out of the Dragon Island. He whispered to Xiaohua, in terms of strength, she should be at the lower 6th level of origin energy. She can be considered one of the top experts in the Dragon Island. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua frowned and whispered, 3 demonic beasts have already died. Who is the culprit? Could it be that the dragon envoy hasn't found the culprit yet? Hehe, you're amazing. This old man is full of admiration. At this moment, the dragon envoy's mocking voice came from the depths of the clouds. You dare to disregard the dignity of the Dragon Island and commit murder on the Dragon Island? Don't you know that the Dragon Island is the final destination of the Dragon Island? Do you think you can escape the arrest of the Dragon Island? The dragon envoy's voice reverberated in the air. Of course, no one from the demonic beasts or humans answered. However, it seemed like the dragon envoy didn't intend to hear any response. With a loud bang, Jinghong's corpse landed on the Dragon Island. The clouds in the sky disappeared and the dragon envoy was gone. Sigh, so troublesome. AO Zhantian sighed and turned to walk towards the pavilion. This is the first time I've participated in a training exercise and I've already encountered such a thing. When the Dragon Island arrives, who knows what kind of trouble will occur. Let's talk as we walk. Xiaohua didn't mind. After all, this was the demonic beast's grudge. The two returned to the pavilion and AO Zhantian continued to listen to Xiaohua's teachings. However, after a few days, another loud bang came from the Dragon Island. This time, even Xiaohua was stunned. He stopped and looked at AO Zhantian. AO Zhantian also looked at Xiaohua. Neither of them stood up. After a while, Xiaohua said, Daoist AO, perhaps this matter is getting more and more troublesome. Chapter 3991. AO Zhantian shrugged. After a moment of shock, his expression turned indifferent. It has nothing to do with you or me. Why should we care? Sigh, let's go out and take a look. Xiaohua thought for a moment and finally chose to stand up. Ao Zhantian stood up helplessly, as if he still hadn't recovered from his previous experience. However, when they walked out of the pavilion and saw the corpse floating in the air, they were all shocked. Because there was a human cultivator lying in the air. This cultivator was wearing a golden soft armor. At this moment, there was a huge hole in his chest. The soft armor was broken and blood was flowing out. Ao Jinghua. Ao Zhantian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the face of this cultivator. He is a Confucian cultivator from the Jing province. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, could it be that this Ao Jinghua is also at the 6th grade of Essence Force? When Ao Zhantian heard this, he seemed to have thought of something. He suppressed the fear in his heart and said in a low voice, I don't know Ao Jinghua's exact strength, but I heard that he is only at the 5th grade of Essence Force. This. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Previously, he and Ao Zhantian both thought that this was an internal conflict between the demon race and that it involved the experts of the demon race. However, Ao Jinghua's death clearly told them that this was not just a matter of the demon race, but also the human race. Xiaohua thought of it, so how could Ao Zhantian not think of it? Ao Zhantian's body turned cold. He looked left and right, as if the murderer who killed 3 demons and 1 human was staring at him from the side. Pa! With a loud sound, Ao Jinghua's corpse was thrown to the ground. This time, the Dragon Island messenger didn't even bother to speak. The colorful clouds in the sky disappeared again. After the Dragon Island messenger left, Ao Zhantian didn't have time to say anything. He hurriedly returned to the pavilion with Xiaohua. Ao Zhantian entered the pavilion and hurriedly activated the restrictions. Then, he released his divine sense and scanned the entire pavilion with suspicion. Only then did he calm down. Looking at Xiaohua who was sitting calmly, he smiled bitterly. Daoist Xiao is really calm. Xiaohua replied. No matter what, this is a matter of the descendants of the dragon bloodline. I am only an outsider. I won't be affected. But Ao Zhantian was just about to speak when the restrictions on the pavilion were triggered. Ao Zhantian exclaimed in shock, who is it? Brother Heaven Slayer, it's me. Ao Rant's voice came from outside the pavilion. Of course, this voice also revealed a trace of panic. Brother Mo Ran, please wait a moment. Ao Zhantian activated his keepsake and opened the restriction on the pavilion. He didn't rush over to greet Ao Moran as enthusiastically as he did in the past. Instead, he intentionally kept his distance. In fact, Ao Zhantian had even drawn closer to Xiaohua. Ao Moran seemed to have something on his mind and ignored Ao Zhantian's vigilance. Brother Zhantian, Mr. Mo Yuan has invited us over. Xiaohua knew that this Mo Yun was Ao Moyun from Su province. He was the leader of Ao Zhantian's group of human cultivators. What is it, Mr. Mo Yun? Ao Zhantian asked with furrowed brows. Ao Moran faltered slightly before looking up at Ao Zhantian with an impatient expression. How would I know what's going on? Won't you know when you get there? All right. Ao Zhantian didn't want to go, but he had no choice. He looked at Xiaohua with a pleading expression and said, Daoist Master Xiao, didn't you say that you wanted to see Mr. Mo Yuan's elegance? Why don't we go together? Xiaohua nodded. Of course. You just praised Mr. Mo Yuan as a rarity in this world. I've long admired him. Perhaps I'll pay him a visit now. Admire him? Ao Moran faltered slightly before a spurious smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, then please, fellow immortals. Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian then followed Ao Moran out of the pavilion. Ao Moyun's pavilion wasn't close to Ao Zhantian's. Although the three of them didn't use any flying techniques, their figures were like floating clouds and flowing water. It took them the time to finish a meal. Along the way, Xiaohua saw many pavilions, ancient trees, ponds, and stone caves. However, without exception, all the restrictions were opened. It was rare to see any humans or demons outside the restrictions. The few demons that he saw were all staring at Xiaohua and the others like tigers eyeing their prey. They were abnormally vigilant. An aura of fear and trepidation gradually spread throughout the entire Longxing. Ao Moyun's pavilion was a little small, and the security was even higher than Ao Zhantian's. Ao Moran sent out a flying crane from afar. After the flying crane landed in the pavilion's restrictions were opened. Ao Chiron and another Confucian cultivator with an equally imposing appearance walked out. The Confucian cultivator looked at Ao Zhantian with some displeasure and said, "Zhantian, why did you bring your guard here for no reason?" Ao Chiron raised his eyebrows and hurriedly nudged the Confucian cultivator with his arm. He said with a smile, "Ao Sun, although this Taoist master Xiao is Zhantian's guard, his strength is not bad. What's the use of strength?" The Confucian cultivator named Ao Sun waved his hand. "What time is it now? You still dare to bring a stranger here?" "This." Ao Moran hesitated and said, "Although Taoist Master Xiao has never been here, we have already seen him in Zhantian's pavilion." Seeing Ao Moran and Ao Chiron's expressions, Xiaohua understood that this Ao Sun was probably more powerful than the two of them. He didn't want to make things difficult for Ao Zhantian, so he turned to Ao Zhantian and said with a smile, "In that case, Taoist Zhantian, you can go in by yourself. This Xiao will return to the pavilion." "All right." Ao Zhantian replied very apologetically. However, just as he opened his mouth, a leisurely female voice came from the pavilion, "Oh Sun, let Taoist Master Xiao in." "Oh." When Xiaohua heard this, he unconsciously raised his eyebrows. He suddenly realized that this voice should belong to Ao Moyun. In other words, Ao Moyun was a woman, and not a man like he thought. So, it was no wonder that Ao Moyun's face showed such a strange expression when he said "admiration" earlier. Walking into the pavilion, he saw that there were already more than a dozen Confucian cultivators gathered in the hall. Although these Confucian cultivators had different faces, their arrogant temperament was extremely similar. At first glance, everyone looked a little arrogant. Looking at the head of the hall, a graceful woman was sitting calmly behind a jade table. This woman was wearing black profound armor and looked valiant and formidable. Her beautiful face was like a peach blossom, and a pair of bright eyes were staring at Xiaohua with interest. Alas, the bloodline of the dragon race is indeed powerful. Anyone in this pavilion would be a dragon or phoenix among men in the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua's gaze swept over and saw the situation in the pavilion clearly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, seeing Ao Moyun looking at him, he took a few steps forward and cupped his hands. "I'm Xiaohua, greetings fellow Taoist Moyun, Taoist Xiaohua, Taoist Xiao." Ao Moyun floated up and returned the greeting. "I've heard of Taoist Zhao's name since long ago, and I admire you greatly in my heart. But I didn't expect to actually meet Taoist Xiao here." Seeing that Ao Moyun, who had always been cold and arrogant, was actually so solemn, and his words actually contained admiration, the crowd of Confucian cultivators surnamed Ao was shocked. Some of the whispering Confucian cultivators stopped, and their gazes fell on Xiaohua. "I don't dare, I don't dare." Xiaohua said with a smile. "I'm just a nobody. Compared to brother Ao, I'm not just a little bit inferior." Then, Xiaohua looked around and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoists, I'm only the guard of fellow Taoist Zhantian. Please feel free to discuss whatever you want. I won't express any opinion." "Huh." Seeing Xiaohua like this, Ao Moyun said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that Zhantian would be so lucky to actually find a good helper like Taoist Xiao. In this way, we can also bask in some of your glory. He. Xiaofan knew that it wasn't good to be entangled in this kind of matter, so he smiled and found a corner to sit down cross-legged. He nodded slightly to everyone and stopped talking. When Ao Moyun saw that Xiaofan didn't report his name to the other Confucian cultivators at all, he knew that Xiaofan had no intention of getting involved in their plan, so it wasn't good for him to force it. He raised his hand with a smile on his face, and everyone followed him to sit down. Then, he heard him clear his throat and say, "Everyone, I presume that you all understand why I invited you here, right?" "That's right." A Confucian cultivator who was closer to Ao Moyun said, "Previously, only the experts of the demon race were killed, so we didn't feel any sense of danger. We thought that it was an internal strife of the demon race, but we didn't expect that there would actually be cultivators of the human race killed today. If this isn't a cover-up, then there's something fishy about it. We're all extremely puzzled in our hearts." "That's right." Another Confucian cultivator also said, "Previously, we could still be bystanders, but now we have to be bystanders. Who wouldn't be afraid? If it weren't for Mr. Moyun inviting us here, we would have closed the pavilion and wouldn't even show our heads. What's the use of closing the restriction?" Ao Moran sneered, "Even His Majesty was killed, and even Sir Dragon Envoy couldn't find a trace of the murderer." The restriction inside the traveling dragon. When Ao Moran said this, his face suddenly turned pale, as if he had thought of something, and he looked at Ao Moyun with horror in his eyes. Ao Moyun smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Moran, don't think too much. Sir Dragon Envoy is the envoy of Dragon Island, how could he do such a thing?" "Phew." Ao Moran breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "These things are too unbelievable, so this little brother has to think more. Presumably, Sir Dragon Envoy won't blame me if he knows. If that's not the case, then there's a great expert hidden inside the traveling dragon that even Sir Dragon Envoy can't detect." Ao Zhantian naturally had to say something, but just as he finished speaking, Ao Sun said coldly, "We already knew this, but what we want to know now is, what is this great expert doing? He killed 3 powerful demon race cultivators in a row, as well as a weak human race cultivator, for what reason? If it's purely to provoke Dragon Island, he only needs to kill the Dragon Envoy, right? There's no need to make things difficult for these dragon race descendants who have gone to Dragon Island for training, right?" Chapter 3992. Following that, the dozen or so Confucian cultivators began to speculate about the truth of the matter. However, even if everyone had a theory, who knew which was the real truth? As for Xiaofan, he had already closed his eyes and began to meditate. He didn't pay any attention to what everyone was saying. Ao Moyun would sometimes ask a question, and sometimes she would listen quietly. However, there would occasionally be a hint of anxiety in her eyes. She would even raise her head and look into the distance as if she was waiting for something. The group of Confucian cultivators discussed for half a day, but there was no conclusion. Ao Sun and the others stood up and prepared to leave. However, Ao Moyun smiled and said, "Could it be that you think I gathered everyone together, just to discuss this matter?" What is it, Mr. Moyun?" Ao Sun was taken aback and hurriedly asked. Unfortunately, Ao Moyun smiled and didn't answer. Immediately, a look of realization appeared on Ao Zhantian's face. He said in a low voice, "Mr. Moyun wants to gather us together to prevent the murderer from killing us separately?" Ao Moyun nodded slightly, and a smile blossomed on her gorgeous face. But Ao Sun was still a little hesitant. He said in a low voice, "If the murderer really wants to kill us, even if we gather together," a Confucian cultivator said impatiently, "we have no enmity with the murderer. At this time, we are afraid that we will be killed by the murderer. If we gather together, the chances of us being killed will be much lower." "Yes, yes." Another Confucian cultivator said with a smile, I am already in a daze at this time. Mr. Moyun is still calm and thoughtful. I will meditate here. The murderer must be afraid of exposing his tracks in front of us. Then, the few Confucian cultivators didn't leave. Everyone sat down, either composing poems or painting. Some people even drank wine and sang. They looked very satisfied. However, everyone was a little absent-minded like Ao Moyun, as if they were waiting for something. This time, they didn't have to wait for long. In just a few days, a scream came from outside the restriction of the pavilion. Let's go. Although Ao Moyun was a little surprised, he immediately flew out from behind the jade table and rushed out of the pavilion. Seeing Ao Moyun fly out, the dozen or so Confucian cultivators also followed him out. Ao Zhantian flew out a few steps, and was once again impressed. He called Xiaofan, and only then did he follow Xiaofan out. Xiaofan and the others came out of the pavilion. The 5 colored clouds had not appeared in the space of Long Xing yet. Looking at the left side of the pavilion, there were already several demon clan members flying in the air. These demon clan members' ugly faces carried a trace of horror. Xiaofan and the others flew closer and saw clearly that this was a cave inside a hill. The restriction outside the cave had been torn apart long ago, and the hard mountain rocks had also been destroyed. Half of 100 Zhonglong monster peeked out from the broken rocks. Its head was badly mutilated, and it was impossible to tell what kind of monster it was. However, looking at the dragon scales on its body and the claws that were deeply embedded in the mountain rocks, everyone knew that this monster was tyrannical. This is Qiu. Xiaofan looked at this monster that looked like a wild bull and knew that it was the bloodline of Qiu, the son of the dragon. He asked probingly. Ao Moyun bit his lips, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He then nodded and said, yes, this is Qiu. But his strength is only at the upper 5th grade of essence power. He hasn't fully matured yet. Roar. At this time, the roar of Lord Dragon Envoy came from afar. Layers of clouds surged over like a tide. A huge dragon claw peeked out from the clouds and grabbed Qiu's corpse. Then, it disappeared again. Shall we go over? Ao Sun looked at Ao Moyun and asked in a low voice. Ao Moyun shook his head slightly and said with a wry smile, since we already know, why should we go over and take a look? Now that the interval between killing is getting shorter and shorter, they must want to take advantage of the time before Long Xing arrives at Dragon Island to kill all the humans and monsters they want to kill. They? Xiaofan was slightly taken aback. He looked at Ao Moyun with some puzzlement. At the same time, a few Confucian cultivators noticed Ao Moyun's words. They looked at each other and said, shall we go back and talk about it? Then, Ao Moyun ordered a few Confucian cultivators to go and explore, and the others returned to the pavilion. Ao Moyun originally wanted to activate the restriction, but after looking at the restriction of the pavilion and thinking about the restriction of the cave, Ao Moyun sighed slightly and simply threw the token on the jade table. Why did Mr. Moyun say, they? Isn't it just a few monsters? A Confucian cultivator asked curiously, why can't I see any clues? Ao Moyun was a little absent-minded. He glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, I don't know, it's just a wild guess. No way. The Confucian cultivator pretended to be exaggerated, is there anything in this world that Mr. Moyun can't predict? Alas, of course. Ao Moyun sighed, in this world, except for the immortal emperor, who can search the whole continent. Even the immortal emperor can't know the movements of the whole hidden immortal continent. Maybe. Ao Moran guessed, just as Mr. Moyun said, these are a few monsters. The strong ones went to attack His Majesty and the others, and the weak ones went to attack Qiu and the humans. If there are really a few of them, no wonder Lord Dragon Envoy couldn't find them. Ao Zhantian nodded slightly, but then he asked curiously, but even if we know how many of them there are, what is their purpose? Who knows? A Confucian cultivator shrugged, there are many inexplicable things in this world. Who knows what the reason is? But if there are too many of them. Ao Sun looked at the unactivated restriction and said in a low voice, even if we gather together, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist them. If we gather together, we'll be able to take care of each other. Ao Zhantian said hurriedly. Oh no, oh no. Just when everyone didn't know what to say, a voice came from outside the pavilion. Everyone was shocked and looked up, only to see a few Confucian cultivators who had just gone to gather information hurriedly flying back. One of them looked so flustered that he couldn't help but cry out before he reached the pavilion. What's wrong? Ao Moyun frowned slightly, looking a little displeased. Mr. Moyun. The Confucian cultivator said hurriedly, this time, besides Chiu Yu, Liang Yong was also killed. Especially. Before the Confucian cultivator could finish, another Confucian cultivator beside him rushed to say, Ao Feng of the Qing province was also killed in his own pavilion along with a dozen or so humans. Ah! Not only were Ao Moyun and the other Confucian cultivators dumbfounded, even Xiaofan was shocked. If that was the case, then this trip to the Dragon Island was not a rewarding trip, but a frightening one. Is that true? Ao Sun couldn't believe his ears and couldn't help but ask. The Confucian cultivator in front of him was still in shock, and he said in a shrill voice, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Ao Sun thought for a moment and really did fly out of the pavilion. But in just a few breaths' time, he turned back and shouted as soon as he entered the pavilion, which fellow immortal wants to come with me to take a look? The Dragon Island is very cold right now, and there isn't even a single person in sight. My heart is trembling. Although Ao Sun's strength was not comparable to Ao Moyun's, he was still a Confucian cultivator of the 5th stage origin energy realm. How could he say such cowardly words under normal circumstances? But when he said such words, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Even the Confucian cultivator who rushed to say something shrunk his neck and waved his hand. If you want to go, then go. When I turned back just now, I was also scared. I was scared that the mysterious murderer would suddenly appear. Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, I'll go with you. Ao Zhantian hurriedly said, I'll go too. Then, the three of them left the pavilion. Just as Ao Sun said, the entire Dragon Island was very cold and desolate, and there seemed to be an indescribable sense of danger everywhere. The three of them flew in the air, and they felt as if there was a pair of eyes peeping at them. Xiaofan was a little confused. He couldn't figure out whether this feeling was real or just a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. The place where the dragon envoy's corpse was now filled with the smell of blood. Other than a few gigantic monster corpses, there were also dozens of human corpses stained with blood. It seemed that the human corpses were even more terrifying than the monster corpses. Their heads were either smashed or their bodies destroyed. Almost none of their corpses were intact. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the corpses, and he couldn't even tell who these corpses belonged to. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed and looked around. Other than the three of them, there wasn't a trace of life in the surroundings. It was completely different from when he first came to the Dragon Island. All the humans and monsters were in a state of panic, afraid that the murderer's claws would fall on their heads. Let's go. Although Ao Sun didn't believe it, he came to check it himself. But when he saw the situation, his heart felt empty, and an indescribable sense of terror filled his heart. He looked around vigilantly and said in a low voice, "Let's hurry back while the murderer is still worried." Xiaohua and the other two returned to the loft even faster than when they came. This time, no one asked anything. The previous slightly noisy atmosphere was swept away by silence. Everyone sat there, full of thoughts. No one knew what they were thinking. Even Ao Moyun had lost his previous quick-wittedness. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were a little dull. Xiaofan still walked to the corner and sat down. He closed his eyes and pondered. Unfortunately, he knew very little, and he was confused. After half a day, Ao Moyun coughed, got up, and said with a forced smile, "Since we can't escape being killed even if we gather together, then there's no need to gather together. If we scatter, we may have a chance to save our lives. Sigh, it's a pity that the dragon envoy who controls the dragon island is so irresponsible, treating our lives like grass. What can we do? What can we do? In the eyes of the dragon envoy, we are just bastards who cling to the dragon island." Ao Sun's tone was also unkind. "Our lives and deaths are not important. What's important is that he wants to bring the dragon island back. At that time, no matter who the murderer is, he will be arrested by the dragon island." Chapter 3993. How could it be that simple? Ao Moyun sneered, then looked around. His gaze fell on a Confucian cultivator, and he said, "Yu Ping, come here. I have something to tell you." The Confucian cultivator called Yu Ping was stunned. He hurriedly got up and said, "What are your orders, Mr. Moyun? This matter is a bit secretive. Follow me to the quiet room to talk." Ao Moyun's figure flashed, and walked towards the quiet room. Ao Yu Ping hesitated for a moment, and then followed him into the quiet room. Then, Ao Moyun activated the restrictive spell of the quiet room. After a while, Ao Yu Ping walked out of the quiet room with a frown on her face. "Su Jing, please come here as well." Ao Moyun didn't follow him out, but his voice was heard. So, a slightly short Confucian cultivator looked at Ao Yu Ping, then hurriedly got up and entered the quiet room. Just like that, Ao Moyun called 3 more people into the quiet room to talk. After the 5th person walked out, Ao Moyun said to everyone's surprise, "Taoist Master Xiao, can I trouble you to come to the quiet room?" "Oh." Xiaofan opened his eyes and looked at the quiet room in surprise. He had the same expression as the other 5 people, but he still entered the quiet room after thinking for a while. After Ao Moyun activated the restriction, Xiaofan sat cross-legged in front of Ao Moyun, and asked puzzledly, "What advice does Mr. Moyun have?" "It's not advice." Ao Moyun raised his hand and took out a jade eye from his bosom. He handed it to Xiaofan and said, "I have something to entrust to Taoist Master." "Oh?" Xiaofan was even more stunned. He didn't take the jade eye and asked, "What is this? Could it be that you have entrusted to all the fellow immortals who came in earlier? Everyone else is just a cover." Ao Moyun shook his head slightly. "I really want to entrust it to Taoist Master. Then I can't accept it even more." Xiaofan shook his head and said, "I've never met you before, and I don't have their dragon bloodline. I'm not worthy of fellow immortals' trust. It's because Taoist Master and I have never met before, and it's also because Taoist Master doesn't have true dragon bloodline that I'm entrusting this to Taoist Master. Could it be, this thing is related to the murder on Longxing? Or the person the murderer is looking for, you?" Xiaofan asked. "Judging from the current situation, I can't come to a conclusion." At this point, Ao Moyun no longer concealed anything, and said, "However, judging from these dead descendants of the dragon clan, it's very likely that I'm the murderer's target." "Oh. Of course, this item has nothing to do with the murderer. It's just some records about my bloodline that I left behind. It won't cause you any trouble. Fellow immortal, you seem to have some hidden troubles." Xiaohua's eyes flickered as he asked. "Spiritual Master, please keep this jade eye first." Ao Moyun urged. "I can't keep you here for too long, Taoist. Once you hear about my death, the restriction within these jade eyes will naturally be removed. You'll know when you take a look at it yourself." "Sorry," Xiaohua waved his hand, this Xiao has never been interested in these mysterious things. If you want to entrust it to someone else, you should entrust it to someone else. Alas, spiritual master, you don't understand. Ao Moyun shook his head and transmitted his voice. This item involves the 10 clans of the Dragon Island, and they are all unreliable. Only an outsider like you can be trusted by me. Moreover, I've already heard about spiritual master Zhao's good deeds in the blood pool of gods and demons. Even I can't trust spiritual master Xiao. Could it be that you want me to trust Ao Zhantian? The 10 clans of the Dragon Island? What does that mean? Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked. Ao Moyun shook his head slightly, looked around, and still transmitted his voice, I can't talk too much about the Dragon Island. If spiritual master wants to know, what's recorded in these jade eyes is, then this Xiao can't take it. Xiao Hua stood up and laughed, fellow immortal, if you entrust this item to this Xiao, you'll be free of your burden. If the murderer comes looking for this item, won't this Xiao be in great danger? Fellow immortal, please remove the restriction. This Xiao is going out. Spiritual Master Xiao. Ao Moyun was anxious, and hurriedly stood up and said, this item really won't bring you any disaster. Xiao Hua waved his hand very unreasonably. This Xiao doesn't want to get involved in the internal strife of the Dragon Island, and even more don't want to provoke the 10 clans of the Dragon Island. Mister, you should find someone else. Alas. All right. Seeing Xiao Hua so resolute, Ao Moyun was extremely helpless. He looked at Xiao Hua faintly, and removed the restriction. After Xiao Hua left, she opened her mouth. She originally planned to find another Confucian cultivator after Xiao Hua, but after thinking for a while, she lowered her head dispiritedly, and followed Xiao Hua out of the quiet room. Everyone. Ao Moyun forced a smile and said, I've already explained some things to the 6 fellow immortals. We'll talk about the rest after we get to the Dragon Island. Alright, since that's the case, Mr. Moyun, you also take care of yourself. The Confucian cultivators all stood up and bid farewell, and there was a hint of, the wind is blowing and the water is cold, in their tone. When Xiao Hua followed Ao Zhantian back to the pavilion, Ao Zhantian immediately pulled Xiao Hua and asked, what did Mr. Moyun say to you? TSK. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, what can he say? I thought it was something important, and just some gossip. Now that I think about it, it was to cover for one of the 5 people in front of us. As expected. Ao Zhantian smiled. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that Ao Yuping. He's usually very close to Mr. Moyun. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Zhantian with an exasperated expression. You're still guessing at a time like this? You should think about saving your own life first. Of course. Ao Zhantian looked at the restrictions around him and said with a smile, these tattered restrictions really can't compare to the spell formations of our Taoist sect. In order to save your own life, shouldn't you show us some of your skills? Yes, I don't need you to tell me that. Xiao Hua said as he walked into the silent room. He took out a jade talisman and set up the capital star formation. Come in, fellow Taoist Ao. With this spell formation, we might have a 30% better chance than the others. Taoist Master Xiao is really my lucky star. Ao Zhantian said joyfully as he entered the capital star formation. He immediately knew that this was the spell formation of the Black Wind Ridge after scanning it with his divine sense. You can stay here. Xiao Hua extended a hand and said, give me your token from the dragon tribe. Oh? You're not going to stay here? Ao Zhantian was taken aback. I don't have the bloodline of the dragon tribe. What am I afraid of? Xiao Hua said with a smile, there's no one in the pavilion. If something happens to the dragon tribe, we won't know. Then I'll have to trouble you, Taoist Master Xiao. Ao Zhantian was really grateful to Xiao Hua and handed the token to him. Xiaofan exited the spell formation and sat behind the jade table. He narrowed his eyes and looked outside the pavilion. He turned the token over and over in his hand as if he was thinking about something. However, it was only for a moment. Xiaofan waved his hand and put the token away. He then closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Half a day later, the dragon envoy's voice boomed like thunder, "Everyone, come out of the restriction. I'd like to see who dares to kill a descendant of the dragon clan under my nose." He. Xiaofan laughed coldly. This dragon tribe's envoy is finally enlightened. With all the Yao and humans gathered together, the dragon tribe's envoy can borrow the power of the dragon tribe to find the culprit. Even if he can't find the culprit, he should be able to prevent more Yao and humans from being killed. This is probably not the dragon tribe's envoy's idea. It must be a suggestion from some Yao or humans. Thus, Xiaofan removed the restriction on the pavilion and also the capital star formation. He followed Ao Zhantian out of the pavilion. At this time, the restriction on the dragon tribe was still in place. He couldn't release his origin sense. The entire sky of the dragon tribe was covered in colorful clouds. Although the dragon tribe's envoy didn't reveal himself, there was an unconcealable dragon might leaking out from the roiling clouds. The dragon tribe's envoy and Xiaohua's idea was relatively ideal. However, the Yao race wasn't humans. Although some of them had transformed into human form, they didn't gather as closely as the humans. Even the humans were in a competitive relationship. When they arrived at the training grounds, they might have to fight to the death. Thus, they formed small groups and didn't truly gather as one. Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian were naturally with Ao Moyun and the others. At this time, Ao Moyun's face was a little pale. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked left and right. It was obvious that her heart wasn't calm. Although there were quite a lot of Yao and humans, about 2,000 of them, they looked like a black mass at a glance. However, so many Yao and humans didn't say anything. The entire dragon tribe was as silent as before. Before the dragon tribe reaches Dragon Island, all of you should wait here. The dragon tribe's envoy's voice came from the clouds. This envoy doesn't believe that anyone would dare. Who? Damn it. Before the dragon tribe's envoy could finish speaking, another scream came from afar. Then, the dragon tribe's envoy roared angrily from the clouds. The dragon tribe's envoy's huge body swooped down. Its 2 dragon claws landed on the place where the scream came from like lightning. Rumble. A series of loud sounds came. Rocks and other debris in the distance soared into the sky. It seemed that there was a struggle. However, a moment later, the dragon tribe's envoy's angry roar sounded again. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Run. Seeing that the murderer was so unscrupulous and daring to commit murder in front of the dragon tribe's envoy and so many Yao and humans, some of the smarter humans already understood that within the dragon tribe, even the dragon tribe's envoy couldn't protect them. If they wanted to survive, they had to rely on themselves. Therefore, they shouted unconsciously and flew into the distance. It was as if they would be safe as long as they were far away from this place. Since someone had escaped, the pessimistic mood immediately spread throughout the dragon tribe. The Yao and humans who had just seen hope scattered again. Everyone ran for their lives. Fellow immortals. Seeing that Ao Moyun and the others were also about to escape, Xiaohua hurriedly called out, "Follow this Xiao to the pavilion first." Yes, yes. Ao Zhantian also thought of something and urged, "Mr. Moyun, let's go to my pavilion first. The Taoist has some defensive methods." Chapter 3994. What means do you have? Ao Moran was a little surprised and shouted in panic, "Even the dragon envoy can't find the murderer, how can you protect us?" However, Ao Moyun waved his hand calmly and said, "Let's go and take a look. I believe in Daoist Zhao's means." Since Ao Moyun had spoken, although the others wanted to escape, they couldn't escape from Longxing no matter how hard they tried. They simply followed Xiaohua and flew to Ao Zhantian's pavilion. When they saw Xiaohua's capital star array, their faces were full of shock. Ao Zhantian said proudly, "This is the capital star array set up by Daoist Xiao. It's the same as the one set up by the Immortal Palace in the Black Wind Ridge. With such a formation, I believe we have a better chance of survival." "Oh, Xiaohua, Daoist Xiao." Hearing this, Ao Sun slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I remember now. Are you that Daoist Xiao?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's not talk so much. Let's enter the array first. Although my array formation can't protect the entire Longxing, it should be able to protect the few of you." "Thank you, Daoist Xiao." Ao Sun, Ao Moran, and the others cupped their hands and hurriedly entered the array. At this time, even if they didn't believe Xiaohua, they could only treat it as a last resort. After everyone had entered, Ao Moyun stood there without moving a single step. Xiaohua knew what Ao Moyun was thinking and said in a low voice, "Mr. Moyun, could it be, you don't believe me?" "Yes." Ao Zhantian also said anxiously, "Since you're here, you'd better hide for a while." Ao Moyun smiled and showed a rare relaxed face. He asked, "Daoist Xiao, do you think you can stop that murderer?" Xiaohua shook his head without thinking. "I don't have that kind of strength." "That's right." Ao Moyun said with a smile, "If I hide inside, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to you. At that time, not only will I not be able to survive, but all of you will also be implicated by me. Since that's the case, why should I go in? Daoist Xiao, thank you for your help. My Ao family really can't repay you. Goodbye." After that, Ao Moyun turned around and left without any reluctance. Ao Zhantian was taken aback. He had never heard Ao Moyun refer to himself as a concubine. Moreover, he hadn't expected Ao Moyun to be so decisive and leave just like that. Daoist Master. Ao Zhantian looked at Ao Moyun walking out of the pavilion, and asked with a puzzled expression, "What's going on?" "Sai, how would I know? You can go in." Xiaohua waved his hand, and followed Ao Moyun out of the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, it was truly a mess. The bleak atmosphere was even colder than the cold winter. Ao Moyun's originally plump back was particularly striking in this biting cold. Xiaohua did not give chase, he only stood there and watched from afar. He was rather puzzled. This matter is truly strange, since the murderer has such powerful strength and can even avoid the dragon envoy's primordial thought, then why didn't he make a move earlier? This murderer killed the monster clan and the human clan in front of the dragon envoy without being detected by the dragon envoy. Needless to say, he also used the dragon clan's concealment technique, which is somewhat similar to the dragon clan's secret technique of the heavenly abode river. Also, this Ao Moyun seems to have noticed something, but why didn't she go to the dragon envoy? Besides, this dragon envoy doesn't seem to be afraid of being attacked by the murderer, nor does he care about the lives of these descendants of the dragon clan. His mission seems to be, just to bring these descendants of the dragon clan to the dragon island. Does he not care about how many he can bring? In fact, from an unimaginable point of view, maybe this murderer and the dragon envoy are in cahoots? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he frowned. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. His previous detachment from this matter gradually faded. Watching Ao Moyun's figure disappear, Xiaohua quietly released his soul consciousness and looked around. After confirming that there was nothing strange, he returned to the pavilion. However, he only entered the capital star formation and told everyone that Ao Moyun was unwilling to come, then he sat upright in the pavilion again. Dozens of days later, the entire Longxing was completely shrouded in the horror of the murder. Almost every 10 days, one or more monster clan and human clan would be inexplicably killed, and all the corpses would be placed in one place. At this time, no one from the human clan or the monster clan went to watch the show. Every one of them was trembling in fear and trepidation, worried that they would be found by the cruel murderer. As for what the dragon envoy was doing, Xiaohua did not know. He only instructed the green-robed Xiaohua to control the invisible Yuanying and hide in a corner of the pavilion. He also instructed the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua to prepare his Xiantian true qi at all times, ready to face the seemingly omnipresent murderer and fight for his own survival. On this day, when Xiaohua slowly withdrew his soul consciousness from outside the pavilion and was about to meditate, his heart suddenly moved. He thought of Ao Moyun's strange behavior. He unconsciously patted his forehead and said with some regret, "Alas, this Xiao is also a little flustered. This Ao Moyun seems to be somewhat familiar with the Dragon Island. Since she knows the 10 clans of the Dragon Island, she must also know the location of the Dragon Cleansing Pool. How could this Xiao forget to ask her?" Thinking of this, Xiaohua stood up and instructed the green-robed Xiaohua. He used the Dragon Clan's concealment technique and stealthily moved towards Ao Moyun. If it was a normal time, Xiaohua would certainly fly over in the air, but at this time, Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He did not ask for speed, only to not leave any trace. When he arrived in front of Ao Moyun's pavilion, it was the same as when Xiaohua and the others left. The pavilion's restriction was not activated at all. It seemed that Ao Moyun had already given up resistance and was waiting for the murderer to arrive. Xiaohua did not dare to act blindly without thinking. He released a wisp of soul consciousness and looked around. Then, he quietly urged the wood escape technique to sneak into the pavilion. Before his figure could appear, he heard Ao Moyun's faint but somewhat trembling voice in his ear, "You finally found me." Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He didn't know how Ao Moyun had discovered his whereabouts. Almost without thinking, Xiaohua waved his hands and shot out several secret arts. First, he confined the space of several hundred feet around him. Then, he transmitted his voice, "Mr. Moyun, this Xiao has come. This Xiao has suddenly thought of a way that can save your life and not implicate the rest of us." You are Taoist Master Xiao." Ao Moyun was naturally shocked. How do you know the dragon technique of my dragon clan?" Just when Xiaohua had just revealed himself and had yet to answer, a kind of indescribable fear arose in Xiaohua's heart. It was as if a great danger was approaching Xiaohua. Ao Moyun's face was even more pale, and he opened his mouth to urge Xiaohua to flee. Since he had come to this point, how could Xiaohua hesitate? He raised his hand and took out the mountain river seal that he had prepared a long time ago. He transmitted his voice, "Fellow immortal, don't struggle." As he spoke, Xiaohua's mind swept towards Ao Moyun. How could Ao Moyun not know Xiaohua's plan when he saw the mountain river seal? People often say that even ants are greedy for life, let alone Ao Moyun who had succeeded in cultivation. She immediately gave up resisting, and her figure was immediately taken into the space along with Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua did not hesitate. He hurriedly withdrew the spell, and his figure flashed and rushed to the side of the pavilion. In this split second, an extremely secretive and powerful origin will was born out of nowhere, and it swept past the place where Ao Moyun's figure had been. "Ha!" A very obscure voice of surprise followed, and then there was a loud bang. An extremely powerful attack fell from the sky and pierced through the entire pavilion. Everything in the pavilion was turned into fragments. "How dare you!" Just when that origin will was still searching, the furious voice of the dragon envoy above the 5-colored clouds sounded like thunder, and a huge dragon claw turned into lightning and grabbed down. Unfortunately, although the dragon claw had imprisoned the space of about 100 feet, when the dragon claw fell, it was still empty. It did not even touch a scale of the murderer. Since it did not find the murderer, the dragon claw waved again in the ruins of the pavilion, but did not find Ao Moyun's corpse. The dragon claw paused for a moment. Obviously, this was the first time it did not see the corpse after the murderer appeared. However, the dragon envoy only hesitated for a moment, and the dragon claw retracted back into the clouds. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, some demon race members appeared nearby. These demon race members poked their heads out mournfully, looked at the broken pavilion, shook their heads slightly, and went away. In Ao Zhantian's pavilion, Xiaohua's figure appeared. His face was waxy yellow. He sat down cross-legged, took out a jade bottle, and poured out a few pills to consume. After the time it took to eat a meal, his face finally became rosy. Damn it! Xiaohua coughed and cursed in a low voice. This evil creature has the strength of the 7th level of origin power, which is half a level higher than the dragon envoy. I'm afraid he can do whatever he wants in the travel dragon. Who can be his match? Io. Just as he finished cursing, Xiaohua came to a realization. Since he had saved Ao Moyun, then the murderer, whose strength exceeded the other demon race members, would naturally be looking for him again. Ao Zhantian and the others were definitely the targets of the search. If Ao Moyun's guess was correct, then Ao Zhantian and the others were definitely not the murderer's targets. Not only was he not helping them by hiding them in the capital star formation, he was harming them instead. Xiaohua hurriedly stood up, and with a wave of his hands, he put away the jade talismans of the capital star formation. Ao Zhantian and the others inside the formation were shocked, and hurriedly asked, "Enlightened Master, what are you doing?" Shu. Xiaohua did not have time to explain, and he made up a story. It has been more than 10 days, and no demon race members have been killed. I'm afraid that the murderer. Before Xiaohua could finish his words, a wave of origin power suddenly fell from above everyone's heads, and a dragon's might that could instantly kill everyone swept over. Not good. The group of Confucian cultivators turned pale with fright, and Xiaohua was also shocked. He rubbed his hands together, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, striking toward the top of the pavilion. Chapter 3995. It was exactly the same as the voice Xiaohua heard from Ao Moyun. However, as soon as this voice appeared, it immediately disappeared along with the dragon's aura, as if nothing had happened just now. Xiaohua's lightning surged out and hit the pavilion, completely destroying the roof of the pavilion, revealing the colorful clouds outside the pavilion. This. The group of Confucian cultivators were somewhat in disbelief. This life and death situation appeared too suddenly and left even more abruptly. As strong as they were, the murderer had already disappeared with the wind by the time they raised their qi. They almost didn't dare to believe their eyes. Roar. Similarly, as soon as the murderer left, the dragon envoy's roar sounded again, but this roar was like rolling thunder that gradually faded away. After a full half cup of tea's time, Ao Zhantian asked in a trembling voice, "Daoist, just now, did a dragon senior appear?" Yes. Xiaohua withdrew his invisible nascent soul, suppressed the surprise in his heart, and answered indifferently. Ao Sun also asked, "Since he left, then, we are not the ones he wants to kill?" It should be. Xiaohua turned around and looked at these Confucian cultivators, then walked towards the quiet room. "So, we don't have to be afraid of being killed by him?" Ao Moran asked again timidly, just like a little student asking a professor a question. Xiaohua also answered, "There should be no need to be afraid. However, don't leave here, just stay here. Since he came once, he probably won't come again. Zhantian has some spirit fruits and spirit wine, enjoy them slowly, but don't show too much, just wait for the dragon to come ashore." Okay. Happiness came too suddenly. Ao Chiron and the others didn't know how to answer, only trembling and saying a few words. All of them fell to the left side of the jade table. Logically speaking, they were all grandmasters around the 5th level of elemental energy. Even if they were facing a mortal enemy and in the face of death, they wouldn't have lost their composure. However, in this kind of torturous atmosphere, they had been tormented for several months. Every time they thought that they could lose their lives at any time, this kind of fear was eroding their ambition. At this moment, their state of mind was clearly different from the Tao realm of Xiaofan and the other Taoist cultivators. When they were relaxed, when they had escaped from the calamity, it was inevitable that some instinctive actions would appear. Xiaofan entered the quiet room and didn't activate any restrictions. Instead, he simply sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Within the pavilion, Ao Zhantian and the others rested for a moment before taking out some spirit fruits to consume. However, they didn't relax like Xiaofan. Instead, they all began to cultivate. More than a few months passed in the blink of an eye. The rhythm of the invisible murderer's attacks began to slow down. In the end, it finally calmed down. The nervousness of being in a state of panic also slowly disappeared. It was as if the murderer's targets were all dead. The murderer no longer appeared. The remaining demon clan and human clan seemed to have escaped from the sky and gradually began to become active. A total of 47 demons and 13 humans died in the hands of the murderer, making a total of 60. The strength of these dead bodies was also uneven. Most of them were at the middle of the 5th grade and were not the demonic beast experts that Ao Zhantian and the others had imagined. It was also because of this that most of the demons and humans didn't know why the murderer's target was the deceased. This seemed to be an unsolvable mystery. However, all of the demons and humans, including the Dragon Island emissary who controlled the Dragon Island, believed that there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. And that day would be the day when the Dragon Island neared the Dragon Island. The Dragon Island silently traversed the seabed. In the dark green seawater, one couldn't see the exact shape of the Dragon Island. One could only see a flash of brilliance before it disappeared into the sea. The flowing light arrived at a very ordinary part of the sea. The flowing light abruptly stopped and a droplet of water that was thousands of feet in size appeared in the sea. In an instant, all of the fish in the sea were frightened and frantically swam away. The Dragon Island only stopped for a few breaths. A strange wave of energy spread out from the Dragon Island. Then, the Dragon Island began to move along with the energy wave. In the beginning, the Dragon Island moved extremely slowly. However, it gradually sped up. In the time it took to eat a meal, the Dragon Island became a flowing light again. However, this time, the flowing light was different from before. A spiral ripple formed at the tip of the Dragon Island. As the flowing light formed, it rapidly spread out to the outer layer of the Dragon Island. What was special was that as the spiral ripple swept across, the color of the flowing light became even fainter. Gradually, the flowing light couldn't be seen clearly. The moment the flowing light became completely transparent, the flowing light seemed to have stopped. The entire flowing light rushed towards an invisible droplet of water in the sea. There was no fluctuation, no barrier. The flowing light shrunk little by little. Finally, it fell into the millions of droplets of seawater. Those who didn't understand the mysteries of the Dragon Island would never have thought that the famous Dragon Island was actually inside a droplet of water. This droplet was in an unknown part of the sea. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who could find it? The demons and humans inside the Dragon Island couldn't see through the Dragon Island. Naturally, they couldn't know that they were already inside a droplet of water. At this moment, Xiaofan was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he heard a rip sound. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have been torn apart. Torrential seawater fell from the sky. All the pavilions, rocks, quagmires, and so on inside the Dragon Island disappeared in the seawater. Xiaofan and the others were startled. They hastily raised their heads to look. They only saw a huge continent in the sea that they couldn't see the end of. This entire continent was similar to the soul cultivator's remnant Xiaofan saw in the Forbidden Spring Ocean. It was completely submerged in the seawater. On this continent, there were mountain ranges, plains, hills. There were fishes, seaweed, and seaweed in the seawater. And at this moment, at the edge of the continent, there were some grooves that looked like the shape of a turtle. Above each groove, there was a several thousand zhang, 33 m per zhang, transparent crystal cover. Some of the crystal covers had floating dragon generals. Some of the crystal covers were empty. There were no dragon generals guarding them. See, this is the Dragon Island? Xiaofan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it, this Xiao always thought that the Dragon Island was somewhere in the four seas. It was an island. But I really didn't expect, this Dragon Island was actually at the bottom of the sea. Of course, the dragon tribe was originally a water tribe. How could they live without water? They naturally thought that the Dragon Island was an island in the eyes of the human tribe. That was because they didn't break away from the human tribe's thinking. They thought that the dragon tribe also lived in the air like the human tribe. In fact, in the eyes of the dragon tribe, isn't the seawater air in the eyes of the human tribe? It would be strange if the Dragon Island was really an island. Thinking of this, Xiaofan hastily raised his hand and took out the mountain river seal. His mind shook, and he pulled Ao Moyun out of the space. At this moment, not only was Xiaofan surprised, Ao Zhantian and the others were also surprised. No one had noticed Ao Moyun's quiet appearance. She then looked at Ao Moyun again. Ao Moyun had suddenly appeared inside the traveling dragon's den, and the Dragon Island's strange phenomenon caught her eye. How could she not know that Xiaofan had safely delivered her to the Dragon Island? She only nodded slightly at Xiaofan, and didn't say a word. Xiaofan smiled. This kind of woman who was so calm could really be the commander of an army. In the traveling Dragon Island, most of the survivors of the human tribe and the demon tribe were surprised. When they came to their senses and were about to use the escape technique to leave the traveling Dragon Island, they suddenly found that they couldn't even move their bodies. Whoosh! A gorgeous dragon pattern appeared from the crystal cover and fell on top of everyone's head. Then, the dragon envoy who controlled the traveling Dragon Island strangely appeared out of thin air. He opened his mouth and spat out the same dragon pattern to meet the gorgeous dragon pattern. Swish! The moment the two dragon patterns merged, a cluster of colorful light emerged from the dragon pattern and covered the dragon envoy. The dragon envoy's body shrank rapidly, turning into the size of the dragon pattern, and disappeared into the dragon pattern. Then, the dragon pattern rushed to the crystal cover. As soon as it came into contact, the entire crystal cover was instantly dyed blood red. Roar! A huge dragon roar passed through the heavy seawater and fell into the crystal cover. Xiaofan and the others felt their blood tremble. Several ochre-yellow dragons that were 3 times bigger than the dragon envoy flew over from the other crystal covers and surrounded the blood-red crystal cover. Xiaofan and the others understood that this must be the signal sent by the dragon envoy. These dragons must have come to arrest the brutal murderer in the traveling Dragon Island. Sure enough, the dragon pattern passed through the crystal cover. The dragon envoy revealed his body from the dragon pattern and said something to the 3 dragons. The dragon's body twisted in the seawater and immediately disappeared. The 3 dragons shook their bodies and opened their mouths. 3 dragon pearls flew out. These 3 dragon pearls gave off 3 different kinds of luster. They mixed in the seawater and turned into a huge net that completely covered the groove where the crystal cover was. Other than the eyes, no one's Yuan Shen could detect it. In just a moment, a few more dragons came from the mountain range in the distance. The dragon in front had a golden crown on its dragon horn. This dragon flew to the top of everyone's head and opened its mouth. A dragon breath as vast as the sea of smoke rolled and covered the groove. Within this dragon breath, the previous 3 dragon pearls' brilliance faded and slowly flew away. "You can open it now," the dragon commanded very majestically. "Yes, General." The 3 dragons responded. The 3 dragon pearls gave off 3 different rhythmic fluctuations. The fluctuations entangled together and fell towards the crystal cover. Once the crystal cover came into contact with the fluctuations, it immediately melted like ice water touching a raging fire. Xiaofan and the others felt the previous imprisonment slowly disappear. Then, he looked at the 9 dragons that had just arrived with Long Jiang. They immediately arranged themselves into a profound formation, surrounding all the humans and demons in the middle. That dizzying dragon breath rushed over. Even someone as strong as Xiaofan couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't help but groan in his heart, "Damn it, how can we live like this? Just 9 random soldiers have the strength of upper 6th grade essence energy. This dragon general is probably intermediate 7th grade essence energy, right?" Chapter 3996. Hold on. Come out one by one. Under the dragon's might, everyone's body and mind felt extremely heavy. The giant dragon's order was like a god's voice echoing in their hearts. The humans and demons did not dare to dawdle. They walked out one by one according to the order of the grooves. Every time a human or demon walked out of the grooves, an inexplicable wave would sweep across his body. However, even after all the humans and demons had left the crystal barrier, the giant dragon did not discover anything. "Strange," the giant dragon muttered. He looked into the grooves again. At this moment, the grooves were empty. There was nothing but discarded corpses. Whoosh! At this moment, a watery light flashed. The dragon envoy flew over and asked anxiously, "General, did you discover anything?" "No." The giant dragon replied. "I've carefully checked the dragon line. There is no murderer like you said. This bastard must have used some kind of concealment technique to hide," the dragon envoy said through gritted teeth. "And this concealment technique is especially powerful. I can't find him even with the help of the dragon line. Since the concealment technique is so powerful, could he have escaped first and not followed the dragon line into Dragon Island?" the giant dragon asked. The dragon envoy shook his head. "That's impossible. Although I can't use the dragon line to find this bastard, I still control the dragon line. However, I am still in control of the traveling dragon. I can still prevent him from escaping from the traveling dragon. He must be inside the dragon line. That's strange. Don't tell me he can escape from my dragon breath?" The giant dragon frowned. He thought for a moment, then ordered, "Take out these corpses and seal the dragon line. I'll send the dragon line to 4th Elder. I'd like to see what kind of concealment technique this is." "Yes." The dragon soldiers obeyed the order. With a wave of their dragon claws, all the corpses were thrown to one side of the crystal barrier. Then, as several dragon pearls flashed, the multicolored dragon pattern appeared again and landed on the crystal barrier. The dragon rune penetrated the crystal barrier and produced a rumbling sound. Then, another dark green water droplet was born from the crystal barrier. After the dragon formation was sealed, the dragon general raised his dragon claw and made a grabbing motion in the air. The crystal shield flew out from the groove, and the dragon formation shrunk to a size of 1,000 feet and fell into the dragon general's claw. Then, without even looking at the dragon descendants, the dragon general's body emitted a watery light and was about to flee. As for the other 9 dragon soldiers, they also moved their dragon bodies at the same time, preparing to escape with the dragon general. At this moment, Xiaofan, who was standing on the dragon island, was suddenly startled. His gaze fell on the corpse in the distance, and he seemed to have thought of something. Without waiting for Xiaofan to speak, Ao Moyun at the side shouted loudly, "My lord, take a look at those corpses first. Who knows if there's a murderer who faked his death?" How is that possible? When they saw Ao Moyun's strange appearance, Ao Zhantian and the others were all surprised. However, none of them dared to ask too much. Now that Ao Moyun reminded them, everyone came to a realization and looked at those corpses in unison. Roar! Before everyone's gaze fell, 3 beastly roars came from the corpses. The dragon python, Diki, and Jinghong, who were the first to be killed, suddenly rushed out of the corpses. Their bodies flashed with watery light, and they fled toward the dragon island in a panic. Roar! The dragon envoy who was in charge of the dragon formation was furious. He really didn't expect that the murderers who had caused so much bloodshed in the dragon formation in the past few months were actually the 3 demon clans who were killed first. He had painstakingly monitored the entire dragon formation and paid attention to the movements of the other living humans and demon clans at all times. However, he just so happened to miss the location of the discarded corpses. No wonder he couldn't find the murderers no matter how hard he tried. Enraged, the dragon envoy was about to give chase. However, the dragon general was twice as fast as him. Just as the dragon envoy's body swayed, the dragon general's body had already stirred up the water and disappeared. Then, a series of thunderclaps came from the mountain range in the distance. A layer of huge waves surged out of the calm sea. Along with these huge waves, 3 extremely disheveled demon clans appeared. Just as the dragon python revealed itself, the bloody light around its body flourished. Dragon chi gushed out from this bloody light. The bloody light mixed with the dragon chi and actually condensed into a huge dragon that was comparable to the dragon general. Roar! The dragon python roared loudly. A dragon claw slashed through the water and through space, striking the dragon general who was pouncing toward it. The dragon general seemed to be caught off guard. His whole body was hit by the dragon claw and fell to the ground with a loud boom sound. But in an instant, the dragon general's dragon tail flashed in the sea and smashed on the dragon python's head with a bang. Sound. The dragon python's body rolled a few times in the water. Once again, it flashed and escaped towards a mountain range. Looking at Diki and Jinghong, their bodies were even more agile. Before the dragon envoy and the 9 dragon soldiers could catch up, they had already escaped in 2 other directions. It was obvious that this was a plan that the 3 demon clans had long discussed. Woo! Dragon chi gushed out from the dragon envoy and the 9 dragon soldiers. 10 dragon pearls shot out. Small whirlpools appeared in the water thousands of feet around them. Wisps of pure water elemental energy surged towards the dragon pearls. The 10 dragon pearls grew to several feet in size. They split into 3 groups and chased after the 3 demon clans. GGG. Looking at the 3 demon clans escaping, the dragon general who was supposed to be the most capable of capturing them didn't use his escape technique. Instead, he stirred up dragon chi in the water. Streaks of dragon patterns surged towards his horns. When he opened his dragon mouth, a series of inexplicable dragon language came out of his mouth. Once the dragon language appeared, the water elemental energy within 100 miles of him immediately disappeared. It rushed into the dragon language at an unbelievable speed. Then, the dragon language brought about layers of light and shadows. The sound of huge waves rushed in the direction of the 3 demon clans escaping. Xiaofan didn't know what others felt, but as a Taoist cultivator, even though he was at the bottom of the sea, he was extremely sensitive to the changes in the water elemental energy. Previously, when the dragon pearls stirred up the water elemental energy, his heart was only moved. But when this dragon general actually chanted the dragon language and stirred up the water elemental energy, how could he not be shocked? Don't all demon clans cultivate the power of the moon and stars? This dragon general, how could he stir up the water elemental energy? Moreover, why is his dragon language so similar to the Green Seal script? No, it should be said that this dragon language is extremely similar to my Taoist cultivation technique. Xiaofan thought. When he looked at the place where Long Yu disappeared, the seawater within a few hundred li radius had been confined. This confinement power was really too strong, even the void was covered. Long Mang and the other two demonic beast experts who possessed 7th grade essence power exerted all their strength to twist their bodies. Although the confinement within 1,000 zhang radius was broken by them, the seawater within a few hundred li radius was like a cage that firmly locked them in place. Roar! The dragon general let out a dragon roar that shook the wilderness. This dragon roar was abnormally clear in the seawater. Following the dragon roar, the dragon general opened his mouth and a dragon shell fell into the water. The dragon general's claws continuously grabbed at the void, and the 3 demon clan experts who were not inferior to him, Long Mang, Di Diqi, and Jinghong were captured by him into the dragon shell. They were almost powerless to resist. Alright. As the dragon general kept the dragon shell, the imprisonment within several hundred li of the seawater disappeared again. The dragon general ordered, carefully search these descendants of my clan. This general is going to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall to meet the 4th elder and report this matter to him. All of you, be careful. Don't let any unforeseen events occur. Yes, General. The 9 dragon soldiers at the side answered and respectfully sent the dragon general off. Xiaofan looked at the scene in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't expect that the dragon general of the Dragon Island would give him a vivid lesson as soon as he set foot on the Dragon Island. He saw a secret of heaven and earth that he couldn't even dream of. Mr. Moyun. Xiaofan looked at the dragon envoy flying over with the 9 dragon soldiers and whispered to Ao Moyun through voice transmission, Did you see that? Ao Moyun asked curiously, see what? That dragon general just used. What kind of magic art? Xiaofan didn't know how to explain the doubts in his heart. After all, this was the magic art of the Taoism cultivators. He originally wanted to ask Ao Zhantian, but looking at Ao Zhantian's dumbfounded expression, he probably didn't know as much as Ao Moyun. Ao Moyun pursed his lips and smiled. This dragon general didn't use a magic art. Instead, it was the heavenly dragon technique unique to the Dragon Island. Heavenly dragon technique? Xiaofan was puzzled. This heavenly dragon technique. Why does it activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth of our Taoism? This concubine doesn't know. Ao Moyun shrugged charmingly and said with a smile, this is the secret art of the Dragon Island. Not to mention that we descendants of the dragon blood don't know, even the ordinary dragon generals of the dragon race of the 4 seas can't learn it. At this point, Ao Moyun rolled her eyes again and said, there are some vague records in this concubine's jade eyes, but if you don't want, give it to me. Xiaofan stretched out his hand unceremoniously and said, at that time, this Xiao was afraid that you would give up on yourself. Now, this Xiao obviously wants it. Even if you want it now, this concubine doesn't want to give it to you. Ao Moyun laughed and looked at Xiaofan with a smile. Humph. Xiaofan curled his lips and glanced at Ao Moyun and said, ungrateful. Ao Moyun couldn't help laughing. She really didn't expect that Xiaofan, who had such a high cultivation, would occasionally have such a cute side. How was this the usual high and mighty attitude of a Confucian cultivator? Amidst her laughter, Ao Moyun took out the jade eyes and quietly gave it to Xiaofan. Xiaofan also unceremoniously took it and sent it into the space. At this time, 10 huge dragons flew over. In addition to the 3 dragons that were patrolling earlier, there were already 13 huge dragons surrounding the nearly 2,000 dragon blood descendants. Cough cough. The dragon envoy withdrew his dragon body and turned into 100 feet in size. Standing in the sea in front of everyone, he coughed and said, "Everyone, although the three damn things, Dragon Python, Dicky and Jinghong, have been sent to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, General Long Shou is right. Who knows if there are any accomplices among you? Now, before we go to the Dragon Island, we need to carefully check again." Chapter 3997. In the face of 13 genuine dragons, how could these descendants of the dragon clan dare to refute anything? They didn't even dare to utter half a word. Subsequently, the 10 dragons took out 10 identical dragon weapons from their chests. After spitting out dragon's breath, they transformed into 10 passageways that were tens of meters tall and hundreds of meters long and placed in front of the demon clan and human clan. You'll be divided into 10 groups. Report your origins and what kind of selection you've gone through. As the dragon envoy spoke, he took out another dragon scale from his chest and rubbed the dragon claws into 10 portions, which fell into the claws of the 10 dragons. Subsequently, the demon clan and human clan lined up into 10 groups according to the dragon envoy's request. They accepted the inspection of the dragon soldiers in an orderly manner and entered the passageways. The passageways seemed to be connected to other places. The demon clan that entered the passageways didn't appear at the other end. Roar. Just as hundreds of demon clan were inspected, a faint dragon's roar came from afar. A golden cloud carried a golden little dragon and flew over from afar. Before the little dragon came close, its indescribable dragons might had already approached. All the human clan and demon clan who had the dragon clan's bloodline couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Little clan elder. When the 3 dragon soldiers who were eyeing covetously saw the little dragon flying over, they hurriedly urged their bodies to welcome it. They said respectfully, "Why are you here, elder? Why can't I be here?" The little dragon smiled with its mouth wide open. There seemed to be some bubbles in its nostrils, which seemed to be snot. "What are you doing, little clan elder?" A dragon soldier replied, "These are the descendants outside the Dragon Island for this training. Because there was a killing incident in the dragon travel, General Long Shou ordered us to inspect again." Damn it! When the little dragon heard this, he was a little angry. "It's just a training. You kill me and I kill you. Our dragon clan has few descendants to begin with. Won't more of them die in this way? I really can't see the stingy faces of these dragon clan." "Yes, yes. Little clan elder is right," another dragon soldier said respectfully, "otherwise, the 4th elder of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall would be especially angry and specially arranged 10 generals to thoroughly investigate this matter to prevent any more mishaps in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm." What? Hearing this, the little dragon suddenly became furious. The golden light around its body shone brightly. Its pair of dragon eyes looked at the thousands of demons and humans and shouted, They actually want to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? What qualifications do they have to enter with me?" Obviously, the 3 dragon soldiers were also shocked by Xiaolong's dragon might, and they hurriedly shouted, "Junior elder, quickly withdraw your dragon might, we can't take it anymore. The other dragon blood descendants can't stand it either." "Humph. If you can't even endure this, how can you enter the Stacking Jade Legacy realm?" Xiaolong coldly snorted and arrogantly withdrew his dragon's might. Looking at the rapidly changing emotions, Xiaolong was like a young child. One of the dragon soldiers smiled apologetically and said, "Little elder, you've misunderstood. I'm not saying that these descendants can all enter. It's just that this year, the Stacked Jadeite Legacy realm is finally opened, and it just so happens that the dragon blood descendants are training. Therefore, the 9 elders have a discussion, including the dragon clan of the 4 seas, and are preparing to select some dragons and dragon blood descendants to see whose bloodline is purer, so that they can accompany the Little Elder and the other true dragons of the Dragon Island into the stacked Jadeite legacy realm. I was wondering. Xiaolong's mood seemed to be better. He nodded and said, in the past, there were only 10,000 or so for the training. This time, there are actually 100,000. So this is the plan. Forget it, you go on your official business, I'll play here for a while. You don't have to pay attention to me. Yes, Junior Elder. The 3 dragon soldiers let out a long sigh of relief. They respectfully saluted and retreated. And that Xiaolong flew to a groove not far away, and actually started to play. He flew from one groove to another groove, and swam back and forth inside. It seemed to be very interested. Seeing this Xiaolong like this, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. He already somewhat understood, this Xiaolong might not be that old, but because of the pureness of his bloodline, he was born with the divine ability of the dragon clan. Just like Wu Qing and Xiang Zhili when he was in the Xiaoyu continent, they were born with an easier cultivation compared to other children. When he thought of the 2 outstanding juniors, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, Zhuoming Hui, and Hongxia Fairy. Who are you? Where are you training? A cold voice awakened Xiaohua from his memories. Xiaohua came back to his senses and looked up. A dragon soldier was holding a dragon scale in his hand, coldly looking at him. In front of him was a pitch-black tunnel. Oh, I am Xiaohua, Ao Zhantian's guard. Xiaohua said casually, and slightly moved his body to the side, allowing Ao Zhantian behind him to walk over. However, Ao Zhantian didn't walk over as Xiaohua expected. Instead, he stood behind Xiaohua with some hesitation. Seeing Ao Zhantian like this, Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he thought to himself, could it be that Ao Zhantian wants to go back on his word? Damn it, if I had known this. I wouldn't have said so much to him before. If he refuses now, then wouldn't I become the dragon python's accomplice? Of course, he can calmly train, but Xiaohua's gaze hurriedly looked behind Ao Zhantian. Unfortunately, he and Ao Zhantian were behind Ao Moyun and the others. At this time, Ao Moyun and the others had already entered the tunnel. Ao Zhantian seemed to be struggling with his thoughts, and he was still hesitating. The dragon soldier had already sensed that something was wrong. Under the dragon's might, he firmly restrained Xiaohua, and said coldly, "You are Ao Zhantian's guard, how can you walk in front of your master? Speak." "Lord." Ao Zhantian said indifferently, "This fellow Taoist is my guard, his name is Xiaohua. I have already reported to the North Sea Dragon Palace at the beginning of the training. However, the dragon strategy doesn't allow the guard's name to be recorded, so Lord didn't see it." Phew. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and glared at Ao Zhantian. Ao Zhantian also smiled apologetically at Xiaohua. He had already decided to bring Xiaohua to the Dragon Island when he was with Long Xing. However, after witnessing Long Xing's massacre and hearing the dragon language spoken by the junior elder of the Dragon Island, he knew that this place was no small matter. He couldn't help but be worried that Xiaohua would get into trouble on the Dragon Island. Fortunately, after a moment of internal conflict, Ao Zhantian made a decision that was beneficial to Xiaohua. "You come over first." The dragon soldier coldly waved his claw, and said, "How can a human be in front of a descendant of the dragon tribe?" "Yes, Lord." Ao Zhantian hurriedly walked forward and said respectfully, "I am Ao Zhantian." After Ao Zhantian finished explaining his origins, the dragon soldier examined the dragon scales carefully. Then, he turned the dragon pearl suspended above the passageway and examined Ao Zhantian's physical body. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Go in." "Yes, Lord." Ao Zhantian bowed respectfully, and walked to the tunnel. He turned to look at Xiaohua, and asked, "Where is my guard?" "If it's normal, there's naturally no need to investigate." The dragon soldier coldly said, but today is not normal, your guard will have to report his background. All right. I will do as you say. Ao Zhantian looked at Xiao Hua with a heavy gaze, and even a little apologetic. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, go in. Today is your training, I hope you will have good results." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Ao Zhantian didn't know what to say at this time. He was also a powerful Taoist, a nascent soul cultivator on the hidden immortal continent, but here, he was just a small character. He had already helped Xiao Hua as much as he could. "What is your name? Where are you from?" The dragon soldier asked again, "Where is your sect? How do you know Ao Zhantian?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and regretted that he didn't change his appearance, so he simply answered, "I am Taoist sect Xiao Hua, from Yu Province's Black Wind Mountain." "Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua." The dragon soldier muttered, and looked inside the dragon scales, but didn't find anything. Then, he took out another thumb-sized pearl, and probed it with his origin sense. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, You are Black Wind Mountain's Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao Hua?" Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, but a proud expression appeared on his face. After all, his reputation had spread to the Dragon Island, and this was enough for him to be proud. "That's right, I am Taoist sect Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao." Xiao Hua replied. Long Bing waved his dragon claws without hesitation, and said, "Xiao Hua, you have a grudge with the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace's true Lord Qingyuan was ordered to exterminate the Black Wind Mountain. Although you defeated true Lord Qingyuan, the Immortal Palace hasn't issued any other orders, but if you set foot on the Dragon Island, you will definitely attract the attention of the Dragon Island and the Immortal Palace." Before he finished speaking, the little dragon that was playing in the distance seemed to have found something fun. With a "so" sound, it instantly disappeared from the groove, and appeared beside the dragon soldier. The little dragon leaned on the dragon soldier, and pushed him away. The big bubble in its nose popped with a pop sound. It stared at Xiao Hua with interest and asked, "You are that Xiao Hua who swallowed 100,000 immortal soldiers? How did you eat? I see that your stomach isn't big, didn't you humans want to eat grains? When did you start eating human flesh?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes, and looked at the little dragon with a smile, and said, "Sigh, it's a long story. Actually, it's not that my Black Wind Mountain provoked the Immortal Palace, it's just that when I was passing by the Black Wind Mountain that day, I just happened to meet a beautiful girl." "Oh? Could it be the 9th princess of the Immortal Palace?" The little dragon blinked its eyes, and a strange light appeared in its eyes as it asked curiously. "Of course not." Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "This girl is a girl of the mortal world's royal family, but she has a blood feud." Xiao Hua controlled his temper and slowly told the story of Yuanya and Jia Wu to the little dragon word by word. Some of the details were even vividly described by Xiao Hua, causing the little dragon to be intoxicated. Looking at the dragon soldier that was pushed away by the little dragon, it looked at the little dragon helplessly, and then at Xiao Hua who had succeeded in his scheme. It waved its dragon claws, and ordered the monsters behind Xiao Hua to go somewhere else. Chapter 3998. After Xiao Hua finished his story, Xiaolong's eyes flashed with anger as he shouted, "Since ancient times, it said that beauties are the source of trouble. This Jia Wu. No, she doesn't deserve the name Jia Wu. This hateful princess actually ignored Yuanya and was loyal to him. She really deserves to die. True monarch Qingyuan did a good thing by destroying their country. However, it's a pity for your Black Wind Mountain. Actually, not every woman is so hateful." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This Xiao has a disciple named Chang Yuan. She has always been loyal to love, and after several lifetimes, she finally got married to her lover. Ah? There's such an amazing woman. Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and tell me this." Xiaohua said awkwardly, "It's not convenient for me to tell you here, right?" "Why?" Xiaolong was curious. However, when he looked around, he immediately understood. The previous 10 passages had already been closed. The 12 dragon soldiers and the dragon envoy stood around helplessly, waiting for Xiaohua to finish his story. "Let's go, follow me back to the palace." Xiaolong replied decisively, "Tell me your disciple's story." "That's not very good." Xiaohua shook his head, "I offended the immortal palace. Now that I've set foot on Dragon Island, I'm afraid I'll bring trouble to Dragon Island." "Trouble my ass." Xiaolong sneered, "The immortal palace didn't issue an immortal decree to arrest you. You also have the bloodline of my dragon race." "Little elder." A dragon soldier hurriedly said, "Xiaohua is not a descendant of my dragon race." "If he isn't, then he isn't." Xiaolong tilted his head and said, "Xiaohua is my good friend. Today, I invited him to Dragon Island for a chat. Even the great elder wouldn't object, right?" "Little elder." The dragon envoy hurriedly advised, "Even if we're not afraid of the immortal palace and let Xiaohua enter Dragon Island, he's still Xiaohua's bodyguard." However, he was Ao Zhantian's bodyguard, so according to the dragon laws, he wasn't allowed to go anywhere on the Dragon Island before he was selected by the Dragon Chi. Moreover, Little Elder's palace is a secret place of my dragon race. He can't go there either. If you're willing, after the Dragon Chi selection, you can go to Ao Zhantian's training grounds and listen to Xiaohua's stories." "What bullshit." Xiaolong was furious, but after cursing a few times, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he changed his words. "This dragon law is too strange. Why is it so troublesome for me to invite an old friend?" "That's not the problem." The dragon envoy hurriedly replied, "Xiaohua is currently training, so he must first be selected by the Dragon Chi. Of course, he's just a guard, so he doesn't have any dragon bloodline. This is merely a process of the dragon law. Besides, even if he was invited by the junior clan elder, he still has to go through the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's inquiry and investigation before he can enter Dragon Island." All right. Xiaolong waved his claws impatiently. "I know. Hurry up and let Xiaohua in. Remember." "No, I will be watching from here. If you dare to chase Xiaohua away, I will tear you all apart and eat you." "Hee, little elder, don't worry." The dragon envoy laughed. "I'm just a little worried about the immortal palace. I'm afraid it's not easy to report to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. As long as little elder says the word, how can we not let Xiaohua enter Dragon Island?" As he spoke, a dragon soldier opened the passage again. Xiaolong said, "Xiaohua, you can go in. I'll go to the Dragon Chi realm to find you in a while." "Little elder." The dragon envoy hurriedly advised, "The Dragon Chi realm is a place outside Dragon Island to test the purity of the bloodline of the descendants. It's not suitable for you to go, right? What can I do if I go and take a look?" Xiaolong was a little impatient. "Why can't I do this, and can't I do that?" As he spoke, Xiaolong shook his head and left. The dragon envoy turned around and looked coldly at Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, we all know what you're thinking. However, don't think that just because you've hooked up with the little elder, my Dragon Island will be schemed against by you. You must be careful. Although I'll let you enter Dragon Island, I'll immediately report today's matter to the fourth elder. You'll have to bear all the consequences." Xiaohua simply ignored the dragon envoy's threat. He was very disgusted by the dragon envoy's coldness towards the group of dragon blood descendants. Although he was clear that he had indeed taken advantage of Xiaolong's curiosity, he could only take one step at a time. However, he still said indifferently, "This Xiao has no intention of letting your Dragon Island resist the immortal palace. It's just that you all feel too good about it. As he finished speaking, Xiaohua stepped into the passage with his head held high. He didn't even dare to look at these dragon generals. The passageway was pitch black, and there was no sense of transmission. Xiaohua could only be on guard as he walked in step by step. After he had walked for several thousand feet, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a gorgeous space appeared in front of him. This space seemed to be boundless. Spirals of clouds filled the entire space. Near the clouds, there were countless dragon patterns flickering and spreading. When the dragon patterns landed on the clouds, they caused the clouds to ripple like huge dragons. The dragon patterns were reflected in the space, and ripples appeared. Black and white colors seeped out from the cracks of the ripples. And in this crack, whether it was humans or demons, appeared one after another. Their faces were filled with longing and admiration. It was as if this was a sacred realm of the dragon race. Daoist Xiao is also here? Xiaohua naturally flew out from this crack. Ao Zhantian's voice sounded in his ears. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, it's really difficult to set foot on Dragon Island. Ao Zhantian's face was slightly hot. He looked around and changed the topic. He smiled and said, "This is my first time coming to Dragon Island. I didn't expect Dragon Island to be at the bottom of the sea. Now that I've come out from the sea, it feels good to be in this space without water." Yes. Xiaohua didn't want to mention Ao Zhantian's hesitation anymore. He smiled and said, "Dragons are dragons, and humans are humans. The place of life and the path of cultivation are also different. Actually, that might not be the case." Ao Moyun's voice sounded from afar. She flew over on a cloud and said, "If Daoist Xiao understands the secrets of Dragon Island, he might discover some other strange things." Perhaps. Xiaohua nodded. People often say that all things return to the same origin. Perhaps when we reach the end of cultivation, we will discover that the essence of cultivation is perhaps the same. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Ao Moyun could say anything else, 9 colored lights flashed around the entire space. The lights were like 9 huge dragons swimming together. Layers of oppressive dragon chi gradually filled the entire space. As the dragon aura swept across the space, the cloud patterns covering the space completely disappeared. One by one, the human clan, the demon clan, and even the dragon clan revealed their figures. Although the demon clan and the dragon clan were huge in size, they were like densely packed ants in this space. Disciples. A dignified voice descended from the sky. On behalf of Dragon Island, this old man congratulates you all for passing the selection and entering Dragon Island to train. This is the Dragon Chi realm, where the purity of your dragon blood is measured. According to the rules of Dragon Island, you will be divided into 7 levels according to the purity of your bloodline. You will go to Clear Snow, Baotu, Qiu Bo, Shizhao, Chun Meng, Yan Shu, and Xiaoyu to train. However, this year is different. The Stacked Jade Legacy realm on Dragon Island, which hasn't opened for nearly 1,000,000 years, suddenly shows signs of opening. Therefore, Dragon Island has selected some dragon blood descendants and dragons from the 2 rivers and 4 seas for this training. This time, the first to be selected in the Dragon Chi realm are the dragons who can enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Then, the other 7 levels of descendants will be selected. Mr. Moyun, what is this Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Xiaohua frowned and transmitted his voice in a low voice. Unfortunately, Ao Moyun didn't seem to hear him. He only stood there quietly and listened. Seeing this, Xiaohua opened his mouth to speak. However, he could only open his mouth, but he couldn't speak. It was obvious that the entire Dragon Chi realm had been muted when the Dragon Chi was revealed. All right. That voice still spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. You all can reveal your dragon bodies. Then, you can enter the training area according to your own destiny. Wang Wang. Following the disappearance of the voice, a huge rumbling sound was produced in the space. 8 dragon patterns appeared everywhere. One of them was as bright as the sun, and its brilliance was soft and gentle as it hung in the center. Then, a fist-sized black hole appeared in the middle of the dragon pattern. A powerful dragon breath rushed out of this black hole and majestically rushed into the space. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars resounded everywhere in the space. One after another, huge dragons revealed their figures. Those dragon descendants without dragon bodies also roared and released their dragon blood dharma bodies. There was no dragon blood in Xiaohua's bloodline, so he wasn't affected by the dragon's aura. However, Ao Zhantian was different from Ao Moyun. Ao Zhantian's blood dragon hovered above his head, greedily absorbing the dragon's aura in the air. Meanwhile, Ao Moyun's bloodline dharma body was a pitch-black dragon form. This dragon form was at least 200 feet in size, and was much more solid than Ao Zhantian's blood dragon. Not only were the dragon scales clearly visible, even the slender dragon horns on the black dragon's head and the slightly exquisite features on the dragon's head revealed Ao Moyun's gender. If they were anywhere else, their dragon form dharma bodies would definitely be astonishing. However, in this dragon chi realm, dragon forms that were thousands of feet in size appeared one after another. How could they show off their extraordinariness? Wang wang. Another thunderous boom rang out, and the draconic aura increased once again. Ao Zhantian's blood dragon expanded by 30%, while Ao Moyun's black dragon expanded by more than 3 times, reaching a length of over 6,000 feet. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua's dragon vein suddenly jumped. Dragon vein Xiaohua's voice suddenly sounded, "Io, what's going on? Why does it seem like something is calling I out, fuck?" Xiaohua turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly yelled, "Fellow Taoist dragon vein, you mustn't come out. Once you come out, who wouldn't know our purpose in coming to the Dragon Island? Even if I temporarily attracted the attention of that little elder, we won't be able to go to the dragon cleansing pond anymore." Chapter 3999. Fellow Taoist. At this moment, the green-robed Xiaohua's voice also sounded somewhat anxious. Ao Moyun's jade eyes recorded many secrets of the dragon clan, but there was no record of the dragon cleansing pool. Why don't you ask her where the dragon cleansing pool is? I can't transmit my voice now. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I'll go ask that little elder after this selection. He definitely knows more than Ao Zhantian and Ao Moyun. Buzz. As Xiaohua spoke, more draconic aura descended. Xiaohua's dragon vein pulsed several times again, as if there was a giant hand within the draconic aura realm that wanted to grab him. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly activated the dragonization art, trying to stabilize the dragon vein. However, as soon as he activated it, countless draconic aura swarmed in, and the dragon vein almost broke free from his body. Damn it, Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly stopped the dragonization art. Only then did the dragon vein begin to stabilize. In the time it took to eat a meal, the draconic aura increased several times. Ao Zhantian's blood dragon stopped growing after reaching 300 meters, but Ao Moyun's black dragon grew to 3,000 meters. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and tried his best to resist the draconic aura. His dragon vein had already deviated from his meridians and was trembling violently within his body, as if it was on the verge of breaking free. Children. That dignified voice sounded again. Release your bloodlines. There is still one last chance. If your dragon true body reaches 10,000 meters, and your descendants reach 50,000 meters, you can enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Buzz. Hundreds of millions of vortexes suddenly appeared in the draconic aura realm. Strands of draconic aura condensed into crystal threads rushed out of the vortexes. All the dragons in the space roared as they absorbed the draconic aura. Ao Moyun's black dragon grew again. Damn it, am I going to die? Xiaohua clenched his teeth and blocked the dragon vein with his body. He didn't want to enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm. He only wanted to find the dragon cleansing pool to condense his body. After enduring for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, all the vortexes began to converge, and the crystal threads also disappeared. The dragon pattern in the center began to change, and a large pitch-black hole gradually appeared in the gentle brilliance. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief, knowing that the selection of the Dragon Qi realm was nearing its end. At this moment, it was time to select the dragons and their descendants who could enter the stacked Emerald Legacy realm. This Ao Moyun indeed has some background. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Ao Moyun's black dragon blood body, which had already reached a height of 50,000 feet. He thought to himself, she definitely knows a lot of secrets. Xiaohua, where are you? At this moment, a voice resounded through the air. The little dragon that Xiaohua had seen earlier rushed out from the newly formed pitch-black hole. Once this little dragon entered the Dragon Qi realm, its body expanded uncontrollably, instantly transforming into a giant dragon that was several 100,000 feet long, suppressing all the dragons within the Dragon Qi realm. The little dragon's gaze was like lightning, and as its body expanded, it already saw Xiaohua. Its entire body moved slightly, and in an instant, it rushed to Xiaohua's left side. Although Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief at this moment, the dragon vein in his body was still forcefully supporting itself. When the little dragon appeared in the Dragon Qi realm, its huge dragon body attracted almost 10% of the Dragon Qi in the space. Seeing the little dragon fly over again, almost another 30% of the Dragon Qi was attracted to Xiaohua's side. This sudden gathering of Dragon Qi had already exceeded the limit that Xiaohua's dragon vein could support. Roar. Another dragon roar resounded through the Dragon Qi realm from Xiaohua's body. The dragon vein Xiaohua transformed into a dragon and came out of Xiaohua's physical body. Whoa! The dragon vein Xiaohua had already revealed its figure, and it immediately stirred up a fierce wind. In the Dragon Qi realm that had already stabilized, all the vortexes opened up once again, and numerous crystal threads rushed madly into the dragon form. In just a moment, a giant dragon that was several 100,000 feet long, even stronger than the little dragon, coiled within the Dragon Qi realm. Not only was the little dragon shocked, even Ao Zhantian and Ao Moyun were dumbfounded. A dragon blood dharma body that was several 100,000 feet long, not to mention that they had never seen it before, they had never even heard of it before. Ha ha ha. Fun, fun. When all the dragons and dragon descendants were dumbfounded, the little dragon laughed loudly, and its huge dragon body swept towards the dragon vein Xiaohua. However, before it could get close, the dragon vein Xiaohua let out a dragon roar, and its body flashed with an indescribable dragon might and dragon vein true qi, forcing the little dragon to submit and not dare to get close. You. The little dragon almost didn't dare to believe the dragon qi emitted by the dragon vein Xiaohua was emitting. What kind of true dragon are you? Could it be a five-clawed true dragon? Unfortunately, although the dragon vein Xiaohua was almost fully formed, its dragon body was not complete, especially the abdomen and dragon head. There were still many incomplete parts. These incomplete parts were previously repaired by the dragon vein Xiaohua, and now in the Dragon Qi realm, the little dragon and the others could see clearly. You. What kind of dragon blood dharma body is this? The dignified voice couldn't help but shout. No, this is not a true bloodline. Which true dragon's descendant are you? Damn it, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Ao Zhantian helplessly. He was only here to participate in the selection and training with Ao Zhantian, the true dragon descendant. He was supposed to be his so-called guard, but he never thought that he would cause such a big commotion in the Dragon Qi realm. Judging from the current situation, among the 100,000 dragons and their descendants in the Dragon Qi realm, there was probably no one who had his true bloodline. But thinking about it, the dragon vein Xiaohua was formed by the dragon vein condensed from true Dragon Qi, so of course the Father of Heaven and Mother of Earth's bloodline inheritance was nobler than the dragon bloodline inheritance. Buzz buzz. As the dignified voice fell, a black hole appeared, and a rumbling sound came from the black hole. A huge suction force enveloped Xiaohua, and the dragon body that was several 100,000 feet long was pulled into the black hole, and of course, Xiaohua himself was also pulled in. Interesting, interesting. The little dragon coiled its huge body and also rushed into the black hole. Far away from the black hole, there was another huge dragon that was several 100,000 feet long. Its eyes looked at the black hole that Xiaohua disappeared into, and it revealed a thoughtful expression. Then, over 1,000 huge dragons were sucked into the black hole, followed by another 300 or so humans and demons. After these dragons and their descendants that were qualified to enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm disappeared, the other 7 dragon veins produced black holes again, and Ao Zhantian and the others were sucked in according to their dragon body and dragon form. Xiaohua was pulled into the black hole by the huge force, and he only felt dizzy. Tens of thousands of strange dragon veins appeared in the pitch-black darkness, and each of the dragon veins emitted a dragon might that was comparable to a huge dragon. The entire pitch-black space was like a country of 10,000 dragons, and countless gazes that wanted to see through the dragon vein Xiaohua swept over him. At this time, Xiaohua wanted to absorb the dragon vein into his body, but the huge force was like the might of heaven, so strong that Xiaohua couldn't resist. Woo! Just like a hurricane sweeping through the mountain forest, a burst of maple leaves fell down. Xiaohua heard the sound of the wind beside his ear, and he saw several dozen scarlet radiances flashing before his eyes. A huge palace hall appeared before his eyes. This palace hall was the same as the other places on the Dragon Island. It was filled with seawater. However, the seawater inside this palace hall was so calm that not a single ripple was set off. It was as pure as a crystal. When one's gaze fell on the water, this water seemed to be transparent, as if it didn't exist. Xiaohua's figure stood still in the middle of the palace hall, that huge force already disappeared. Roar! The dragon vein Xiaohua let out a long hiss and entered Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua absorbed the dragon vein, and raised his eyes to look all around. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Below Xiaohua's feet, one after another huge hexagonal pattern was pieced together. Each pattern was several hundred feet in size. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the entire palace hall, and he felt that it was boundless. Raising his head, the ceiling of the entire palace hall was dark green, one after another huge star splendor was embedded in the dark green. The star splendor flickered. As soon as Xiaohua's gaze fell on it, the star splendor immediately flared up. Inside the star splendor, one after another huge dragons were roaring, or fighting, or swimming, and so on. These dragons seemed to have an endless suction force, drawing Xiaohua's gaze, wanting to drag Xiaohua into the star splendor. Xiaohua didn't dare to look anymore, and hastily withdrew his gaze. And at this time, one after another scarlet radiances flickered one after another. More than 1,000 huge dragons, including that little elder, were revealed one after another. Admittedly, the size of these huge dragons had already shrunk, but each of them was still more than 1,000 feet in size. But as it happened, in this palace hall, each and every one of these huge dragons seemed to be in human form, making Xiaohua unable to detect any peculiarity. Xiaohua. The little dragon's voice was very excited, and shouted, "You really made me have a whole new level of respect for you. In this Star Brilliance Palace Hall, there has never been a dragon outside of Dragon Island who stood at the front more than me." Xiaohua rubbed his nose, and truly had a somewhat bitter smile. Of course, these more than 1,000 huge dragons had appeared behind him. Admittedly, the little dragon's voice was filled with excitement, but the eyes of the other dragons were not malevolent, as if all of them wanted to tear apart this human who had suddenly appeared and immediately suppressed them. After the little dragon finished speaking, more radiances appeared, and Ao Moyun and the other members of the Yao clan and the human clan appeared again after these dragons. They were already far away, and when Xiao Hua's gaze swept over them, he actually had a kind of ethereal feeling. Ha! A rough voice came from the depths of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Not bad, there are actually 1,462 people who have the qualifications to enter the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. This has really exceeded this old man's expectations. You wait for them to come over. Yes. Inside the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, everyone from the Human Clan, Ao Clan, and Dragon Clan felt a chill in their hearts at the same time, and lowered their heads in response. Then, they saw the water under the feet of Xiao Hua and the others curl up, and layer upon layer of fine waves surged. One after another, vast palaces appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This palace hall was somewhat similar to the palaces of the Human Clan. It overflowed with precious light, and was extremely extravagant. At the head of the palace hall, a bronze-colored old dragon was lazily floating in the water with his dragon body coiled up. On that raised dragon head, the two golden pupils in the slightly opened pair of eyes were particularly eye-catching. Fourth Elder. The little dragon, who had always been undisciplined, was also very respectful when he arrived here. He followed behind Xiao Hua and carefully shouted. Chapter 4000. Ao Sheng, why did you go to the Dragon Chi realm? Even a casual sentence from the fourth elder sounded very dignified. His voice resounded in this grand hall filled with treasures, echoing around the humans and monsters. Elder. Ao Sheng swayed his tail and smiled. If the boy didn't go, how would he have discovered Xiao Hua? That guy is really incredible. Cough cough. The fourth elder coughed twice and stopped Ao Sheng's words. Then, he looked at the thousands of dragons and demons in the hall and said, "You all should know the origin of the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm. This time, when the Forgotten Realm opens, only the dragons with the bloodline of the true dragon can enter. We are already old, and our old bones can't withstand the torment. The mission of exploring the Forgotten Realm will be handed over to you all." Yes, we know. The dragons seemed to have been prepared and replied in unison. For the opening of the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, my Dragon Island has already made preparations. You all are also the elites of my Dragon Clan in the 2 rivers and 4 seas. You all have the opportunity to enter the Forgotten Realm. It is your own honor and also the clan's honor. Remember, when you arrive at Dragon Island, you are a member of my Dragon Clan. You must forget your previous identity, especially when you enter the Forgotten Realm. You must cooperate sincerely and don't have any disloyalty. The fourth elder said earnestly. Moreover, this old man also knows that many demon clans, human clans, and dragon clans have plans for this folded Jadeite legacy realm. There is no lack of killing between each other. Even within the dragon travel to Dragon Island, there are some demon clans that have killed many dragon blood descendants in order to obtain the qualifications. Dragon Island has already investigated these matters. Those who dare to make a move on the descendants of the dragon clan, my Dragon Island will definitely not tolerate them. We will definitely use the same methods to eliminate them. Also, when you enter the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, your own opportunities are important, but the information regarding the Dragon Domain is even more important. Dragon Island will definitely reward whoever can bring the information out of the Dragon Domain. The fourth elder's sharp gaze once again swept across the dragons and said, "Ever since the Dragon Domain lost contact with my Dragon Island, the situation of the Dragon Clan has been deteriorating. The various clans are fighting as equals, causing trouble. Now, my dragon clan urgently needs information about the dragon domain. Yes, we understand. The group of dragons hurriedly replied. The fourth elder nodded, he waved his dragon claw and a dragon shell flew out. Thousands of golden leaves fell in front of every dragon, monster, and human except for Xiaohua and Ao Sheng. This is the true dragon medallion for entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Inside were things to take note of and some preparations to make when entering the Forgotten Realm. Moreover, this true dragon token is also the proof for you to leave the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Don't lose it. The fourth elder looked at the dragons holding the leaves and instructed indifferently, all of you may leave. The Dragon Island has prepared a palace for each of you. Recuperate and rest first. When the Forgotten Realm opens, the dragon soldiers of the Dragon Island will bring you in. Yes, we understand. The group of dragons bowed again, and then disappeared from the Star Brilliance Palace with a surge of watery light. In a short moment, only Xiaohua, Ao Sheng, and the fourth elder remained in the empty palace. Xiaohua, Dao Sect's Xiaohua, the fourth elder looked at Xiaohua with interest. He was no longer speaking the dragon language, but the human language of the hidden immortal continent. In the early years, this old man also saw the news of you defeating the immortal palace's true monarch Qingyuan. At that time, this old man only regarded it as a joke and didn't take it to heart. However, when the news of the fiend god blood pool came, you actually broadcast the seeds of grain within the 10,000-li blood pool, which immediately attracted this old man's attention. This old man couldn't think of anyone in this world other than the old bald donkey of the Buddhist sect who would have such a benevolent heart. What are you, a Dao sect cultivator, planning in your heart? Therefore, this old man rarely used the power of the Dragon Island to see where you came from and what your master was. However, before the real news came, you actually appeared in front of this old man. Especially, you not only shocked this old man, but also shocked the Great Elder and the 9 elders of the Dragon Island. Clan Elder also came? When Ao Sheng heard the Great Elder's name, his body immediately stiffened. He lowered his head and drooped his tail, as if he was very scared. Not only the Clan Elder came. The other 7 elders also came to the Dragon Palace. The fourth elder glanced at Ao Sheng and said indifferently, "It's over, it's over." Ao Sheng muttered. His body slowly shrank and moved towards the back, as if he wanted to escape. The fourth elder sneered, "If you want to slip away now, how can it be too late?" When did I want to slip away? Ao Sheng was exposed by the fourth elder and immediately raised his head. He puffed out his chest and said, "I still want to go to the clan elder to ask for a reward. If it wasn't for me, how could I discover Xiaohua's true dragon qi and pick him out?" The fourth elder no longer paid attention to this little guy. He looked at Xiaohua again and said, "Xiaohua, this old man asks you, do you know Gui clan?" Gui clan? Xiaohua was stunned. He slightly shook his head and said respectfully, "Let fourth elder know, this one doesn't know what Gui clan is. I've never even heard of it." "Then do you know the 10 clans of Dragon Island?" The fourth elder wasn't surprised and asked again. "This." Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and nodded. This one heard people talking about the 10 clans of Dragon Island on Dragon Island. However, this one doesn't know which 10 clans they are. Could it be that this Gui clan is one of the 10 clans of Dragon Island? The fourth elder nodded and explained, the 10 clans of Dragon Island are the 10 branches of Dragon Island. Dragon language naturally has the pronunciation of the 10 clans, but it can't be written down. If it is written in human language, it should be Long Gui Pang Gui Luo Gui clan. Since there are 10 clans of Dragon Island, why did the fourth elder mention Gui clan? Xiaohua asked strangely. Because the people who were killed on Dragon Island were all descendants of Gui clan. The fourth elder explained, this old man thinks, you might also be a descendant of Gui clan. Xiaohua slightly shook his head. This one is a human, and I don't have any true bloodline. As for this dragon Qi, it's also strange. This one only vaguely knows where it came from. As for how it really came from, this one's soul might have been searched by someone, so I can't remember clearly. Oh. In that case, you don't even know your own origin? The fourth elder wrinkled his brows and said in astonishment. Xiaohua looked at the old dragon in the distance. There wasn't any dragon might around him, and he also couldn't see anything special. However, Xiaohua clearly knew that he couldn't be careless. Any deliberate concealment would arouse the other party's suspicion. In the eyes of this old dragon, his strength was not even comparable to an infant. He had to say what he needed to say. Therefore, Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. When I was traveling in the lower reaches of Tsang Immortal Continent, I wanted to find my own origin. Moreover, after this one succeeded in cultivation, I also used the Dao Sect's magic to search my own memories. Inside, there was a fragmented abnormality. I couldn't find anything. Moreover, this soul-searching technique is very harmful to this one. This one doesn't dare to search my own origin again." The fourth elder nodded and said thoughtfully, "It seems like my Dragon Island's secret technique can't be searched again. Fourth elder, please spare this one." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This one can't withstand the soul-searching technique again and again. All right. The fourth elder looked at the small dragon body stretching out and said, "Follow this old man to the Dragon Palace Hall." "Can I not go?" Ao Sheng shouted hastily. "No." The fourth elder stretched out his dragon body. A burst of dragon Qi filled the entire Star Brilliance Palace Hall. He swept Xiaohua and Ao Sheng into the water of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall and disappeared. The fourth elder's divine ability was very strange. Xiaohua only felt an unparalleled fluctuation wrapping around him. The magic power in his body and so on were all confined. In just a few breaths, this confinement disappeared again. When he opened his eyes, he found himself on top of a sea wave filled with the aura of desolation. He saw this sea wave surging to the sky. Countless dragons with different appearances were playing and dancing at the bottom of the sea. In the distance of the sea wave, it seemed like a mirage, but it also seemed like a real huge mountain range. Huge bird heads were resting on the huge mountain range. Even more giants and huge beasts were fighting on the huge mountain range. The aura of desolation filled Xiaohua's mouth and nose. A kind of primitive impulse came out from his dragon vein. Roar! That dragon vein broke away from Xiaohua's control for a moment. It rushed out from his body and turned into several tens of thousands of zhang large and fell into the sea wave. After the huge dragon roamed for a while, it floated out of the water and carried Xiaohua on its dragon head. Roar roar! Looking at the depths of the sea wave, 9 huge pillars rose up like shrines. 9 huge dragons were coiled on top of them. Each of them raised their heads and roared. Wherever the dragon roars passed, a mountain range engraved with the will of desolation appeared near the 9 huge pillars. Xiaohua, welcome to the Dragon Palace. On top of the 9 huge pillars, a huge dragon that looked like it was made of gold opened its mouth and said. That voice was so vicissitudes of life, but also so majestic, as if everything in the world would be driven by this voice. Roar! Out of Xiaohua's expectations, the dragon vein Xiaohua roared. The dragon head was raised high, lifting Xiaohua to a height of 10,000 zhang. He didn't look much shorter than the huge pillars. Junior Xiaohua greets Great Elder. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bowed and saluted. Then, he looked at the few huge dragons on the left and the fourth elder, who he went to see first, and saluted again. Greetings, elders. He. A sharp sneer resounded. You are merely a badly damaged dragon body, yet you actually have this kind of vicious aura. You are still not in a hurry to submit after seeing us revered dragons. If we wait for you to reach perfection, wouldn't you turn the sky upside down? Along with this voice, a burst of destructive aura was transmitted from a silver-white huge dragon. It swept towards the dragon vein Xiaofan. This aura was so vast, Xiaofan had no doubt that if this aura landed on the dragon vein Xiaofan, the dragon vein Xiaofan would definitely turn into ashes. However, Xiaofan didn't panic. If the Dragon Island's ninth elder wanted to kill him, why wait until now? Sure enough, just as this aura was about to land, the great elder said with a smile, "Second elder, don't be anxious. Xiaofan is a human, he doesn't have enough control over this draconic qi. And this draconic qi is innately noble, it is normal for him to not submit to us revered dragons." Chapter 4001. Humph. The second elder let out a cold snort, and his murderous aura instantly disappeared. Junior thanks the second elder for his teachings. Xiaofan bowed. His expression was neither arrogant nor humble. Xiaofan. The first elder's dragon head looked very sinister, but his tone was very kind. He asked in an extremely amiable manner, "You are not a descendant of the dragon race, so why did you come to my dragon island?" Xiaofan said without hesitation, "Let the first elder know that Junior didn't plan to come to Dragon Island." Then, Xiaofan told him about how Ao Zhantian invited him to Dragon Island to be a guard. In the end, he said, "Actually, Junior didn't plan to release the Dragon Qi when I reached the Dragon Qi realm. After all, Junior only wanted to follow Ao Zhantian to gain experience. Who would have thought that I would make such a big fuss? Is that really what you thought?" The first elder's voice sounded like he was laughing yet not laughing. This. Xiaofan hesitated. At this moment, he was very clear that today's crisis was unprecedented. Even Elder Wu, who faced the Huda stockade in the Million Meng Mountains, was not as serious as today's. In front of him was the ninth elder of Dragon Island. Dragon Island was as famous as the Immortal Palace, the Thunder Temple, and the Great Sage Temple. The first elder in front of him had the same status as the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Palace. The 9 elders in front of him were the most powerful existences in the 3 continents. What he thought and what he did in the past, they might know very well. It would be unwise for him to play any tricks. "Sigh, I won't hide it from the first elder." Xiaofan sighed and said, "In the beginning, Junior agreed to Ao Zhantian's request because Junior offended the Immortal Palace at the Yaotai Mountain. Junior was afraid that the Immortal Palace would punish me, so Junior wanted to use this trip to Dragon Island to avoid the Immortal Palace. Who would have thought that the Immortal Palace would attack the Black Wind Mountain? Junior had no choice but to fight. In the end, Junior still offended the Immortal Palace, so Junior wanted to hide on Dragon Island to avoid the Immortal Palace's punishment. However, Junior received another piece of news on the way to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Junior had no choice but to change his purpose of coming to Dragon Island. "Oh? What news?" the 4th elder asked with interest. It was unclear whether he really didn't know or was pretending not to know. Xiaofan uses his foot to point at the dragon body beneath his feet and says with a flattering smile, "I believe all the elders can see that this dragon qi of mine is not a real dragon body. I heard that there is a dragon cleansing pool on the Dragon Island. Incomplete dragon qi or dragon soul can be used to reconstruct a dragon body in the dragon cleansing pool. In order to increase my strength, I want to condense this dragon qi of mine into a real dragon body so that I can resist the pursuit of the Immortal Palace." "What a fantasy!" the 2nd elder mocked. "Do you think you can enter the dragon cleansing pool as you please?" The great elder smiled and asked, "Is that all?" "Also." Xiaofan clenches his teeth and doesn't hide it anymore. He says, Junior's dragon qi is a dragon vein. Junior obtained the incomplete Dragon Jade by chance. Junior came to Dragon Island to see if I can fix the Dragon Jade. Fourth Elder exclaimed, You really have the incomplete Long Yu? How much of the Long Yu is missing? Hearing this, Xiaohua understood a little. The moment he took out the dragon vein, the 9 elders of Dragon Palace noticed the aura of the Long Yu. Him being so honest, can be considered the best choice. Indeed. Xiaohua sighs and answers honestly, Junior has 2 parts of the Long Yu. They can be considered as the middle and lower parts. Currently, I am still missing the dragon head. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he thought that the 9 elders of Dragon Island would be overjoyed. However, who would have thought that the silver-white dragon would let out a furious roar and pounce down like the heaven and earth? Even Xiaohua, who has the dragon vein, is suppressed by this ferocious aura. The second elder's malevolent dragon head is right above Xiaohua's head. He yells fiercely, You still say that you have nothing to do with the Gui clan. If you are not from the Gui clan, how did you obtain this incomplete Long Yu? Xiaohua never thought that this incomplete Long Yu would actually be related to the Gui clan. He opens his mouth but doesn't know how to explain. After a while, he can only shake his head and say, Junior doesn't know how to explain. However, Junior knows that Junior doesn't know what the Gui clan is. Furthermore, Junior doesn't know how this Long Yu is related to the Gui clan. Second Elder. Great Elder opens his mouth, this Xiaohua shouldn't be from the Gui clan. Furthermore, this old man also can't see how he is related to the Gui clan. Then where did he come from? How did he obtain the Long Yu? Second Elder doesn't retreat. Instead, he yells, Back then, my Dragon Island used the power of the entire island, the power of the entire clan to search the 3 continents. Even after searching the 3 rivers and 4 seas, we still couldn't find the Long Yu. How did he, a mere human, obtain it? You can't see his origin, and even more so, you can't see his future. Where did such a strange person come from in this world? Second Elder, do you remember the Gui clan outside of my dragon clan? Great Elder doesn't care about Second Elder's refutation and only asks indifferently. What? Gui clan? You think Xiaohua is from the Gui clan? How is this possible? Second Elder is shocked. His eyes look up and down at Xiaohua in disbelief. Great Elder sighs and says, Xiaohua, where did the dragon qi in your body come from? I heard Fourth Elder say that your memory was erased. Do you still have some impression of the current you? This Junior vaguely remembers that it was caused by the great earth dragon vein entering this Junior's meridians. Xiaohua's head is spinning from the dragon clan's secret. He can only answer honestly, as for where, this Junior also doesn't know. See. Great Earth Dragon Vein. Great Earth Dragon Vein. You. Second Elder says the word, you, 3 times in a row. He actually doesn't know how to continue. His entire dragon body retreats. His last sentence of envy and jealousy floats down, why didn't you get stuffed to death by this dragon vein? Then, you obtained the incomplete Long Yu and began to cultivate the cultivation technique inside? Another bronze-colored giant dragon asks, how can you possibly understand my dragon clan's cultivation technique? Yes. Xiaohua nods, this Junior doesn't understand the dragon clan's cultivation technique. Instead, this Junior borrowed the demon clan's blood shadow art and let the dragon vein cultivate by itself. What? You used the demon clan's cultivation technique to cultivate my dragon clan's Long Yu cultivation technique? That elder is clearly shocked by Xiaohua's unconstrained cultivation technique. Yes, the dragon transformation art is recorded in the Long Yu. This Junior felt that this dragon transformation art can strengthen the toughness of my meridians, so I thought of ways to cultivate it. Xiao Hua's words are his original intention of cultivating the dragon transformation art. Fourth elder also looks at Xiao Hua strangely and asks, in other words, you use the dragon vein as your own meridians and use the dragon vein as the foundation to cultivate the Dao sex techniques? Indeed. No wonder you look like you are only at the 5th level of essence energy realm, but your strength actually reached the 6th level of essence energy realm. This way, it can be explained. Fourth elder sighs and says. Xiao Hua's heart trembles. He secretly feels lucky that he spoke the truth. Elders, what do you think? Great elder asks. Soul search. Second elder says coldly, this Xiao Hua's origin is really strange. It is as if he suddenly appeared from hidden immortal continent. Furthermore, there are too many traces of the Gui clan on his body. If I do not carefully soul search, this old man will not believe him. Second elder. Fourth elder disagrees, Xiao Hua said it very clearly. His soul has already been searched and he also tried to repair it. Now that we are going to search his soul again, are you still going to let him live? Whether he lives or not has nothing to do with this old man. It has nothing to do with my Dragon Island. Second elder replies, this sovereign only wants to know the whereabouts of the Gui clan, find out their plans, and find out the truth of the matter. This old man does not agree to soul search. That bronze-colored elder says, Xiao Hua is a human. The dragon qi in his body is the true earth vein fate. If he goes through the baptism of the heaven vein fate in the dragon cleansing pool, the heaven, earth, and soul qi will definitely condense into a 5-clawed true dragon. Then it will really be the Gui clan, the dragon clan of my dragon clan. How can we obstruct this kind of Gui clan's dragon? Xiao Hua's dragon vein might be able to form the Gui clan, but he himself is not from the Gui clan. This old man also suggests to soul search and trace his origin. Another elder says, will this have any effect on the birth of the Gui clan's dragon? You cannot soul search. Another elder shouts, the stacked jadeite legacy realm has not opened for several million years. Xiao Hua's appearance today might be an opportunity for our dragon clan. If he is able to find some secret of the dragon domain in the stacked jadeite legacy realm, it will be of utmost importance to the development of our dragon island. Soul search. Another elder shouts, even if we do not soul search, we still cannot let a human who does not know his foundation rashly enter the ancient legacy realm. Following the few elders' dispute, the sound of a tsunami frequently rises in the entire dragon palace. The scenery in the surroundings starts to tear apart. The desolate alien realm starts to surge towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua understands, the dragon palace that he is looking at right now is most likely an illusion. It was created by the Great Elder in order to let him, a human, adapt to it. Since the Great Elder can even consider this kind of minor detail, presumably, he won't kill him. At this time, a timid voice resounds, Elder, boy, can you say a few words? It is precisely Ao Sheng who has been hiding in the distant ocean waves all along, not daring to say anything. What do you have to say? The Great Elder asks curiously. Ao Sheng flies out from the ocean waves and says word by word, Elders, it has always been difficult for our dragon clan to reproduce. Ensuring the purity of our bloodline is even more difficult. Boy might be young, but he might be respected as a junior elder. Isn't it precisely because the boy's bloodline is purer than the other dragons? Looking at the descendants of our dragon clan again, as long as they are related by marriage with our dragon clan, all of their descendants are flourishing. Our dragon clan has obtained a lot of shade. Towards this kind of descendant, our dragon clan can still treat them leniently. We can open up the dragon island to train and bestow them with grace. Why is it so harsh towards Xiao Hua, a human who has the potential to become a 5-clawed true dragon? This kind of dragon qi is the qi of heaven and earth. According to legend, the primordial dragon is only formed from the heavenly vein. Xiao Hua's dragon vein is the earthly vein. The dragon vein formed from the earthly vein is only bestowed with the primordial dragon's bloodline. This is extremely important for the reproduction of our dragon island. Chapter 4002. Aoshin continued, "What's more, Xiaohua has the dragon jade that can't be found anywhere on Dragon Island. If he offers the dragon jade, wouldn't Dragon Island's dragon transformation art be complete? Wouldn't more descendants of the dragon clan be able to transform into real dragon bodies? Wouldn't Dragon Clan be even more prosperous? Such a meritorious servant of the dragon clan. How can the elders kill him so casually? How could the other 9 elders not know what Aoshin said? How could the 3 elders who wanted to search Xiaohua's soul not know? However, every elder had their own thoughts and plans, so the decisions they made were naturally different. Aoshin. Great Elder asked, "Do you know why your name has the word saint?" Aoshin said proudly, "Boy naturally knows. Boy's bloodline is pure, and he shocked Dragon Island the moment he was born. The elders have high expectations for Boy, and hope that Boy can once again be ranked as the great saint of the demon clan after the mysterious armored holy dragon." Hee hee. Great Elder laughed, "We are very gratified that you have such great ambitions. The so-called great saint of the demon clan is just a title. The mysterious armored 5-horned holy dragon came from Dragon Island, and he became a great saint in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. Naturally, he is where our dragon clan looks up to. However, compared to the path of the great saint, we hope that you can use the name saint, understand the sacred path, understand the sacred will, and continue our dragon clan's grand event." Yes, Boy understands. Aoshin was confused, but he didn't dare to ask more, and only nodded in agreement. Great Elder looked at Aoshin affectionately, and ordered, "You can go now. Today's matter of Dragon Chi realm was supposed to punish you, but you were able to force Xiaohua's Dragon Chi out, which can be considered as atoning for your crime." Then, Xiaohua. Aoshin opened his mouth and muttered, "Boy is still waiting for him to tell Boy a story. The training time in the stacked Jade Legacy realm is very long, let him tell you slowly." Great Elder replied indifferently. Aoshin was overjoyed, he bowed and wagged his tail, "Yes, yes, the boy understands, the boy will go down now." After Aoshin's figure disappeared, the Great Elder looked around and said in a dignified tone, "Since the 6 elders don't agree with the soul-searching, then this old man will withdraw the 2nd elder's suggestion to soul-search Xiaohua." Sigh, Great Elder. The silver-white dragon sighed. Back then, there was a dispute over the punishment of the Gue clan in the Dragon Palace. The timing was delayed and the Gue clan escaped from the Dragon Island with Long Yu. Now, it's still the same. I'm really speechless. Long Yu has indeed been lost, but hasn't Long Yu already returned? The Great Elder said with a smile, and those restless descendants of the Gue clan, aren't they also starting to show up now? Forget it. This old man must abide by the Dragon Palace Lord's decision. This old man has no objection to the Great Elder's decision. The 2nd elder sighed. The Great Elder waved his dragon claw, the same scarlet leaf landed in front of Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, this is your true dragon tablet, there is a record of the stacked Jade Legacy realm inside. You are not very familiar with our Dragon Island, you can take a careful look. If there is anything you are unclear about, feel free to ask Aoshin." Xiaohua was very surprised to see that he passed the test so easily. He hastily received the ice-cold True Dragon tablet, bowed and said, "Junior thanks the elders for your kindness, Junior will take my leave." "Hee, don't be in such a hurry." The Great Elder said with a smile, "This old man still has something to tell you." "Yes, Junior understands." Xiaohua knew that he was going to ask for the damaged Long Yu, but what can he do? He can only agree in a low voice. The Great Elder raised his dragon head, looked around and said indifferently, regarding Xiao Hua's training in the Dragon Island, we will stop here for today. Since he is going to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, then he will be considered as a member of our Dragon Island. During the time he is on the Dragon Island, no one is allowed to have any thoughts about him. Although the Great Elder's words sounded indifferent, his tone was unquestionable. Even if the three elders were still suspicious of Xiao Hua, I'm afraid that this Great Elder can't do anything to him. Yes, we understand. The fourth elder was the first to answer. After waiting for a while, the Great Elder said to Xiao Hua again, "Xiao Hua, you can take out the Long Yu now, right?" Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "With Great Elder's Dragon Palace decree, Junior's heart is already at ease." Furthermore, the Dragon Island also gave Junior the opportunity to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Logically speaking, should hand over the Long Yu to Great Elder. However, Great Elder, Junior actually doesn't want to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. This is somewhat like forcing a duck onto a perch. Do you still need my Dragon Island to pay some price before you are willing to hand over the Long Yu? Without waiting for the second elder to speak, the fourth elder immediately asked with a snort. Xiao Hua hastily replied, "Logically speaking, the Long Yu originally belonged to the Dragon Island. Now that Junior has taken it, returning it to the Dragon Island in perfect condition is extremely good. However, Junior also narrowly escaped death to obtain the Long Yu. Taking it out so plainly like this, Junior's heart feels uneasy." What do you mean by uneasy? You are just unwilling." The Great Elder was not surprised at all. He laughed and said, "Xiao Hua, do you know what the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is? Do you know why the Dragon Python and His Majesty Cheat killed so many Gu descendants within your dragon travel?" "Why?" Xiao Hua nodded his head. Junior naturally didn't know before. However, Junior knows now that they killed so many descendants. It is precisely because they wanted to obtain the opportunity to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Furthermore, the Stacked Jade Legacy realm has not been opened for several million years. Naturally, it is an extremely rare place to gain experience on the Dragon Island. However, that is only for the dragon race. It does not have any attraction for Junior. "You are wrong." The Great Elder replied, "The Stacked Jade Legacy realm is admittedly on my Dragon Island. However, the reason why it is called Legacy Realm is because it is a fragment left behind by the Dragon Domain on the Dragon Island. It does not belong to my Dragon Island, nor does it belong to the 3 rivers and 4 seas." How is that possible? Xiao Hua was shocked. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Also, the Great Elder said again, "Don't you want to mold the body of your dragon vein? My Dragon Island does have the Dragon Cleansing Pool. However, this Dragon Cleansing Pool is also divided into 2. One is the Dragon Island Zone. This Dragon Cleansing Pool can only allow the injured dragon race to recover their dragon body. It cannot truly mold the dragon soul's body out of nothing. The other Dragon Cleansing Pool is exactly what you need. It can mold the body of the dragon spirit and dragon vein. However, this Dragon Cleansing Pool is within the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Dragon Cleansing Pool on my Dragon Island is merely an imitation of the dragon cleansing liquid that the dragon race brought out from the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. It can't be." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He really did not think that there would be 2 dragon cleansing pools. The Great Elder ignored Xiao Hua's expression and continued, "Also, don't you want the Dragon Jade's head? Then this old man will also tell you that the Dragon Jade was originally obtained by the dragon race, the Ho race and the Ho race when they were training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Ho race, for some reason, they betrayed the Dragon Island and took the Dragon Jade away in 3 parts. According to my Dragon Island's knowledge, some of the Ho race's dragons entered the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. If you want to obtain the complete Dragon Jade, you can only go to the Stacked Jade Legacy realm to look for it." "Just now, didn't Ao Sheng say?" Xiao Hua was surprised. After all, Ao Sheng had already mentioned the complete dragon jade. How would he know this dragon island secret? The great elder replied, right now, this old man is telling you things that other dragon races dragons don't know. Then, in other words, even if this junior offers the dragon jade, this junior will not obtain any benefits? At this moment, Xiaohua was truly speechless. You can obtain the qualifications to enter the stacked jade legacy realm. You can obtain the opportunity to find the complete dragon jade. The great elder smiled very cunningly. You can also obtain the protection of my dragon island. You can also no longer fear the pursuit of the immortal palace. Does Junior have any other choice? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and helplessly. You do. The great elder said in all seriousness, you can choose to take out the complete or incomplete dragon jade after training in the stacked jade legacy realm. At that time, you can propose your conditions to my dragon island. Of course, I presume that you also know that this dragon jade is something that my dragon island must obtain. Don't be too harsh on your conditions. Xiaohua smiled. Junior understands. Putting the dragon jade together, it will be easier to find it, right? Indeed. The great elder replied without hiding anything. This old man originally wanted to hand this matter over to Ao Sheng. However, he is still young and seems to have a good impression of you. Letting him go find it, it would be better to let him accompany you. All right. Xiaohua nodded his head. This matter is beneficial to both Junior and Dragon Island. Even without Ao Sheng accompanying me, Junior will definitely complete it. That's right, since the stacked jade legacy realm is a fragment of the dragon domain, there must be something from the dragon domain inside. If Junior obtains it. As long as the dragon clan's descendants obtain something from the stacked jade legacy realm, in principle, it will belong to them. However, these things must be inspected by Dragon Island. You are entering the stacked jade legacy realm to train, of course you cannot break this rule. The second elder was impatient when he heard this and immediately answered for the great elder. Xiaohua's face showed helplessness. All right, Junior understands. Junior will also act according to Dragon Island's rules. Can Junior go down now? Don't be anxious. The great elder said again, I still want to tell you something. Although this stacked jade legacy realm is a fragment of the dragon domain, the spatial rules inside are already incomplete. It is completely different from Dragon Island or Hidden Immortal Continent. My dragon clan can enter inside, it can be considered as a fish in water. If you humans enter, there will be a lot of inconveniences. What kind of inconveniences? Xiaohua was startled and asked back. As for the specifics, this old man is also not too clear. After all, this old man is not a human. The great elder replied rather thought-provoking. However, according to some of the dragon clan's descendants who entered the stacked jade legacy realm, the Dao sect's cultivator's divine sense cannot leave their body. All of their magic treasures cannot be activated. Most of the Confucian cultivator's eye-clearing techniques cannot be used. Similarly, true qi cannot be activated. In other words, most of the Dao sects and Confucian cultivators' divine abilities cannot be used. For humans to train in the stacked jade legacy realm, it is quite dangerous. Therefore, in this old man's opinion, you should leave Long Yu behind. Chapter 4003. Elder, do you have any other instructions? Xiaohua secretly calculated and asked. If not, Junior will take his leave. Go. Seeing that Xiaohua was unmoved, Great Elder had no choice but to say, I'll arrange a quiet room for you to cultivate. When the stacked jade legacy realm opens, I'll send you there. Junior wants to ask again. Xiaohua's figure swayed and took Dragon Vein Xiaohua into the space. He asked again, when will the stacked jade legacy realm open? Maybe tomorrow or a few years later. Fourth Elder said with a smile, it won't be more than 100 years. So long? Xiaofan was a little surprised. It's only 100 years, in the blink of an eye. Fourth elder waved his dragon claw, but a wave rolled on the surface of the sea, covering Xiaofan and disappearing. Following Xiaohua's disappearance, the previously monstrous waves on the surface of the sea began to churn. Light and shadow flickered as the sea scenery around the giant pillar instantly disappeared. The desolate phenomenon on the surface of the sea suddenly extended into the distance. A moment later, a large dragon-shaped hall that gave off a desolate aura appeared outside the giant pillar. This hall seemed to be endless. The surroundings and even the roof of the hall were engraved with desolate diagrams. The diagrams were engraved with dragon patterns. Inside the dragon patterns, there was a faintly discernible and dignified dragon chi. From time to time, there was also a faint dragon roar coming from this dragon chi. The hall was also filled with crystal-like transparent seawater. On the side of the 9 huge dragon pillars, there was also an empty huge pillar. The 9 elders were still sitting on top of the huge pillar, as if they were thinking about something. After a long time, fourth elder said, "This Xiaohua is a little strange." "Alas, it's more than strange. With this old man's ability, it seems that I can't see through his true situation." An elder sighed and said, "If Great Elder didn't use our dragon clan's secret technique to infer that this child is beneficial to our dragon clan, this old man would be like second elder and resolutely capture him and thoroughly investigate. Who doesn't have some secrets?" Great Elder narrowed his eyes and said, "As long as Xiaohua is useful to our dragon clan, who cares what secrets he has? But this Xiaohua's secret is too obvious." Second elder said with some dissatisfaction, "Let's not talk about anything else. He has the dragon jade in his possession. We should ask him to hand it over now. Also, his dragon vein seems to be different from what he said. This dragon vein Dharma idol seems to have its own soul. How can a Taoist cultivator who is able to absorb the great earth dragon vein into his body and meridians be compared to an ordinary person?" The great elder said indifferently, "Our dragon island doesn't have a complete dragon jade, we still have to rely on Xiaohua or Ao Sheng to go to the folded jadeite legacy realm to find it. Rather than let Xiaohua have some grudges in his heart and be dissatisfied with my dragon island, why don't we just give him the mission of finding Longyu? If he could find it, that would be for the best. He could profit from it himself. If he can't find it, then he will have to hand over the incomplete dragon jade to our dragon island. At that time, even if we don't mention it, he won't be able to refuse, right? The human race has always been full of schemes. How can we dragons guess what they're thinking?" The second elder was still not at ease. "Look at that Xiaohua, he used the opportunity of being a guard for my dragon clan's descendant to sneak into my dragon island, and even had the wishful thinking of molding his own dragon vein. If it wasn't for Ao Sheng discovering him, who knows how big of a mess he would have caused on Dragon Island? He's just a human kid. Why should we care so much about him?" The great elder said with a smile, "If he can help my dragon island, that would be the end. Even if he can't help, my dragon island won't suffer any losses. Let him try. It's just that this old man is somewhat looking forward to it. When he reaches the stacked jade legacy realm and finds out the truth about the dragon cleansing pool, how will he deal with it? Alright then." Seeing that the great elder has already made his decision, the elders of Dragon Island didn't say anything else. The great elder's gaze swept past the 10th huge pillar at the edge, and a pensive expression flashed across his eyes. Xiaohua's figure was swept away by the waves. With a burst of light and darkness, his figure already appeared on top of an unbroken mountain ridge. Xiaohua released his divine sense. That divine sense wasn't restricted, so Xiaohua could clearly see a group of towering palaces on top of the mountain ridge. Each and every one of them was incomparably huge. Each of the palaces was built from agate and crystals that overflowed with precious light. They were so bright that they directly blinded Xiao Hua's eyes. Looking at the mountain ridge below the palaces, there were also unknown ancient trees growing there. Aside from the majority of these ancient trees having rough skin like rocks, the rest of them looked very similar to the spiritual trees of hidden immortal continent. Some of these ancient trees formed a forest, some were isolated, and in addition to the crisscrossing mountain ridge, if Xiao Hua himself wasn't in the clean seawater, he would almost think that this was a mountain peak somewhere on the continent. He, Xiao Hua. Just when Xiao Hua was sizing up the surroundings, Ao Sheng's voice came from afar. After a string of bubbles mixed with water, Ao Sheng's figure appeared 10 zhang away. He looked around like a thief and asked in a low voice, "What did the elders say to you? They didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Xiao Hua looked at this young dragon, cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to immortal friend Ao for speaking up for justice. Otherwise, this Xiao really wouldn't know how to deal with it." It's fine, it's fine." Ao Sheng waved his hand, looking very happy. "I just said it casually. If the elders take it seriously, then so be it. Let's go, I'll take you to my palace." This. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said, "I'm afraid it's not appropriate for this Xiao to go to a mortal friend's palace now, right? What's inappropriate about it?" Ao Sheng swung his dragon tail and said, "You're my guest. Isn't it normal for the host to invite guests to his home for a chat? Then, all right." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. "However, we can't delay for too long. What if, speaking of this," Xiao Hua smiled. Ao Sheng also wanted to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm to gain experience. His mission was to accompany him to find Long Yu. If the Stacked Jade Legacy realm opened, Ao Sheng would be the first to know. Go, go. Ao Sheng was overjoyed. His figure rolled and fled towards a mountain range. Although Ao Sheng was young, he was born with magical power. When he used the water escape technique, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He released his divine sense and also used the water escape technique to chase after him. After flying for a while, Ao Sheng's figure appeared on a towering mountain peak. This guy just stood still in the water and suddenly woke up. He hastily turned his head and said regretfully, "Damn it, I forgot. Xiao Hua is a human. His water escape technique isn't very useful here. I'm flying so fast, I'm afraid he won't be able to catch up." While speaking, Ao Sheng turned around and was about to fly away again. He saw water light flickering 1,000 feet away. Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the light. "Huh. Xiao Hua, you're really powerful. On this dragon island, there hasn't been any other dragon that can catch up with me." Ao Sheng jumped up happily. It seemed like he saw something very fun. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's hard to say about this Zhao's other magical powers. However, this escape technique is better than the previous one." "Better than the previous one? Other than the water escape technique, what else can you do?" Ao Sheng's eyes lit up and asked hastily. "Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This Xiao knows all the escape techniques of the 5 elements. This Xiao is proficient in all of them." Xiao Hua replied casually. Ao Sheng laughed loudly. I thought I was the only one who knew how to brag. I didn't expect Spiritual Master Xiao to also know how to brag." "Oh? Where? Where?" Xiao Hua pretended to be surprised. He looked up and said, "Why do I only see the bragging of you?" "Ha ha ha." Ao Sheng laughed loudly. He held his stomach and rolled in the water. After half a cup of tea's time, he finally stopped. "You humans are still the most interesting." Ao Sheng straightened his body and waved his claws. "Come, follow me to the palace. I'm tired of staying on Dragon Island. Not many dragons will talk to me like this." "Nonsense. Xiao Hua flew behind Ao Sheng and replied without any trace of politeness, "You're a junior elder. You're destined to be an elder in the future. Who would dare to joke with you? Even if some of them were joking, I'm afraid they have other intentions." Other intentions? Ao Sheng blinked his eyes. It seemed like he understood, but it also seemed like he didn't understand. However, looking at Ao Sheng's half-understanding expression, and then recalling the scene of him playing at the edge of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua didn't know what to feel. "Forget it, I won't think too much about it." Ao Sheng twisted his dragon body and said, "Anyway, I'm still young now. When I grow up in the future, I'll definitely know." "Then, what you said in Dragon Palace earlier, don't tell me it wasn't you who wanted to say it?" Xiaohua suddenly realized. "Guess?" Ao Sheng smiled cunningly and didn't answer. "Forget it, I won't think too much about it." Xiaohua imitated Ao Sheng's words, "Anyway, I'm already out of Dragon Palace. Whoever said it has nothing to do with me." Why are you imitating me?" Ao Sheng was dumbfounded. He stared at Xiaohua and almost forgot to fly. Xiaohua ignored him. He looked at the extremely dazzling palace and asked, "This is your palace?" "Hee, that's right." Speaking of the palace, Ao Sheng's eyes narrowed. He smiled and said, "Take a look, isn't it especially beautiful?" Xiaohua knew that the dragon race liked shiny things. Ao Sheng was still young and he had the temperament of a little dragon. How would he know about true beauty and ugliness? Of course. Xiaohua was not stingy with his praise. "This is the most beautiful palace that this Xiao has ever seen on Dragon Island." Not bad. Xiaohua, you really have good taste. Ao Sheng was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, he didn't know that other than Star Brilliance Palace Hall and Dragon Palace's interior, Xiaohua had never officially looked at the appearance of any palace. At this moment, any palace was the most beautiful in his eyes. After entering the palace, dozens of petite little female dragons surrounded them. However, before they could get close, Ao Sheng impatiently waved his hand and said, "Go away, go away." The group of little female dragons scattered in shock. Ao Sheng muttered to Xiaohua helplessly, "Damn it, how old am I? Other than me, there are only little female dragons in this palace. I'm already tired of looking at them. Who still has any thoughts?" Chapter 4004. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua recalled what Ao Sheng said in the Dragon Palace and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He already understood why the Dragon Palace placed so many little female dragons around Ao Sheng. It must be because Ao Sheng's bloodline was pure. The Dragon Island wanted more dragons to inherit Ao Sheng's bloodline. But they were really too impatient. They didn't wait for Ao Sheng to grow up and arranged so many little female dragons, making Ao Sheng feel sick, disgusted and rebellious. "Damn it, this won't affect Ao Sheng's sexual orientation, right?" Xiaohua secretly thought without malice, "These old things can't be so stupid, right?" But in just a moment, Xiaohua understood, this Ao Sheng's bloodline was too important. All the 9 clans of the Dragon Island wanted to benefit from it. The elders clearly knew that it was too early to give little female dragons to Ao Sheng, but they couldn't resist the temptation of time. Who knew when Ao Sheng would have a good impression of a little female dragon? If they didn't make a move now, when would they? Quick, quick, quick. Ao Sheng urged, "Xiaohua, quickly tell me the story of your disciple." Looking at this Ao Sheng who had the same temperament as a human teenager, or even a 7 or 8-year-old child, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He smiled and said, "No problem. But before this old man speaks, you should at least have some spiritual fruits and spiritual wine to moisten your mouth, right?" Of course, of course." Ao Sheng was overjoyed. He flew to the top of the palace and shouted, quickly bring the Kunlun fruit and Mingtong liquid that the immortal palace sent last time. Yes. A seemingly delicate but actually very deafening voice came. It was obviously the answer of one of the little female dragons. At this time, Xiaohua was already standing on top of the palace. He looked around with interest. This palace was also very big, but it was empty inside. There was no jade table, no tables and chairs. There were only some colorful pearls and gems. There were even some inexplicable luminous objects in the corner of the palace. It was essentially no different from the room of a human child. Not long after, 2 little female dragons had already brought up spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. One of the little female dragons glanced at Xiaohua with disdain. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to that little female dragon. He kicked away a pile of fist-sized pearls on the ground, then raised his hand to take out a jade table and a praying mat from the space and placed them on the ground. He pointed at the jade table and said, "Put them here." The little female dragon looked at the spirit fruits and spirit wine with some reluctance, then looked up at Ao Sheng, who was circling around the palace, and put them down helplessly. As for the other little female dragon, just as she flew to Ao Sheng once again waved his hand impatiently and said, "Give them to Daoist Xiao." Yes. The little female dragon had no choice but to place the treasures of the immortal palace in front of Xiaohua. After the 2 little female dragons left, Xiaohua giggled and said, "Ao Sheng, these 2 little girls look pretty good." "Not bad." Ao Sheng stopped spinning and flew in front of Xiaohua with a whoosh. "You don't know how to play, you don't know how to tell stories. What's so good about it?" "That's true." Xiaohua chuckled, picked up a Kunlun fruit and took a bite. He blinked his eyes and praised, "This fruit is not bad, not bad. It is indeed not bad." Ao Sheng grabbed with his dragon claw, wanting to pick up a Kunlun fruit. But just as Ao Sheng raised his hand, Xiaohua waved his hand and all the spirit fruits and spirit wine disappeared. "Oh." Ao Sheng was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xiaohua again and said with a smile, "These are all things that you gave to this Xiao. If you want to use them, let those cute little girls take them again. This Xiao is not willing to use these spirit fruits and spirit wine. I still want to leave them for my disciples." When Ao Sheng heard the first half of Xiaohua's words, he was already angry and shouted, "What are you talking about? These are originally mine. Hurry up and take them out." But when he heard the second half of Xiaohua's words, his expression was slightly startled. He could not say the following ruthless words. He smacked his lips and said, "All right, since they are for your disciples, then I will not snatch them from you. There are not many Kunlun fruit and Mingtong liquid in this immortal palace. These were all given to me by the elders when they were happy. Forget it, your disciples are lucky." As he spoke, Ao Sheng ordered the little female dragon to bring up a lot of spirit fruits and spirit wine. Looking at Xiaohua eating the spirit fruits, Ao Sheng urged, "Can you tell the story now?" Xiaohua drank a mouthful of spirit wine and said, "Ao Sheng, remember, this old man is not telling you a story. It is something that really happened in this world. I am very envious of Yuanya. His experience is just a story in my eyes. Ao Sheng was very envious. I don't know when I will be able to live such a wonderful life like him. Compared to Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongxuan, Yuanya is nothing." Xiaohua said and told Huang Yi's story. Huang Yi and Yu Zhongxuan's story was originally Xiaohua's personal experience. There was no need to embellish anything. Ao Sheng was already intoxicated by the story. When Xiaohua finished, Ao Sheng held the half-eaten spirit fruit in his hand and stared blankly at a place in the palace. After half a cup of tea's time, he came back to his senses and sighed, there is actually such a fate in this world? Is there really such an infatuated woman in this world? Even if I don't see her, I am drunk just by listening to her story." After saying that, Ao Sheng raised his cup and said, Come, Xiaohua, cheers to the extraordinary woman of the human race in this world. Cheers. Xiaohua smiled and raised his cup. After Ao Sheng finished drinking, Xiaohua said again, actually, you don't have to sigh. Is there such an extraordinary woman in your dragon race? Oh. Is that so? Why don't I know about it? Ao Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He put his head on Xiaohua's jade table and shouted, tell me, tell me. Seeing Ao Sheng like this, Xiaohua slowly said, this old man has a disciple. Ah? Why, is it your disciple again? Xiaohua, how many disciples do you have? Ao Sheng was surprised, you actually accepted a dragon as your disciple? Xiaohua curled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, with this old man's cultivation, what is a few more disciples? However, you can rest assured that this old man did not accept a dragon as a disciple. Tell me, tell me. Ao Sheng, who wanted to hear the story, urged again. This old man has a disciple called Lu Yi. Xiaohua opened his mouth. However, just as he said a few words, he suddenly thought of something and asked, oh right, before I tell this story, this old man wants to ask. Previously, the fourth elder said 2 rivers and 4 seas, but the first elder said 3 rivers and 4 seas. Is the missing river in the middle the Heavenly Abode River? Yes. Ao Sheng nodded, the Heavenly Abode River is a branch of the Hui race. Oh, this is a secret of my dragon race. It's better if you don't know. Io, then it's troublesome. Xiaohua patted his forehead and pretended to be regretful, this woman of the dragon race is probably from the Hui race. It's fine if you don't say it. You. Ao Sheng was a bit speechless. He swam around the hall for a moment, then raised his dragon claw and grabbed a purple crystal ball in his hand. He gritted his teeth and said, forget it, just tell me. I'm just listening to a story. Is it really okay? Xiaohua looked cautious, it won't cause you any trouble? Humph, what trouble can there be? The Hui race did a lot of tricks in the selection this time. If they didn't have the support of other dragons, how could they do it? Since the first elder turned a blind eye to it, then the matter of the Heavenly Abode River is nothing. Ao Sheng snorted, besides, this old man is here to listen to a story. Who can do anything to me? This old man? Xiaohua smiled and looked at Ao Sheng, who was pretending to be an adult. He asked, oh right, Ao Sheng, how old are you? Ao Sheng smiled, Xiaohua, don't you know? The age of the dragon race is a secret. You can't ask casually. Xiaohua looked defeated, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This old man only knows that the age of a woman is a secret. I've never heard that the age of a dragon race is also a secret. It's a secret. Quick, tell me the story of the Heavenly Abode River dragon race. Ao Sheng urged. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't hide the fact that he offended the North Sea Dragon Palace from the Dragon Island. In the face of a strong helper like Ao Sheng, how could he not know how to make use of it? He told Ao Sheng about Lu Yi and Xiao Yun, then told him about his grudge with the North Sea Dragon Palace. He didn't even hide anything about Jiang Tian, Jiang Xia, and Jiang Hai. Ao Sheng wasn't a fool. At first, he was happy to hear it, but in the end, he understood something. He looked at Xiaohua with a strange expression. After Xiaohua finished, he raised his wine cup and said with a smile, don't look at me. I was dragged into this as well. Who asked Lu Yi to be my disciple? There's a saying in the human race, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Lu Yi is my boy, how can I not worry about him? What about your own boy? Ao Sheng immediately asked, don't tell me you don't have a dual cultivation partner. Little fart boy also knows about dual cultivation partners? Xiaohua scolded with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, the surrounding seawater immediately solidified. A murderous aura was emitted from Ao Sheng's body, oh no. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Ever since he met Ao Sheng, he always treated him as a child of the human race. After telling him a few stories, he didn't have any scruples when talking. Xiaohua's words sounded very intimate to him, but it didn't sound like that in Ao Sheng's ears. Xiaohua. Ao Sheng said coldly, "You have to know your place. You're just a human cultivator. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that on this dragon island? Don't think that you're a dragon just because you have a dragon vein. A human can never be a dragon. I can invite you to tell me stories, I can joke with you, but that doesn't mean you have the qualifications to talk to me like that. In this dragon island, other than the elders, there's never been a dragon who dares to talk to me like that." Ao Sheng's words were a bit fragmented, and even sounded very awkward. However, that somewhat embarrassed and angry expression was real. Chapter 4005. Humph, who told you that a dragon vein isn't a dragon? Xiaohua sneered. Haven't you heard of the phrase, "How can we turn into a dragon when we encounter a storm?" Although this Xiao's dragon vein hasn't formed yet, once it enters the dragon cleansing pool, it will become a five-clawed true dragon. Can't this old man, as a five-clawed true dragon, scold you? This five-clawed true dragon is just this old man's dragon vein. If this old man's dragon vein can scold you, why can't this old man scold you? Besides, when did this old man scold you? This old man's words are just a kind of doting words to a human child. It's fine if your ears can't hear it, but you actually dare to criticize this old man? However, speaking of which, is it normal for dragons to speak to you like this? Do all the little female dragons spoil you and let you have your way? This. Ao Sheng was a little tongue-tied, a trace of panic appeared in his eyes, as if Xiaohua had hit the nail on the head. Xiaohua originally wanted to talk to Ao Sheng about the relationship between mother and son, but looking at the cold and cheerless palace, Xiaohua held back, afraid that he would really expose Ao Sheng's reverse scale. Forget it. Ao Sheng's eyes flashed with an even more complicated expression. The draconic aura around him flashed, and the killing intent from before was swept away. He said indifferently, "Even if you have the qualifications to say these words in the future, you don't have it now." Xiaohua looked at this seemingly childish and happy little dragon, but there were some bitterness in his heart that others didn't know about. He raised his cup and said, drink today, don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Drink today, don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Ao Sheng sighed and raised his cup. Good poem. Sometimes, I really envy you humans. Although you don't live for long, you enjoy so many things. Family, love, life, even these poems are excellent. I really don't know how your human brain works. Heavenly Tao Grand Duke. Each race has its own benefits. We human cultivators envy the dragon race's lifespan and the strength of their dragon bodies. Xiaohua said with a smile. Furthermore, you dragons are born with innate divine abilities, so you don't need any cultivation at all. But what about us humans? Tens of thousands of years of bitter training, can't even compare to a single tail swing from you. But, they have warmth, they have kinship, these are all things that I envy. Ao Sheng continued to sigh, I really want to see those disciples of yours, I want to see their happiness. Unfortunately, I can't leave the Dragon Island yet. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and understood that Ao Sheng's temper was not a casual thing. He must have sensed something and used it to stop him from continuing. However, when he heard Ao Sheng's words, he couldn't help but laugh. What's so difficult about that? If you see them, this old man will call them out at any time. Ao Sheng was stunned and asked curiously, You brought them to Dragon Island? Yeah, why can't I? Xiaohua replied naturally. How did you bring them here? Ao Sheng was even more curious. The dragon formation on Dragon Island prevents all humans, demons, and dragons from entering without dragon travel. Even if you put them into the Qianquan bracelet, it won't work. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and took out the Kunlun mirror. He smiled and said, "How about this? Kunlun mirror? You actually have the Kunlun mirror?" Ao Sheng couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at it again and again before saying, "With this ancient artifact, you should be able to bring them in." Xiao Hua looked around and said, "Your main hall is filled with seawater. This old man's disciples might not be able to adapt." "Well said." Ao Sheng opened his mouth and a blue water-repelling pearl fell into the seawater. The moment the pearl touched the seawater, the crystal-like seawater immediately rolled back. Ao Sheng raised his dragon claw and pointed. The water-repelling pearl flew to the top of the hall. The hall overflowed with brilliance and all the seawater in the hall was forced out. Even the ground was incomparably dry. Then, Xiao Hua let Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan, Yuanya, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei out. After the five of them greeted Xiao Hua, they also greeted Ao Sheng. Xiao Hua waited for everyone to greet him and said a few words. Then, Xiao Hua sent Yu Zhongquan, Chang Yuan, and Yuanya into the space. Only Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were left behind. He directly sat on the praying mat and closed his eyes to meditate. As expected by Xiao Hua, in just half a cup of tea's time, Lu Yi and Ao Sheng had their arms around each other's shoulders. Wang Bianfei was at the side and said something with a smile. From time to time, Wang Bianfei would write some poems and draw some pictures. Ao Sheng was very envious. "Damn it, you still say you're not a child." Xiao Hua glanced at the three of them. He was extremely hostile towards Ao Sheng in his heart. "This old man won't play with you anymore. Let this old man's disciples deal with you. Let's see who's the opponent." After the three of them had been fooling around for half a day, Ao Sheng himself took the initiative to walk over and said with a smile, "Spiritual master, take Xiao Yun out. After all, Xiao Yun is Brother Lu's sister. As her brother, I should also do my best." Looking at Lu Yi who was beside Ao Sheng, his eyes were also filled with concern. Xiao Hua did not tell Lu Yi about Xiao Yun's matter. He was afraid that it would cause Ao Sheng's disgust. Now that Ao Sheng brought it up, he was naturally willing. "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. He shook the Kunlun mirror again and took out Xiao Yun's. "See." Ao Sheng took a glance and sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Lu Yi with some sorrow and said, "Brother Lu, this North Sea Dragon Palace is really vicious. This seal, other than my dragon race, or even the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas and Dragon Island, no other dragon race can undo it. Fortunately, Spiritual Master Xiao did not try. Otherwise, there would be big trouble." "Why?" Lu Yi asked first. Ao Sheng raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Yun and said, "Xiao Yun's seal was set up by my dragon race's heavenly dragon language technique. It cannot be undone without the heavenly dragon language technique. And this heavenly dragon language technique can only be understood by my Dragon Island and the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Don't you think this is big trouble? Moreover, this seal is very vicious. If Spiritual Master is unable to undo it, not only will he suffer a backlash, Xiao Yun will also be injured. In that case..." Lu Yi's eyes rolled around. "I have to trouble Brother Long with this matter?" "No, no." Ao Sheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Although I have some divine abilities, I have not cultivated the heavenly dragon language technique. I can't undo this seal." "Then what should we do?" Lu Yi asked anxiously. Ao Sheng had a rare look of difficulty on his face as he said in a low voice, "The special thing is that Xiao Yun is the little princess of the heavenly abode river, which means that she is the princess of the Ho tribe. No one on Dragon Island will save her. If it was in the past, I might have gone to beg the elders. But now that the Gui race has caused such a big trouble during the training, the elders are also full of anger. I don't dare to find trouble with them. Heavenly Dragon Language Technique? Xiao Hua listened for a moment and said, Ao Sheng, if you have the records of the Heavenly Dragon Language Technique, why don't you show it to this old man? Maybe this old man has some ideas? Hehe, Daoists' wishful thinking is really good. Ao Sheng said with a smile, not to mention that I don't have the Heavenly Dragon Language Technique here, even if I did, if I show it to you now, you won't be able to understand it. At this point, Ao Sheng suddenly remembered something. He looked around and asked in a low voice, oh right, don't you have the incomplete Dragon Jade? Doesn't that thing have the Heavenly Dragon Language Technique? You haven't seen it before? No. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, there is only the dragon transformation art inside, nothing else. I know. Ao Sheng nodded and said with a smile, it must be because that Dragon Jade is incomplete, you can't see the Heavenly Dragon Language Technique inside. When you find the last Dragon Jade, you will be able to see it. Are you sure? Xiao Hua asked. Ao Sheng tilted his head and said, of course. I know that several Heavenly Dragon Language techniques on Dragon Island were obtained from the Dragon Jade. Among them, I won't say the rest. Ao Sheng looked at Xiao Yun a few times. Xiao Hua nodded his head slightly and kept Xiao Yun's dragon body into the space. He looked at Lu Yi and said, disciple, you don't have to worry. Master is going to enter the Stacking Jade Legacy realm to train. My goal is to find this Dragon Jade. After I find it, Master can help Xiao Yun remove the restriction. Of course, even if Master is unable to find the Dragon Jade, I will still find other things to ask the elders of Dragon Island to help. Don't worry, Brother Lu. At this moment, Ao Sheng shrunk his dragon body to an extremely small size. However, he is still much bigger than Lu Yi. He hooked Lu Yi's shoulder with his dragon claw and said, I will also go to the Stacking Jade Legacy realm with your master. At that time, I will find a few things that the elders like and let your master bring them back. And then many thanks, Brother Long. Lu Yi smiled slightly and said very sincerely. TSK, we are brothers, who are we? Ao Sheng said with a mischievous smile, however, you have to tell me how to play this dice. You also have to tell me how to tell if a woman is a virgin from her buttocks. I still don't know if I can see inside this palace. Hearing Ao Sheng's words, Lu Yi's face turned slightly red. He stole a glance at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was already meditating with his head lowered, as if he didn't hear anything. Just like this, they stayed in Ao Sheng's palace for more than 3 months. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei accompanied Ao Sheng to play. That Lu Yi has experienced a lot and knows a lot. He and Ao Sheng are birds of a feather. Especially since Lu Yi can read people's hearts, he can naturally perceive Ao Sheng's likes and dislikes. In the end, Ao Sheng couldn't leave Lu Yi and pestered Lu Yi to play. Wang Bianfei's talent is outstanding. She acted as a buffer between the two of them, so as to not let the two of them become unfamiliar with each other. When a message came from outside the main hall, the originally empty main hall, not even a single pearl was left. It was all given to Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei by Ao Sheng. Seeing the message appear, Xiao Hua and Ao Sheng both knew what it was. Xiao Hua put Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei into the space, while Ao Sheng reluctantly opened the main hall's restriction. Compared to the experience in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm, he still likes to play with 2 humans with similar temperaments. Seeing Ao Sheng put away the dragon scale, Xiao Hua probed, what? Did the Stacking Jade Legacy realm open? Chapter 4006. That's right. Ao Sheng slightly nodded his head. His shrunken figure gradually enlarged as he replied, "The Forgotten Realm of Stacked Jade will open in a few days. All the dragons who have the qualifications to enter the Forgotten Realm must wait for orders in front of the Forgotten Realm." Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng's restored dragon body and said with a smile, "Why don't you directly transform into human form? Wouldn't it be more convenient when you are with Lu Yi and the rest? Transform into human form?" Ao Sheng flew up indifferently. While swinging his dragon tail, he replied, "I would like to, but I have no way to transform." Xiao Hua asked curiously. "How is that possible? I remember that demon beasts can transform into human form when they cultivate to a certain extent. Why can't you?" Ao Sheng unhappily swept a glance at Xiao Hua. It seems like if Xiao Hua was not Lu Yi's master, he would have turned hostile at this moment. "Xiao Hua, if I ask you to transform into a pig, can you do it?" "Of course I can, but I might not do it." Xiao Hua already understood something. He followed Ao Sheng out of the palace and dived into the sea as he replied indifferently. "You are right." Ao Sheng said proudly, "My dragon race is incomparably noble, how can I transform into human form? Furthermore, with my bloodline, a human's body is simply unable to contain it. Even transforming into human form is impossible. As for the demon beasts you mentioned, they are beasts in the first place. Transforming from low to high rank might work. Then when I saw Xiao Yun that day, she had the appearance of a human." Xiao Hua asked doubtfully. "Xiao Yun is a descendant of the Ho race. She was cursed by my dragon island. She can transform into human form for a short period of time." Ao Sheng said, "And during this period of time, Xiao Yun cannot use dragon force, she cannot borrow dragon blood divine ability. It can be said that she does not have the strength to truss a chicken. So that's how it is." Xiao Hua finally understood something. No wonder he couldn't see through Xiao Yun's true form that day. After flying out of the palace, Ao Sheng flew towards the Dragon Island with great familiarity. He flew past layer upon layer of mountain ridges, flew past layer upon layer of palaces, and finally arrived in front of a strange huge rock that is at least 10,000 zhang in size. At this moment, the giant rock was already surrounded by some dragon generals and dragon soldiers of Dragon Island. Around the giant rock, there were more than 5,000 dragon clan, demon clan, and human clan. They stood in different places, either sitting or standing. However, everyone's gaze fell on the giant rock. At this moment, the boulder was shaking slightly, but there were no fluctuations or vibrations. It was purely a change in shape, just like what a person would see when they were dizzy. "Our position is over there." Ao Sheng didn't even look at those humans and demons, and directly flew to the dragons in front of the huge rock. Xiao Hua glanced down, but before he could distinguish which one was Ao Moyun, two dragon generals flew over, blocked Xiao Hua, and asked, "Fellow immortal, where's your true dragon card? How dare you?" Ao Sheng said unhappily. "Can't you see that it's me who brought them here? Little elder." The two dragon generals said very respectfully. This general saw that he's a human brought here by little elder. However, elder has ordered that in order to prevent other dragon clan from causing trouble, everyone who wants to participate in the trial of the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, regardless of Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, or Human Clan, must check the true dragon card. Of course, little elder, the dragon selection that elder personally appointed to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is not included. Hee, Xiao Hua, since it's elder's order, you better take out the true dragon card. You also have one, don't you? Ao Sheng, who was flattered, didn't get angry, and said to Xiao Hua with a smile. When Xiao Hua took out the true dragon card, the two dragon generals' faces immediately showed astonishment, because this true dragon card indicated Xiao Hua's position, and also indicated Xiao Hua's current identity on Dragon Island. "Please." The two dragon generals returned the true dragon card to Xiao Hua, and respectfully stepped aside, allowing Xiao Hua to follow Ao Sheng to fly to the front of the giant rock. Who is this human? Could it be that his dragon chi is of a higher level than ours? An aqua-blue dragon asked in astonishment. Although his voice was low, it was heard clearly by Xiao Hua. You don't even know this? The other fiery red dragon mocked. He's the human cultivator with the highest level of dragon chi during the dragon chi realm selection. I heard that his dragon chi is of a higher level than Little Elder. How is that possible? The other dragon was even more astonished. All the dragons in my dragon clan don't have the noble dragon chi and bloodline of Little Elder. How can this human have it? You heard the human's nonsense, right? I don't know. Anyway, we didn't participate in the dragon chi realm selection. The fiery red dragon answered. However, I also heard that after the dragon chi realm selection, more than 1,000 humans and demons entered the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and in the end, only this human cultivator didn't come out. Also, didn't you see? This human followed behind Little Elder, so these rumors shouldn't be wrong. Damn it, what kind of world is this? A human's dragon chi is actually more noble than a dragon's. When the dragons heard this, they couldn't understand, but their gazes were also somewhat strange. Although Xiao Hua heard these words, he didn't think too much about it, and also didn't understand the strange meaning in their gazes. At this moment, he was looking at the huge oddly shaped stone, and inwardly pondered, this must be the entrance to the stacked Jade Legacy realm. According to the True Dragon Tablet's explanation, this stacked Jade Legacy realm is a fragment of the upper realm's dragon domain that fell on Dragon Island, and everything inside originally belonged to the dragon domain. Precisely because of this, if the dragon's bloodline can't reach a certain degree of purity, it can't resist the dragon chi within the dragon domain, and it can't even enter. The stacked Jade Legacy realm is similar to the Legacy realm, it's a self-contained realm. However, the difference is that when the stacked Jade Legacy realm opens, because it communicates with Dragon Island's heaven and earth origin chi, the time inside is the same as Dragon Island. And when the stacked Jade Legacy realm closes, the time rule of the dragon domain is restored. It seems like the time in the dragon domain is a lot faster than the time in Dragon Island. None of the dragons who are trapped in the stacked Jade Legacy realm can survive until the next time it opens. This is also the reason why Dragon Island wrote the first rule on the True Dragon Tablet. Once you receive the news of the stacked Jade Legacy realm closing, you must leave the Legacy realm in time. In addition, although the True Dragon Tablet recorded some of the circumstances when Dragon Island entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm, it also clearly stated that the Legacy realm is a fragment of the dragon domain. The time rule inside is different from Dragon Island. Everything that has already happened will change, the previous records might not be useful. Even the path to enter, the location, and so on will also change. The recorded path will also become nothingness. In other words, the location of the dragon cleansing pool this Xiao is looking for might not be the same as the location last time. Actually, the most important thing is, what is the purpose of Dragon Island's stacked Jade Legacy realm this time? The Great Elder and the others keep saying that it is for Dragon Island's prosperity, but is Dragon Island's prosperity entrusted to this small stacked Jade Legacy realm? Unfortunately, this Xiao's True Dragon Tablet only recorded the location of the dragon cleansing pool. This location is actually useless. Other than this, there is also the mission to obtain the complete Longyu. There is no mention of anything else. And Ao Sheng or the other dragon's True Dragon Tablets this Xiao cannot see. Who knows what they are going to do when they enter? However, what does what they do have to do with this Xiao? This Xiao only needs to find the dragon cleansing pool, find the Longyu, and quickly come out of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Just as he was thinking, a very familiar voice suddenly rang out, Daoist Master Xiao. Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He hurriedly stood in midair, looked up, and saw a dragon general wearing armor standing on the ground, looking at Xiao Hua with the same astonishment. Ao Zhan. You also came to participate in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Xiaofan recognized him at a glance. Isn't this the dragon guard Ao Zhan of the East Sea Dragon Palace that I met in the Legacy realm? If Daoist Master Xiao can go to Dragon Island, why can't this Ao come to the Stacked Jade Legacy realm to train? Ao Zhan laughed heartily, emphasizing the two words, Dragon Island. Xiaofan nodded and said, fellow immortal Ao is right. This Xiao has always wanted to find an opportunity to come to Dragon Island. Previously, I wanted to go to the East Sea Dragon Palace to find you, but I didn't expect that there would be an opportunity to appear in front of this Xiao, so this Xiao came to participate in the training. Speaking up to here, Xiaofan looked at Ao Zhan's side and asked, how is Ao Qian? Why didn't he come? Thank you for your concern, fellow immortal. Ao Zhan said with a smile, thanks to fellow immortal's help, I was able to bring Ao Qian back to the East Sea Dragon Palace safely. Ao Qian has already completely recovered. However, Ao Qian is the grandnephew of the East Sea Dragon Palace, his bloodline is not pure, so he does not have the qualifications to participate in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realms training. Then this Xiao wishes fellow immortal success in advance, and smoothly complete the training. Xiaofan smiled and cupped his hands. Ao Zhan asked curiously, fellow immortal, could it be that you are that human cultivator whose dragon qi and dragon bloodline are even more noble than the little elder of Dragon Island in the rumors these days? Yes, I don't even know why. However, I think that even if you are fellow immortal, your current bloodline might not be inferior to Ao Sheng's, right? Xiaofan looked at Ao Zhan with a smile. In his heart, he knew better than all of the dragons that Ao Zhan obtained the true dragon bloodline of the Legacy realm. At this time, his bloodline must be abnormally pure, otherwise, with his identity as a dragon guard, it would be impossible for him to come to Dragon Island and enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm to train. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly, how can this one be compared to the little elder? He is the dragon candidate of the next generation of elders. Now that fellow immortal is on good terms with him, in the future, the matters of Dragon Island will no longer have any trouble. Xiaofan looked at Ao Sheng who flew in front of the huge rock complacently, and asked Ao Zhan with a bitter smile, do you think this Xiao can really be on good terms with this little elder of Dragon Island? This one doesn't know. Ao Zhan laughed and cupped his hands, this one will take his leave first. After entering the Legacy realm in a while, if there is a chance, this one hopes to join hands with fellow immortal. Join hands? Xiaofan smiled mysteriously and asked, what do you want to do if we join hands? He. Ao Zhan shrugged his shoulders, looking even stranger than Xiaofan, I don't know either, maybe I will know after entering the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Chapter 4007. Seeing that Ao Zhan was also speaking in riddles with him, Xiaofan was helpless. He cupped his hands and watched Ao Zhan return to the East Sea Dragon clan. Then, Xiaohua's heart moved. Although his figure was flying forward, the corner of his eyes was paying attention to the other dragons. After all, he had offended the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Who knew if Ao Jing was among the dragons participating in the North Sea Dragon Palace's experiential learning? Fortunately, although Xiaofan couldn't tell which was the North Sea Dragon Palace and which was the West Sea Dragon Palace, after a rough look, there wasn't anything that made him feel uncomfortable. Xiaofan, come here quickly. When Xiaofan was looking, Ao Sheng's voice came into his ears, the Stacked Jade Legacy realm seems to be opening. All right. Xiaofan didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sped up. Before he could get close to the huge rock, an indescribable feeling came from the huge rock. It was like a magic treasure that was about to explode. Inside, there were thousands of strands of aura that could kill Xiaofan at any time uncontrollably spread out in the water. Hiss. Xiaohua's figure couldn't help but slow down. The brilliance around his body flashed as he wanted to resist. However, the more he urged his true essence, the more intense the killing intent became. Xiaohua even felt that the huge rock was shaking even more violently, as if it was preparing to strike down from the sky. However, when waves of dragon qi rushed over from the left, Xiaohua immediately understood. He hurriedly dispersed his true essence and slightly activated his dragon vein. Woo! It was as if a whirlwind had blown out from Xiaohua's meridians. The killing intent from before had immediately faded by a lot, and even the shaking of the huge rock seemed to have weakened by a lot. It seems that in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, this Zhao's Taoist magic, Confucian cultivation, and so on will have to be restrained. Xiaohua's figure landed beside Ao Sheng and thought to himself, since this stacked Jade Legacy realm is a fragment of the dragon domain, then the dragon aura inside must be rich. It must also reject other cultivation paths. The great elder of the dragon palace is right. However, when Xiaohua's figure just stabilized, the shaking of the huge rock suddenly stopped. The killing intent of the dragon aura was withdrawn into the huge rock, and everything returned to normal. Damn it, I still have to wait. Ao Sheng screamed in frustration. His dragon body lay on the ground in an unsightly manner. His head drooped lazily, as if all the dragon bones in his body had been removed. Xiaohua said with a smile, not a single one of the dragon race's 9 elders came. This stacking Emerald Legacy realm naturally won't open. That's true. Ao Sheng agreed with Xiaohua and muttered, the elders didn't come, so why did they drag us here first? Taking advantage of this time, I can throw a few dice at Brother Lu. Yeah, I think so too. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at Boulder, who was as quiet as a handsome man, and said with a smile, it would be best if I could win that water-repelling pearl from your palace. TSK. You think I can't win? Ao Shengli squinted at Xiaohua and said with a smile, I can win by using any divine sense. I'm just good at dragon grade. I don't want to cheat. That's a good dragon. Xiaohua said perfunctorily. He sat cross-legged beside Ao Sheng and began to meditate. Ao Sheng looked at Xiaohua and sat on the ground for a moment. He looked very bored. His pair of dragon eyes looked around. Suddenly, 2 dice appeared on his dragon claws. Unfortunately, the palace in front of Boulder was full of seawater. How could the dice be thrown out in the seawater? After throwing a few times, Ao Sheng simply urged his dragon qi to expel the seawater around the dragon claws. Then, he concentrated on throwing the dice on the ground. After an unknown period of time, Xiaohua, who was meditating, suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of him. The crystal-like seawater seemed to not exist. His figure was blown away. At this moment, roar. A loud and clear dragon roar came from afar. The figure of Dragon Island's 4th elder was like a mountain ridge as he streaked across the seawater. Then, he transformed into a human dragon that was dozens of feet in size and stood on Boulder. That boulder was like an erupting volcano. The dragon qi scraped 4th elder's scales until they creaked. The brilliance on his dragon body was also like a swaying flag. It was extremely long. Dragon son. 4th elder said, you are all the elites of my dragon tribe. Today, the opening of the stacking Jade Legacy realm is the opportunity for you to show your skills. Go, the hope of my dragon tribe is in your hands. I hope you can return with a full load and live up to the expectations of my dragon palace's elders. Roar. All the dragons stretched their necks and roared. The roar of the dragons shook the seawater as if it was boiling. Kacha. Along with the roar of the dragons, the boulder shook violently. Tens of thousands of purple crystal threads were produced from the seawater in the vicinity of Wenzhong. These crystal threads fell into the boulder at the same time. With a boom sound, the boulder disintegrated, revealing a fist-sized gold-colored crystal at its core. This gold-colored crystal looked like a water droplet, but there was a clear fracture mark on its tip. The surface of the water droplet was not a smooth arc. Instead, it was pieced together by many small flat surfaces that looked like dragon scales. Every flat surface was emitting an extremely brilliant gold-colored light. Every light ray was distorted, as if many tiny dragons were pouncing into the water. Moreover, under the surface of the light ray, along with the overflow of the light ray, one after another strange image was produced from time to time. It was as if there was a world inside this crystal. Oh! Xiao Hua was a little shocked. The True Dragon Tablet recorded all kinds of experiences in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. It also wrote the method to enter the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. However, it didn't explain what the Stacking Jade Legacy realm was. Xiao Hua previously thought that this boulder was the entrance to the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. However, he didn't expect that the crystal in the middle of the boulder was the entrance. However, when his gaze fell on the crystal, his heart was moved again. He inwardly pondered, could it be, this crystal is the Stacking Jade Legacy realm? However, he saw the crystal floating in the water, not moving in the slightest. Only the golden light and the pattern overflowed in the seawater. This golden light illuminated the figures of all the dragons, monsters, and humans. That pattern also fell into their eyes. However, the strange thing was that when Xiao Hua tried to recall, he didn't have any memory of the pattern he saw before. It was as if he didn't see it at all. You can go in now. The fourth elder's voice drifted in the seawater. A group of dragons, monsters, as well as Xiao Hua and the other humans, threw out their true dragon tablets. Then, they urged their dragon chi to fall on it. Those leaves fell into the crystal like fallen leaves returning to their roots. Buzz! The golden light on the surface of the crystal was like a bubble in the seawater. It expanded at an extremely fast speed. That biting cold dragon chi was sharper than a flying sword and pierced into Xiao Hua's body. See! Xiao Hua's body had long been tempered thousands of times. It was tougher than ordinary magic tools. However, at this time, the golden light entering his body actually caused him to feel severe pain. Xiao Hua groaned in a low voice and hurriedly urged the dragon transformation art. The dragon vein left his body and covered Xiao Hua's body. Sure enough, when the golden light fell into the dragon chi, it immediately began to melt. That sharp pain was greatly reduced. Seeing that the leaked dragon chi was so powerful even before entering the forgotten realm of stacked jade, Xiao Hua already understood why only dragons and descendants of dragons with pure bloodline and sufficient dragon chi could enter. Presumably, this forgotten realm was filled with such tyrannical dragon chi. If dragons with thin bloodline entered the forgotten realm of stacked jade, they would be instantly killed by this dragon chi. Roar! Waves of dragon roars that were louder than the previous dragon roars emitted by the group of dragons came from the crystal. Then, golden crystal threads flew out and fell on Xiao Hua, Ao Sheng, and the other humans and dragons who took out their true dragon tablets and spouted dragon chi. Xiao Hua felt an irresistible force coming from the crystal threads. All of a sudden, his body was shackled. Along with the crystal threads, his body rapidly shrank and was thrown into the crystal. In Xiao Hua's vision, the surface that was smaller than a fingernail became bigger and bigger. In the end, it was like the surface of a lake blocking in front of him. Moreover, the surface slightly rippled, just like the surface of a lake. Boom! The crystal threads fell into the surface. Xiao Hua's body crashed into it like a stone. Gotcha! The surface cracked and a substantial dragon chi rushed out and fell into Xiao Hua's dragon vein dharma body. Woo-woo! The dragon vein dharma body issued a hissing sound and rapidly expanded. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiao Hua's body and the dragon vein dharma body were completely submerged into the crystal. At the same time that Xiao Hua entered the forgotten realm of stacked jade, Ao Sheng and the other dragons also crashed into the crystal. Endless rumbling sound exploded near the crystal. However, in the ears of the fourth elder, who was less than 1,000 feet away from the crystal, this kind of violent explosion sound was so soft. It was like a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon. The fourth elder's body was also illuminated by the golden light. The surface of his dragon body was slightly distorted. His eyes were slightly narrowed. His expression was rather complicated as he watched the crystal threads bring in the dragons one by one. It was normal for several thousand dragons to enter the forgotten realm of stacked jade. However, when several hundred demons and humans entered after them, there was an abnormality. Ah! Ah! A series of miserable screams came from the crystal. Those dragon blood descendants whose bloodline was not pure enough and whose dragon aura was not abundant enough had just touched the surface of the crystal. When the dragon aura fell into their dragon blood dharma body, their dharma body immediately burst. Moreover, this dragon aura was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves as it rushed into the bloodline of these descendants. Regardless of whether they were of the 5th grade or the 7th grade, their bloodline was destroyed, and then their flesh burst. Clusters of blood mist turned into blood-colored flowers, which looked exceptionally beautiful in the golden light. After a full half cup of tea's time, the crystal regained its calm. Those who had entered had already entered, and those who had not, did not even leave behind their corpses. The entire crystal's golden light gradually dimmed and converged, as if nothing had ever happened. When the crystal began to flow, all the images began to rotate. Strands of needle-like golden light shot out from the crystal. When the golden light fell into the sea, it immediately turned into a huge amount of dragon aura and filled the surroundings. There were even many small whirlpools that were born in the sea, like Xiaohua's buds. They floated into the distance. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.